looting, sometimes scoring, standing around crafting things all day. It's time to start, I hope you're glad. Epic quests will be had. Beck's looting what he can, together gaming with the clan. Beck. Viking themed dwarven lore. Have you heard about the core? Get ready for more, Beck's journey begins. Set the score. The journey begins with you, my friends. May our quests know no ends. Subscribe, let's be friends. Let the games begin. Beck will go far with his clan Kazamar. A family of friends whose gaming quest will never end. Viking themed dwarven lore. Have you heard about the core? Get ready for more, Beck's journey begins. Set the score. The journey begins with you, my friends. May our quests know no ends. Subscribe, let's be friends. Let the games begin. Beck will go far with his clan Kazamar. A family of friends whose gaming quest will never end. Viking themed dwarven lore. Have you heard about the core? Get ready for more, Beck's journey begins. Set the score. From Cape Town in defiance to satisfactory science. Post-apocalyptic, every stream is epic. Valheim is Viking, stream account is spiking. How many subs will Beck earn anyway? Auto Assault was twisted metal. Warcraft makes you mental. Glad you're here, it's elemental. What game should we play today? Beck. Journeys begin with you, my virtual friends. In wastes of wonderlands, what adventures will we share today? Join the chat, subscribe and watch Beck play. Let's start the stream, let's play some games, chat a lot, and share our day. From mountains to seas, swamps to plains, alien worlds and fantasy. Viking themed dwarven lore. Have you heard about the core? Get ready for more, Beck's journey begins. Set the score. Beck will go far with his clan Kazamar. A family of friends whose gaming quest will never end. Viking themed dwarven lore. Have you heard about the core? Get ready for more, Beck's journey begins. Set the score. Beck will go far with his clan Kazamar. A family of friends whose gaming quest will never end.
Initial here. Welcome to the family.
Awaken, my child, and embrace the glory that is your birthright of the swarm. Created to serve me. Serve the hive. I control the groove. Serve the hive. I control the groove. Serve the hive. I control the way you move. How you like my groove, Dagoth? Well done.
Yes, why do these boys claim that they want this?
this is not it. Men don't want to put you in.
Their skills.
Hi, crazy kids. I'm not crazy. I'm not crazy. I'm not crazy. I'm not crazy. Not me. Crazy. You're crazy. I'm awesome.
Do you find it hard to keep your roller clean? All those hell bugs, mud, guts, and blood. Nothing a quick drive, though a stream can't fix, right? What about your interior? You need a high-quality professional auto detailing service. Something with full fiber service for regular relief of all that stacko. Ooh, stacko. Ooh, stacko. Come on in for a Cleveland Steamer special. We'll have the interior of your roller smelling fresh. A Cleveland Steamer makes for a great gift for friends and clanmates they will really appreciate. Pop in for a Cleveland Steamer. I'm an auto detailing specialist at Top Notch Tool Works. The first 15 customers will get a chocolate fudge or corn and nut cupcake. Ask for Fliffy.
Did you think I'd leave you there? Did you think I'd never keep my promise to? It's easy when I'm lying there with you, and every night I dream of you, and every night I promise to hold on to the dream I'll one day wake up next to you. Did you know you left me there, staring at the heartache in my soul, as I fell to pieces into the one you're leaving for? There's only one thing I want you to know, is that I have found my peace here. Did you think I'd walk away? Did you think I'd break my promise? Not today. It's easy when I'm standing there with you, yet every day away from you. It's another day I break my promise to hold on. 'Cause holding on is harder than I know. It's harder than I know. Did you know I left you there, staring at the heartache in your soul, as your heart fell to pieces into the world you're leaving for? There's only one thing
KTM Radio. This isn't the Stacco your grandfather used to listen to. Wait, it is the Stacco your grandfather used to listen to.
KTAMRadio.com.
She's the current in my wires. She is the
KTM Radio. Would you scrug us? We'd scrug us. We'd scrug us hard.
From San Francisco comes Rice-A-Roni, the San Francisco treat. Rice-A-Roni, the flavor can't be beat. One pan, no boiling, cooking ease.
A flavor that is sure to please.
Rice-A-Roni, the San Francisco treat. Rice-A-Roni, the delicious break from potatoes. Now in 6 fabulous flavors. One pan, no boiling, cooking ease.
A flavor that is sure to please.
Rice-A-Roni, the San Francisco treat.
Mr. K, stay away. Mr. K. Mr. K, stay away from Mr. K. Mr. K, man of tomorrow, here today. Gotta stay away to be okay. If you can't, you're a memory yesterday. Darkness flows from his throat. In halls of torture, Mr. K's the goat. Menace on the tip of his tongue. With a hard gaze, he'll empty your lungs. Your deepest desires, your secrets you'll share. All mysteries, lies, and motives will flare. With looks and gestures, but never striking. He's striking when he strikes with verbal care. Mr. K, stay away. Mr. K. Mr. K, stay away from Mr. K. A man of confidence, of reference of sorts, of knowledge and skills to which he cavorts. Make no appointments that you cannot keep. Once in his books, you shan't not sleep. A soul so dark, no light shall pass. A wit so quick, you cannot last. Against his gaze, set upon you for days. You will know his way.
Oh, geez, I was muted the whole time? Fuck. Here, that was unmuted. Damn it. So yeah, so my server's not working. I got a ticket in. I'm just kind of testing other world options to see if I could have a better server start. So yeah, so my server's not working. I got a ticket in. I'm just kind of testing.
Is there something you wish to tell me somehow? Defiant in defiance, no alliance or reliance. He's alone to atone and own every.
Oh, you don't like the pepperoni anyways. I've tried to give it to you before. Oh, you don't like the pepperoni anyways. I've tried to give it to you before. Okay, let's go to normal. Save.
KTAM Radio rocks the bay. To all Ark hunters, thanks for supporting me while Beck is off grinding. Whatever.
You know, KTAM radio's not bad. Actually, let's make the seat here. Let's go radio. KTAM. So what do you get from that? Well, that won't work. You start in the middle. Well, not quite the middle of the ocean, but close enough. Boy, we got anything under here? Well, a few caves. Actually, looking at most of the fish are here. And not seeing any. Oh, they're all water filled too, by the looks of it. Yeah, they're not likely to have any villages too close. Well, that may be a village here. No, it looks like just a couple houses, maybe. Well, maybe we've had the Twilight Forest in here still, but Twilight Forest isn't working properly. Well, maybe we've had the Twilight Forest in here still, but Twilight Forest isn't working properly. I wonder what Kazimar would get me.
Are you arc hunters feeling low on energy? Does your ego nag you to the point of low? I wonder what Kazimar would get me. Not regenerating as fast as you would like it to be. With new Adreno technology, Vombach Industries proudly presents Reboot Energy. Here at Vombach Industries, we have made strides in Adreno technology, creating a perfect synthetic Adreno, just as good as the real thing, but guaranteed to double your output with less side effects. Only accessible to arc hunters with the Vombach Ego implant. Anyone caught with this product that's not certified will be feed and may incur possible jail time. Maximize your arc hunting. Reboot Energy Drink.
Oh, this would be a terrible spot. Yeah. What the hell is over there? Yeah, I mean, they wouldn't come in. Well, these guys, this one would. But yeah, these guys are little assholes. They're tough. They have thorns and stuff, so they're tough to kill. I haven't seen this before. Or no, I have seen this once before. In RLCraft, I think at least once. Something like this. Anyways. Like almost nothing in it. Excuse me. And definitely spawners in it. Ooh, there's a whole bazaar down here. So if not for the bad starting spot, any other villages? No, there's a... nothing close anyways. I mean, being in a mountainous area, a lot of cobble, but... See, these guys will spawn around these lampposts. So they would make the game hell for anybody that was in it. So that would not be a good server. Okay, well, they're working on fixing it. Because I'm getting a different page now, so that's good. Here, you want to try some cheese? What? I'm giving you cheese. You don't want cheese? No, you don't like it? That's what you wanted. Okay, well, if you don't want it, that's why I give you 2 little chunks. Sure, you want whatever I'm eating. Okay, so starting, well, we're trying to start fresh.
K10 FM 94 radio.
Come get some.
Okay, looks like it might be back up now. It's not letting me get into folders here. Mods. There we go. Okay, see if we can get into the server now. So what errors they get. This looks different. Oh, I'm not even. Oh yeah, no, because yeah, 0-0's back over this way. There we go, that looks familiar. That's where I've been for the last week. Yeah, village right there, and there's another village just over there. That's why I like this spot. Okay, let's go down, make sure that pillage thingy. Fuck. So he didn't create a new world. He must have just done up a backup. Well, there are no illagers in it yet, but there will be. So might be another mod that's causing that then. Yeah, I don't see takes a pillage on here anymore. Well, we'll see if it spawns any illagers here in a minute. If it doesn't spawn any... Okay, so, of course I have to be in survival mode because it won't, survival. It won't spawn anything if I'm not like this. Border, set, we'll go 25. I mean, 5 smaller than the last time, but if I'm playing this all by myself, then I might as well make it easier for me to deal with.
What? Error. Resetting vocal parameters. I'm gonna chop some scrap. You're looking for
Put the hat on.
I'm recycling, cutting all the scrap up. Still don't know what this is. I fly up to the wreck like what up. I got a big hook. I'm so pumped about some scrap.
I can't even see half the chat here, since
that people like them. I need some repair parts cheaply.
pop those windows open again. Good, I don't need this one. Oh yeah, nobody's chatted anyways on the other two platforms.
Smells like Sam sketches sheets. But hell, it was 99 script.
Yeah, because I'll need trees in here, so...
Someone else has been mining in. Bummy and grungy. Fix it. I'm scrapping and cashing it, saving my money, and I'm hella happy because I'm scrappy.
I think what I'm going to do is do that. Gonna need that.
Sunside on purge. I'm gonna chop some scrap. You're looking for some new rocket. To fight, to conquer, to thrive. I came to
Let's go 0, 0. So this will be 0, 0. Oh, wrong way.
I'm walking around mining all these boxes and suffocating every time I fall into sand. Looks like I burned out my crops again. One block high tower on the top I stand. Cause I am underground, I am in the mine. This is where I like to spend most of my time. I cannot fly, I am on survival. My sprint hit kills, you cannot rival. I hear zombies loud and clear, freaking me out. Are they far or near? I put up a lot of torches in my time of fear. Maybe there's a mod that will let me shed a tear. Build my house up for days upon days. No cobblestone or dirt cause that is just lame. Eat some steak if I'm feeling pain. Minecraft wouldn't have it any
There. Oh shit. I gotta watch what you click on around here. Gravel. Okay, so that's everything I need for the start of that. And we'll throw some trees in here. I haven't heard anything, I haven't heard any illagers yet. I'll head back down. Maybe they won't spawn. Let's go down into... Oh yeah, no, they spawned. Okay. So it's not, it takes an illage then. That's making them spawn in here. Some other mod. Damn. Damn! Not what I wanted. So I don't know what mod that is then. So I took out takes an illager, pillager. I mean, I might just have to move spawn. Set spawn somewhere else. Some jelly beans. I got a bunch of junk food. So, okay, well, I don't know what mod that is that's causing those guys, because I don't, that makes, honestly, it makes this almost, well, not impossible, because I could grow the world and not go all the way down there. And those centipedes are a pain in the ass too, and they seem to spawn underground a ways, so maybe I wouldn't mine straight to the bottom. I might as well upload a mod back. Any updates or anything? No, I'm all updated. Upload. Oh. Turn the server off first. Upload. Install this mod. At some point.
We support ethical gaming journalism. Hashtag Gamergate.
Okay, let's double check it's in here.
Following total atomic annihilation, it may fall to you to save the great nation. That's why Voltech has made extra preparation and are proud to present to you a special education regarding
Oh, it doesn't look like it added it.
unique amalgamation of attributes. Now it's time to find out in which you excel. What makes you SPECIAL?
Okay, it is there. Restart the server.
Supply is a spark, so on seeing something sweet, be sure to scavenge or starve. The stronger you are, the smaller the stack of scrap storage and snacks that you can haul on your back. But do be sure to stay on track, as the numbers of a savage could suddenly strike as you're encumbered. And should your special suffer such a regrettable incident, you better get swinging any suitable weapon or implement. Perception. Post-nuclear places are pretty prearranged to put you through your paces. Pinpoint the parts of predators that plan to prey with a Voltec-assisted targeting system. You may need
Oh, man, spit went down the wrong hole there. Whew. Twitch spawn reset or something? There we go. So, I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to change this up a little bit. We can't fucking drink a potion? Oh, that's why. Put some extra coal in here. Oh, and some titanium.
Hi, this is Beck Altar, and you're listening to 94 FM K-Town. I'd like to thank all of you out there for your support. If it wasn't for your donations, your voice talent, and your ideas, K-Town wouldn't be the radio station it is today. Thank you.
Do that. Fucking mouse wheel. Fucking work, Christ. So this will force the world to be open up more. I think it'd probably be it's a better way of doing it. And then that'll be kind of the workaround for getting around those illagers, kind of just saying, hey, like, you might not want to go lower than this for now. And it gives you lots of room to, well, for people to expand.
Okay, Carl, you ready to go?
Alright, let's do this. Let's light this candle.
Let's read it.
You're listening to KTM 94 FM, rockin' the Bay. Rockin' the Bay.
Man, please, come on, Carl. You know you like that. It's better than Radio Disney.
All I hear is pop music. I don't hear no REO Speedwagon. They ain't got no Foreigner. They ain't got no Chicago. How's that rockin' the Bay?
Well, that's true. He don't pay no MCP pants neither.
KTM 94 FM, rockin' the Bay.
Kinda.
Used to run it wild. We were full in the tank. Used to drive for miles, lost in a maze. Now we live within our separate
that. Probably could add one more to this too.
You're listening to 94 FM, KTAM Radio.
Already actually got in here through Why are you interested in my food? You have your own food. And I tried sharing with you already. You didn't like it. irony of the fact that I'm gonna be mining all this stuff out here, like, toot sweet. I know I destroyed at least one block of it, so.
Your choice for music and audio entertainment. KTM Radio, because if it wasn't, you wouldn't be listening.
Every day, costs of petrol continues to skyrocket. Our rollers and household generators are vital to most of us here in the Bay Area. But have you ever stopped to ask yourself why the prices continue to rise? Or what you can do to stop the horrible inflation of fuel costs? The Society for the Preservation of Extraterrestrial Wildlife, or SPEW, believe they have the answer. The continued and sustained eradication of various hellbug species directly affects the cost of the vital fuel
Need to come up with some new Crater Bar commercials.
all need to survive. Because petrol is derived from the digestive processes of the hellbugs, it's vital that we all work together to preserve and sustain the hellbug populations. We all want lower fuel costs, and we all want to be able to keep our generators running, our rollers on the road, and our equipment in operation. Do your part to solve the problem. Preserve and protect this important species. For only 20 scrip a day, you too can help hire the Echelon to feed an entire hellbug hive and make a difference.
Contact SPEW at 3150 kilohertz today.
I was thinking of adding another one, but no. I'll do the fuck, what am I thinking? Diorite, andesite, and granite later. There, that is basically the start of the game. Okay, probably about where you start. I'll start with 2 gunpowder, I guess. Food, nice. No sticks though. Rude. Oh, I have a bee. And he's hurt. Don't know why. Oh shit, didn't give myself water. That just means growing is going to take a little longer.
Hi, this is Leviticus with United Legion, thanking KTAM Radio.
I don't think that bee's going to last very long. There's no hive here. He just unfortunately came over into this side of things, and I think I beat the, nope. Crow got to the apple before I did, fucker.
Today's a day for celebration. We've been locked away, but we've been making preparations. Sweep away decay and all the waves of devastation. Now we're at the dawn, another day of reclamation. Preservation of the nation is a fate we waited every day in dedication. To build a haven, pave the way for generations of what's left of all tech participation. Deep beneath the waste of Virginia is a place where we could have stayed safe for millennia. But tensions get frayed after just a few decades, so we're certain that the surface ought to be a little friendlier. Shine your shoes, cause the hour is a handful. Joining hand in hand with fellow man to save the land. So I packed and dandy apples in a satchel with some Blamcos. Stepped out of the gate to meet the neighbors and it's blam.
And build ourselves a little hut.
Sitting in the wilderness and killing for provisions. Evolving habits faults, but all the halls were air conditioned. And we dweller went from level-headed fella to a villain. So forgive me if it's not what I envisioned, but we're citizens selected out of brilliant civilians. I thought that some decorum while exploring was a given. Hi Joe, how you doing today? I haven't seen you since the fall barbecue.
And a sword.
Jeez, okay, contain the carcass, I'll be on my way.
And a pickaxe. Oh, that's a corner there. Okay. I don't think I'm going to get too many spawns here just because of so I'll just level this down and then I'll start building. Build a little, probably build a little hut like I did last time.
All of you listeners out there in the Bay, check us out on Facebook, KTAM Radio.
Hey, Arc Hunter, got a second to spare? You're a big one, aren't you? Do you want to hit that harder? Do it. Faster with more and last longer. While improving your recharge so you can do it all again sooner. Come with me and I'll show you the all-new physical enhancement tool from Varn Buck Industries. If you are like me, it's just one easy swallow once a day, and your ego will be thoroughly stroked, improving your performance
Yeah, so, with this new base system, I guess, not really system, but I guess it is kind of a system. It will encourage me to move out of this area to build as well. Where before I was going to build like at the bottom, but I was thinking I had more chests. I'm going to need more space, but I shouldn't need any more space than I have. Yeah, I'll end up going down one more, so that'll have to move too. No, I got ads. I'm not telling. Oh, I'm probably not logged in or whatever. Well, I didn't actually do the parrot. Interesting. Bracket, open, open, close, closed.
Hello everybody, this is me, Wild from Aquatine Hunger Force, and you're listening to Gay Fam. 94F. Oh, wait, what? It's not Gay Fam?
Am I missing a quote?
Sure. Okay. K-Fam.
Oh,
Hey everybody, you're listening to
right
K-Fam.
there.
This is the only thing on the radio, boy.
There you go. Let's do that. Update that here. space, plant some trees.
Hey everyone, Beck Altar here.
Funky.
I really enjoy listening to Beck Altar. He has such a sexy voice.
And you're listening to KTownRadio.com.
Man, I need to start watching more movies or something. It's like I listen to this stuff and it's just like I'm trying to remember where, or not where, but like you know, both the creativity aspect of it, you know. Like all the commercials and stuff. Trying to get back into that groove. Mind you, though, I got to move away from the Defiant stuff and start coming up with more core commercials. Or even other games, you know. Oh, thank you. Make a little garden here soon, too. Oh, one tree is up.
Claudius Phyllis und ihr Cater Radio, dem besten Sender für Hintergrundbestellung beim Zucken.
Can't do your thing. It's hard when you really need to have the real thing. Oh, God.
Yeah.
I'm almost stoked on that.
Showtime, big bag of dicks.
Okay, I'm almost done. I want a real dick. We'll say no to a big bag. Hold on. Oh, God. Okay. Oh, Jesus Christ. Why do you guys make me do that shit?
Because it's funny as balls.
I don't think there really are any limits with this particular station.
I gotta chew it a little bit more.
Don't chew it. Jesus, where'd you learn?
Follow it. Alright, now I gotta do this again. Alright, so I actually swallowed that. Do I have to put some more in my mouth?
I'm in the middle of something.
That's what she said.
In the middle of a big bag of dicks.
God, this is gonna be like the best commercial ever. Put it in the back of my mouth. Alright.
You tried a big bag of Dick's apples. A firmness that can't be beat. These apple bags is engorged with vitamins and nutrients that keep them coming with mouthfuls of flavor.
Yeah, I should almost add another album of this to the radio. I got the first three. That'll be kind of my mining area for now. Come back a little bit more. There, I think that's all the dirt. Nope, a little bit more over here. Are you just doing laps? Hmm? There you go. Yeah. kitty. So good, kitty. No. Rah, 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 rah. Cat's trying to pick a fight with me. Oh yeah, I didn't make raccoons this time. I should make a summon Trash Panda.
Core to core, Johnson & Johnson Enterprises has you covered with KTNRadio.com.
The night's slow when I work, I hurt my brain. I'm on a mission tonight to find cocaine. A caffeinated drink to help double shifts I roll. 350% stronger than Red Bull. It's sacred ephedrine, 7-Eleven. I ain't even playing yet, already in heaven. Warming up with the X and everyone screaming. Nobody can run when I pull the raging demon. Now I'm tripping from the Dr. Pepper rum I'm sipping. Watching the clock, I wonder where the time is ticking. Flipping on the tower and the damn thing scans. Automatically with virus and hand spams. The victory ringtone blast from my phone. I pick it up without thought to hear a voice moan. Baby, I need your floppy disk in my hard drive. Hang it up cause my desktop's alive. I level up my druid when I'm playing World of Warcraft. Stomping anybody stepping close to my warpath. It got serious, I'm passing up booty so I can finish the quest cause that is my duty. I level up my druid when I'm playing World of Warcraft. Stomping anybody stepping close to my warpath. It got serious, I'm passing up booty so I can finish the quest cause that is my duty. This is the time in the song. If you need to go take a break, press pause, do what you gotta do. Check your voicemail, check your email, check your messenger, check your MySpace, check the screw. Oh, here we go. She insisted with the text and voicemail that she wanted some loving without the chainmail. You wanna hang out and do some
pass on that ass.
Why can't she see she's not for me? She can't even res or help with XP. Opened her account same time as me. Trying to be with me and she's a level 3. I will not stop until I'm level 60. Killing everything and everyone until it hits me. That's only one character that I know. With my account, I got 6 more to go. I level up my druid when I'm playing World of Warcraft. Stomping anybody stepping close to my warpath. It got serious, I'm passing up booty. So I can finish the quest, cause that is my duty. I level up my druid when I'm playing World of Warcraft. Stomping anybody stepping close to my warpath. It got serious, I'm passing up booty. So I can finish the quest, cause that is my duty.
Okay, so now
You are unsure, don't know what for. You're turning heads when you walk to the paper. They will blow up, so don't run up. My house is gone and that's enough. Everyone else in the world can see it. Everyone else but you. You need to let go and get everyone else the way you fight creepers. It gets me overwhelmed, but when you smile like that, it ain't hard to tell. You watching is unbearable. So come on, don't even try to get some mad. You just burn some alcohol. I don't know why you wanna die. You won't listen to me like it's not nice. Everyone else in the world can see it. Everyone else but you. You need to light up the world like everyone else. The way you fight creepers, it gets me overwhelmed. But when you smile like that mob, it ain't hard to tell.
Excuse me.
Surviving an arc fall is easy if you have friends. But to really live, you have to find a place to make a difference.
K-Tam Radio, rockin' the bay.
Are you facing an infestation of vermin? No good loiterers who refuse to leave your domicile? Did you open your doors in hospitality only to have been taken over by unwelcome and unwanted guests, such as raiders or EMC mutants? Call Kickin' Rocks, Domestic Care Service. We'll work with you to relocate the annoying, nattering, and badgering of unappreciative humanoids or otherwise. You
already knowing we make it clear. They get the hint to leave, kick rocks down the road, or face being relocated. We at Kickin' Rocks know how hard it can be to live in a home where you no longer feel welcome, and we'll do our best to take care of you and your needs. Be sure to call Kickin' Rocks for a chance at a fresh start without those unwanted guests. My place is at the top, and I to plan.
Should probably do a Minecraft song myself. Have to come up with a theme. Yes. Ugh. Nice.
My place is at the top, and I plan on leaving now, 'cause I will never be defeated. Trying to let defeated. See that I'm one in a million. There is no dealing with my attacks. Your day I'm stealing. I'm playing blue Kong. I'm playing blue Kong. You don't know what to do. My items are all blue. How does it feel to come to win and lose? You don't know what to do. My items are all blue.
Ugh. See any messages or anything? Nope. Oh. I can't give myself more diamonds from this account. I'll make a watch some. Hey there, Blue-Eyed Devil. Hopefully your chat hasn't been sitting there for too long. Just kind of dig myself another slope. You know, follow ground disturbance rules. I mean, it's all going to get cleared out anyways, so this will give me enough. cobble when I get to the chest to expand the world. I only have 10 blocks to go from here. B's still there. Trying to get back to whatever his home is. Some more coal here soon. Just have to find some more iron. Nighttime soon. Ooh, I think I just whacked my bird. Yep. I think I have a seed or something I can give it. I think it heals it. I haven't heard any steam powered giraffe today so far. Oops. Well, that's what he gets for fluttering around my head. That's not to, you know, summon another one or something. My sapphires. Oh, found a cave. That'll save me a bunch of digging. Yeah, when the world's this small, it doesn't seem to spawn any mobs. There's... not seeing any... really any on the radar there. Well, that's good, because, I mean, the very beginning is all about just resource gathering, and when there's a, you know, should be a few people on here, and then it's negotiating, you know, how are you going to build things? What are we going to build? Where are we going to build them? I know at 30, the mobs will definitely come in. So somewhere between 25 and 30 mobs is where the game decides it's not going to spawn anything. And to be honest, that doesn't hurt my feelings, so... Ooh, Ketamium, I'll be able to open the world by one here right away. I mean, I could... if I burn up the 1 iron, I can make one of those thingies, saw thingies. That's 410. Give myself some shoes.
You have arrived. Welcome to KTAMRadio.com. Gamers to the core.
I need at least 3 of these. I'm gonna move my YouTube chat up here because I don't think I saw that guy's chat in time. It's kind of out of the way. I'll hang on to it, make a hat. Can I help you with something, kitty? Can I help you? No? I got one more out of this. That'll probably be about it. I might get this one. Nope. Oh, I've gone pretty far already, actually. You're back. A decent amount of coal here. Now I can make a hat. I'll wait till I get all 8 of those.
KTM Radio. It's like a Casterton bath for your ears. Mutagen.
Are you tired of cracked, scaly flesh?
Yes. Unsightly growths and protrusions. Yes. Try the all
New Ray. Mutagen.
This topical cream works to rejuvenate damaged cells. Mutagen is an all-new find and in limited supply.
Not from Von Bach, the deaf merchant.
Get more youthful skin in minutes and help reduce wrinkles around third eyes, chaffing from third arms, and around whatever that is. Ew. Mutagen is not for everyone, and there may be side effects such as rational thinking, which will result in termination. Termination. Mutagen.
Space.
Still trying to think of a good concept for a,
Let's see what sense we can make of this. Captain Picard. Splendid. We honor and brought back. This is the end. Fire. We honor and Captain's control. Do it. Control. Commander right berth. Captain's control. Honor and energize. And Captain's control. Do it. No. Commander right berth. Captain's control. We honor and make it so. And get that. And Captain Picard. Come. Captain's control. Do it. No. Control. Commander right berth. Captain's control. We honor and energize. And Captain's control. Do it. On the side. No. Commander right berth. Captain's control. We honor and I hope that's not a stutter. This is Picard crossing light years. This is Picard, Jean-Luc Picard. This is Picard crossing light years. Energize. Crossing light years. This is Picard crossing light years. This is Picard, Jean-Luc.
trying to think of a different angle for a Minecraft song, like a different angle from what you normally hear. Which is always about, creepers, mining, digging. Oh, another big cave there. Get that John Luke sample. Sample. Get that John Luke sample. Write about books. Write about books. And what's fighting. Right. Luke. State. Less. Writing. Hi, I know where I am. I'm pretty much at the, pretty much at the bottom. To you. Yeah, Bedrock's just under this. Turn to you. In night doesn't come back to you. Day and night it doesn't come turn to you. Day and night doesn't come back. The day and night doesn't come back. Yeah, moved it over one. Yay.
relationship. I'm the block and you're just the chip, and these boxes are my currency, so I'm always hanging line like Regal chip. From the sea until the desert, this is my reality. From the caves until the nether, it's my world to oversee. This might seem like something special, but we do this every day. This is my land made with my hand, this is Minecraft and I came to dig. What you know about Minecraft? The diamonds. Better ask somebody. All the diamonds, yeah, we get.
Here's to the finest crew in Starfleet. Engage.
Still play like a lot of pogos in a row, but doesn't seem to want to play a lot of other stuff I don't hear.
Duty of every Starfleet officer is to the truth, scientific truth, or historical truth, or personal truth. It is the guiding principle on which Starfleet is based. And you can't find it within yourself to stand up, tell the truth. You don't deserve to wear that uniform. This is becoming a speech.
You're the captain, sir. You're entitled.
I'm entitled to ramble on about something everyone knows. We just kept talking in one long, incredibly unbroken sentence, moving from topic to topic so that no one had the chance to interrupt. It was really quite hypnotic, incredibly unbroken sentence, moving from topic to topic, incredibly unbroken sentence, moving from topic to topic, moving from topic to topic. Quite hypnotic, incredibly unbroken sentence, moving from topic to topic, incredibly unbroken sentence, moving from topic to topic, moving from topic to topic.
Quite hypnotic.
You'll have to call again. Just leaving. I'm not dressed properly.
Well, I'm getting enough iron for the rest of my armor.
talking the edge of your seat here. 94 FM, K-Town.
Thundering herds of pow gliding across green, fertile valleys. Powerful machines driving deep into rich veins of silver and goulenite. Land soaked with petrol. Miles and miles of safe off-road fun. Friendly earth-kind hospitality. Family living. These are the sounds of the new Bay Area. Move to paradise. We'll keep a pow on the spit for you.
Oh, got a trader. I don't have any emeralds though, so I got nothing to trade with them. Yeah, you're kind of stuck in here now until you despawn. Oh, you look like you're gonna fall asleep. Yeah. Boop. Boop, 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 boop. Ah! Boop, boop, boop. Boop, 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 boop. Antagonizing my cat. She's occupying my footrest. I'll go two more. I'm bringing them home to you. Looks like something might be spawning under there now. Nope. There's a few more yellow dots down there than there was before. Nice thing that they're all underneath me, so I don't have to worry about them. Yeah, I can still hear the trader, so he must be still kicking around. Too bad I couldn't build him a little stall and he'd stay, but eventually he'll despawn. Oh, I guess he's going on an adventure, I guess. If we get these things cooking, and oh yeah, these things. Is it a good itch? There's just one of them. No spider spawns, so I don't know. Might probably should have spawned a sheep at least. Oh, two of them now. Well, they're flying around up there.
I'm Carl Savant with The Frontier Truth, and you're listening to 94 FM, KTAM.
A crazy snowstorm. That the good mic is on. Everybody, you're going to hear a noise that's going to be a little irritating. The good mic is on. Everybody, you're going to hear a noise that's going to be a little irritating, but this is what happens when you're trying to stream from prison. Jake, give me a second. Let me just make sure that we're live across all of the various internet platforms. Okay. I can hear me perfectly. Jake, everybody deal with the audio for what it is. This is Jake Lang, one of the January 6th prisoners, one of the January 6th persecuted individuals, regardless of how you feel about Jake as an individual, because I understand he's controversial. I was supposed to go down to D.C. today to attend the pardon panel tomorrow on the 4th anniversary of January 6th. And my flight was delayed twice, and I was going to miss the show, and I said, forget that, I'm not flying into an 11-inch snowstorm. But we're going to bring Jake on right now so that Jake can give an update, and I'm going to be live streaming the event as much of it as I can tomorrow and be attending digitally in the internet. Jake, take it away. Tell us what's going on. Tell us how you're doing, and give us the update. Hey, people, how's it going, guys? God bless you all. I'm coming to you live from the Gulag right now. We just got a little bit of video capabilities here, and we are approaching a crazy snowstorm that's coming tomorrow, right on the 4th anniversary of January 6th, 1,445 days later. I am still incarcerated without a trial, held as a hostage by the Biden regime. And we have a huge event tomorrow that we're doing at the Hyatt Regency on Capitol Hill in Washington, D.C. Some of the brave patriot soldiers have, like George Washington, forded the river in the icy snow, and they are there right now at the Hyatt Regency waiting to set up the live stream tomorrow. It'll be live on Viva's page and Gateway Pundit and a bunch of other great streamers. And we've got an amazing group of speakers, including Viva is going to speak, and Jim Hoff and Mike Lindell, Laura Loomer, Patrick Byrd, Isabella Maria DeLuca, Professor David Clements, my attorney, and we've got, the list is
is like over 30 speakers right now. So you guys really want to check in and listen to this because this is going to be basically the antithesis to what happened at the January 6th Select Committee. All of that was lies and the farce and just one-sided Soviet show trial. This is going to be the truth conference. So press is going to be there. They're going to be asking questions from Jan Sixers like Coy Griffin, Daniel Goodwin, Brandon Fellows, lots of different, Trennis Evans is going to be there. Lots of different Jan Sixers and community organizers are going to be there. This is very special for me because it's really a moment of solidarity in the January 6th community where all the voices are coming together and saying one thing: leave no man behind. No man left behind in the gulag. Pardon all the Jan Sixers on day one. We're calling upon President Trump and his new incoming administration to do the right thing, to end this two-tiered persecution, this witch hunt immediately. 4 years is long enough for anything anyone allegedly did at the Capitol that was entrapped by the Capitol Police and Nancy Pelosi, that was defending her lives at the Capitol like myself and tried to even save lives. And so this meeting is a great meeting of the minds. I really want everyone to tune in. Viva's going to be one of our first speakers, so please, guys, get on the live stream 10 a.m. tomorrow morning. We will be streaming live on Gateway Pundit's
I'll be at work.
channel and their Rumble channel. Plus, I think Viva's going to be streaming a portion of it too. It's going to be great. We can't wait to see you guys here. This is like our 1776 moment where we just stand up and we're like, freedom! It's only 2 weeks away. I can't imagine it. Imagine after 4 years of, I've done 900 and something days of solitary confinement already in this last 4 years. But imagine in just 2 weeks from tomorrow, I could be out on the concrete with the sunshine, being hugged by my family, and on another 250 Jan Sixers can also be set free immediately on day one. So that's what we're calling for. That's what this conference is all about. Unity and pushing the envelope to make sure that this administration does the first. If you want to make America great again, you've got to start with the January Sixers. If we don't have justice, if we've been left behind, then this country will never heal from the disenfranchisement that many of its citizens feel against the DOJ and the two-tiered rigged persecutions that are happening. We need to fix the Jan 6 atrocity first, and then we can go forward and make this country the greatest country in the world again.
There, I got the apples before the crows did.
10 a.m. tomorrow morning on their X channel. God bless America. I'm so grateful to be a Jan Sixer and stand united with all my brothers. Freedom ain't free, guys.
Jake, thank you very much. I'll see you tomorrow.
God bless you. God bless. Woo!
Dude.
Ticking was coming from their end, and I'm reading some of the chat and trying not to laugh, but it's nice to make light of a difficult situation. For those who didn't know, I didn't give enough of an intro. That is Jake Lang. He is one of the many Jan Sixers who, he in particular, has been incarcerated in pre-trial detention because he hasn't had a trial yet in 4 years. I've had him on the channel. I've had a number of other Jan Sixers on the channel. There's a little, I'll explain a little bit of the controversy in that there were bona fide grannies who were prosecuted and persecuted, like bona fide grannies. There were bona fide peaceful, I wouldn't even call them protesters. You had your bona fide peaceful tourists who were let in to the Capitol building, doors unlocked, police waving them in, who didn't break, didn't vandalize, didn't get into any kerfuffles, who were persecuted as well. And then you have others who were involved with acts of violence. Jake Lang being one of them. I had him on. He explained his entire story. He was at, though I want to say the rotunda, that's not the right word. He was where Roseanne Boyland was trampled to death by the mob, by the police when they pushed everyone back, struck with batons, and trampled to death. He was with her when that happened, and he responded in his own defense. And per his own statements, he responded to police aggression with what he will, I'm certainly, claim is self-defense, appropriate responses to police brutality. There are those who don't like confounding the, quote, violent Jan Sixers, or the Jan Sixers who broke windows, struck police officers, pushed barricades, and the totally peaceful grannies who went in and snapped some pictures and were put on a terror watch list. I appreciate that. At this point, as far as my perspective goes, I appreciate the distinction that some want to draw. I don't care about that distinction anymore. Every one of them should be pardoned day one of Trump's second term. All of them, without exception. No parsing through who committed acts of violence. Yeah, there was violence. Would I say that January 6th was characterized by, defined by violence? Hell no. In as much as people say January 6th was an insurrection, put it in quotes, defined by the violent pockets, bullshit, in as much as people wanted to paint the Ottawa protest as violent. Incidentally, there were fewer pockets, there were no pockets of violence at the Ottawa protest, but they still wanted to characterize it as violence, vandalism, urinating on war monuments, whatever. Lies.
Which never happened.
There were pockets of violent activity at
Heck, downtown Ottawa never looked so good. They did such good upkeep.
From what you'd think from the January 6th illegally, unlawfully formed committee, the Unselect Committee, you'd think that the entire thing was a day of rampaging. It was an insurrection. It was the most unarmed insurrection you've ever seen in the history of America. So there were pockets of violence, whether or not it was justified, whether or not it was a response to police brutality, throwing concussive grenades in, firing rubber bullets in, and blowing people's cheeks up, whether or not you think it was justified or not, yeah, there were some pockets of violence. Too bad. First of all, there has been more brutal violence committed against police officers in New York. In blue cities across America, the perpetrators, the suspects, get let out the day of. Some of them with no bail, no cash bail, nothing, just out. 5 illegal immigrants who beat up the cop there, out the same day. Jake Lang, for whatever he did, has been in pretrial detention for 4 freaking years.
Yeah, that's unconstitutional.
Up in New York, what do they get? A slap on the wrist, a smack on the butt?
Yeah, no, that's because you have a right to. I mean, the moment he gets in front of a judge, the judge should be like dismissed.
We know what they did was nothing
time served.
Provocation. We know what they did was nothing shy of federal agents, federal assets, agent provocateur, whatever you want to call it. It was a Fedsurrection from bottom to top to bottom, that was allowed to happen, made to happen on purpose, specifically so they could run with the bullshit narrative of insurrection, persecute half of America, justify a police state, justify trying to remove Trump from the ballot, justify trying to impeach Trump a second time. It was a setup from the get-go.
A setup that ultimately failed.
Understaffed because of COVID. This is the Capitol building at something like a third of the staff with bike barricades. And then the cops let people in and then persecute them. And then the cops shoot people with rubber bullets, concussive grenades, pepper spray. And then when people respond in kind to police brutality, persecuted to the fullest extent of any law that you would find in North Korea. So tomorrow is the pardon panel. I don't know exactly where it's at. I know that if you're in DC, you can find that Jake Lang has posted it. I was supposed to go. I can't say that I'm, not relieved. It's a lot. You come back from Canada, have that event yesterday, which we'll talk about in a bit, then fly out to DC today, and I get to the airport, and then the flight's delayed once, then it's delayed twice. I'm like, I'm going to miss the Sunday show, fly into a storm, and so I canceled it, lost the night at the hotel, but what can you do? But I'm going to attend via the interwebs tomorrow to talk about this, because it's lawfare. It's 1980s Eastern European Soviet bloc level corruption.
Yes.
And I don't care what people think of Jake Lang. Okay, he committed acts of violence, and whether or not you think he was out there looking for trouble or reacted improperly or is even guilty of it.
It doesn't matter. You have a right.
In the DC gulag, or 4 years bouncing around because he's been in different institutions.
I'd say anything more than 4 weeks before seeing a judge
4 years without a trial
is unconstitutional.
Some people out there who, I don't know why they take issue with Jake Lang in particular, say he's the author of his own misfortune, as the expression in French goes, l'auteur de son propre malheur, something along those lines. Chef de son propre malheur, that's the expression. He's the chief of his own sadness. He should have gone to trial earlier. So I actually have these arguments with people.
You should have been in trial within weeks.
Their reasoning. He should have gone to trial earlier. It's his fault he asked for delays. It's his fault he asked for delays because some of the charges that they were charging him with were constitutionally invalid. It's his fault. He should have gone to trial earlier when they hadn't disclosed all of the evidence to him. Oh, you think that they disclosed all of the evidence to the defendants? The FBI just last week releasing newly released footage of the pipe bomber dude. It's flipping insanity that they withheld exculpatory evidence from the defendants, and then people fault the defendants for not rushing to trial when they don't have all of the evidence.
Yeah.
As if they could get a fair trial in D.C. You think you can get a fair trial with a jury of your peers in D.C. that's 95% Hillary Clinton supporters, 95% think that was an insurrection? And when I had on Jason Palmer, he was running for president against Joe Biden. I was like, Jason, for an insurrection, it's kind of weird that you had, no weapons. He's like, oh no, there were weapons. I was like, no, there weren't. If we're going to exclude pepper spray and bear spray as a weapon, that's not an insurrection weapon, whatever you think that is. We're going to exclude baseball bats as those are not weapons of insurrection. There were no weapons. He says, oh, I thought there was a gun. No, there were no guns. There was a knife. It was in somebody's first aid medical kit. Yeah. All must be pardoned. And I was at I moderated a panel yesterday. Did everybody see this? Let me pull this up. It's not often that you get to introduce the President of the United States of America. And that happened to me last night. Let me see something here. I'm gonna pull up the clip. Whether or not I was supposed to introduce the President of the United States, I'm not sure that I was supposed to at that particular moment. But there are fortuitous mistakes that you say, oh, yeah. Okay, hold on. Let me bring this up here. We're at, I'm a panelist. No, I'm a panelist. I'm moderating a panel at an event yesterday at Mar-a-Lago. It was John Eastman's documentary, The Eastman Dilemma. It's fantastic. I'm going to get the link as to where I can share that with everybody because I got, they sent me a pre-review so I could watch it and know what I'm talking about, although I knew the story already. John Eastman, legal constitutional scholar, prosecuted, disbarred for his legal advice theory that of, the alternate slate of elector legal theory. The one that was actually carried out by Nixon and JFK back in Hawaii back in the late 60s. Proposes a legal theory and gets prosecuted and disbarred for it. A lawyer. So if you don't know John Eastman's story, go watch the documentary. I'll give everybody the link. They're hosting this, the premiere at Mar-a-Lago. And there's a panel of the victims of lawfare. On that panel was, I'm going to try to go in order, there was General Flynn, who we all know, the legal saga of General Flynn. When the prosecution withdrew the bogus charges, they dropped the charges against Michael Flynn after he had pleaded guilty to lying to FBI officers about what they called was an equivocal answer. I don't recall having that conversation. And I remember Michael Flynn saying, I don't recall having that conversation, but you guys have the transcript of that conversation, so why don't you just tell me what I said? They prosecuted that guy to the fullest extent of the law after having threatened to go after his child, his kid.
Which is basically under duress.
Rudy Giuliani was on the panel. John Eastman was on the panel in the middle. Then you had Jeff Clark, and then you had Peter Navarro. And then I am moderating it, and we're talking about solicitor-client privilege. And as I'm moderating, I notice in the back there's someone who kind of looks like Donald Trump, and not even that far. It's in the main ballroom. I'm like, that kind of looks like Donald Trump. Then I thought maybe it was like a cutout, and someone brought, just sitting there like just watching. And then it becomes clear it's Donald Trump. And then a few people who were organizing, I believed were involved in the organizing, said, they come up to me as I'm on the stage. I'm like, Trump is in the back and he wants to say something. I was like, holy shit, am I keeping the president waiting? And so then I do this, which ended up being a fortuitous mistake. Let me here we go. Let's listen to this, guys.
And then they gave me the warrant after the fact, and it said, we're taking all of your electronics listed on the attached affidavit. Now, I knew that phone was unlikely to be on the attached affidavit, which to this day they still haven't shown me.
That's John Eastman in the middle right now.
Weeks earlier. It was not the phone I had on January 6th. Didn't matter. And then they could seize all of the data on the phone, but they couldn't look at it, the warrant said, until they get a second warrant that meets the particularity requirements of the Fourth Amendment. And 2 months later, I start getting documents from my phone from a taint team in Portland, Oregon, asking if these particular documents were privileged. And I said, I don't understand how you even have these documents.
I see President Trump there. Like, I thought I'm supposed to interrupt.
The content without a subsequent warrant. identifying with particularity the things to be searched and seized. That's the language of the Fourth Amendment. Professor, if I may interrupt you, I think you might have your client here who can testify as to whether or not it was solicitor-client privilege. I was looking in the back and I thought I saw someone I recognized, and I think I do recognize him.
And we'll pause it here. They play the whole song. It's so wild. I'd never seen Trump in person before. Amazing. God bless the USA. All right, we'll pause it there. So that was the funny story, and then there was a 3.5 minute. They played the entire song, ovation, and then that was it. That was my experience. Someone in the chat said I look white. It's only because of the freaking lights are blasting my face. So it's weird seeing. I've never seen Trump in person before. Certainly never from 3 feet away, and. You like I try to humanize even those people that I think are awful people. Like, yeah, I wonder what Rachel Maddow is like if you see her in real life. I happen to think she's no longer an actual human, not in like a reptilian shape-shifting sense. I don't think she's an actual human anymore because I think she's forgotten what it's like to actually have honest, sincere human emotions. Trump is not there. Trump is still a human. And it's not just that he's still a human. You see someone who's been demonized, like they say he's Hitler himself, and you see him. The problem is he is so not a politician in the best possible sense. He's a human, and he's a good human at that. And you look at the man in person, in the flesh, that people want you to believe is the next Hitler, and you realize just how susceptible people are to outright brainwashing. What do you think Rachel Maddow's like in real life? Potato Head Brian Stelter, I believe, is probably a nice. He's like a goofy uncle in real life.
Stelter.
Don Lemon, I guarantee you, is the most foul snot ball in real life. Trump is just cool. And like Rogan always says, he's got, what do you want? You want to get out of here? Give me 2 seconds, people.
He ain't gonna let his dog out or his kid or something.
All right.
That sounds like a dog.
Oh, hold on. Before Bonds gets here. So that's what I did yesterday. And if it was a mistake, Secret Service, I apologize for maybe making the intro too early. But it couldn't have been a Secret Service issue. It was fantastic. Okay, let me do one thing first before we bring on the Barnes people, because we've got 2 wonderful sponsors for tonight's show. And the first of which, tell me I can share this. I'm going to share this. I want to make sure that we can see the screen. Yes, Surrey Bob, people. Did you know that American homeowners nationwide have $32 trillion in equity? And cyber criminals are targeting it. They
come stand over here.
Florida people. It's not a joke. I mean, it seems harder to
they can't get me in here, so.
In Florida in particular, but in America at large. House alarms, doorbells, cameras, deadbolts won't work against these thieves because they're not after your stuff. They're
go after their political adversaries. Examples of
Cordyceps power your energy like a Trump tweet at 2 a.m. And those hand-picked Bolivian beans, they're so bold. Team at 75coffee.com. Promo code. I think you can activate. So I've grown 2 feet since yesterday. Someone asked if Trump was taller than me. I said, yeah, only by a foot. I mean, maybe a foot and 2 inches. Mr. Barnes, how goes the battle, sir?
Good. Yeah, you had what was it like to introduce the President of the United States?
Well, considering I was told shortly afterwards I wasn't supposed to, I immediately thought maybe I had done something catastrophically stupid. But it was wild. I mean, we're sitting there doing a panel, and President Trump is in the back of the ballroom watching intently, and he watched.
He's really trying to get out, eh? He's like slowly going all the way around.
So I'm not sure if because whenever he moves, they gotta like get Secret Service in front and in back. So I think maybe I was premature in my introduction, and then he had to go and have dinner with Prime Minister of Italy, Meloni. It was fantastic.
Yeah, that's cool. He looked like he was in good spirits. It looked like the panel had a good presentation.
I don't want to whack the bee.
And you said the documentary is pretty good?
The documentary is great. I mean, I would say it's almost more geared for, I'm not going to say this to be like pretentious, to lawyers or intellectuals. It's not. They do their best to keep you entertained with
Ha.
the subject matter, but they get into the legality. They get into when everyone says, Trump filed 60 lawsuits and the courts dismissed all of them. There's a section where Eastman goes through basically all of them: Georgia, Arizona, Michigan, Pennsylvania, and how they screwed everybody in each of those states for what was wildly bigger than the margin, how they weren't heard on any merits, they were dismissed on latches or standing, and they never did a safety
Woohoo.
verification in Georgia, period, full stop. And
All
even in
those
Michigan,
in
where the
there.
margin was 150,000, the ballots that magically appeared with no chain of custody was like easy enough to wither that down to 10,000. But it's also thoroughly enraging when you understand that they were going after a lawyer for doing nothing more than proposing a legal theory that had a legitimate legal basis, so much so that they then subsequently amended the Electoral Act, whatever it was, to remove the ambiguity that Eastman was arguing was a legitimate path forward. So it's great.
Yeah, I think the cases against him, the cases against Mary Bowden in Texas by the Texas Medical Board, the cases against people like Rudy Giuliani, these are all examples of weaponized lawfare and civil rights violations by the Justice Department. And I hope that Harmeet Dillon, when she takes over the Office of Civil Rights at the Justice Department, looks into these cases, including Judge Merchan in New York and what he's been up to, and so many other illustrations and examples of constitutional violations by the very people charged with protecting people's constitutional rights in the judicial branch and the executive branch of government at the state.
Yeah, I have a feeling there might be some impeachments.
I mean, one of the themes of the panel was for the VIPs, I guess, the people. It was not everybody who had access to the panel, but one of the questions was, what do you do about it? And I think pretty much everyone on the panel, although they are they don't have a grudge, they have an understandable gripe. They say, like, people need to be punished for this, period. If they don't get punished, worse still, if they have a place in government going forward, no one's going to learn the right lessons whatsoever. They're just going to do this again and again and again. But who, like we've talked about it a bit, who initiates this form of justice, which is true justice and not retribution? Like, how does it start? Who takes the first shot?
I think the best place is the office for these issues, for weaponized lawfare. The Office of Civil Rights of the Justice Department that has been politically weaponized by the Obama and Biden administration to go after their political adversaries in many contexts or instances, including trying to influence election policy at the state level, influence immigration policy, influence diversity, equity, inclusion policy, trans policies, etc., things that were not appropriate for the Civil Rights Division to be active in, is what it was originally designed for, is precisely this. For those that don't remember, the original Civil Rights Acts were passed after the Civil War to deal with state law enforcement and state judges violating people's civil rights. The target was primarily state judges, secondarily, state law enforcement. So that's the department that's charged with making sure this kind of lawfare doesn't translate into civil rights and constitutional violations. So I think that's the department that can be proactive in civil and criminal inquiries. And then I think other departments, Robert Kennedy talked recently about his recommendation to the new Attorney General, once appointed, would be to investigate Anthony Fauci for a long list of criminal violations. That would be the Justice Department just in general, with the assistance of the Secretary of Health and Human Services, which hopefully will be Robert Kennedy, and then the CDC and the FDA and the NIH directors, all of whom have come recommended by the Kennedy camp and have good roots in restoring the public credibility and integrity of those institutions. The third aspect would be what I've been calling for, which is a pardon committee, a lawfare committee, to look at who has been targeted over the past decade, and maybe go back further to other prominent cases of politically motivated prosecutions, selective prosecutions, to go beyond the January 6th cases, but to look at Edward Snowden, to look at Julian Assange, to look at other whistleblowers, I believe unlawfully and wrongfully targeted by both the Obama and Biden administrations. Remember, Obama went after more whistleblowers than any administration in American history.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, more than all 43 presidential predecessors to Obama combined. To remind people of the dangers of the deep state. I think other aspects, the attacks on crypto and Bitcoin in multiple contexts. The president's committed to commuting the sentence of Ross Ulbricht, who I believe was everything about that case was tainted from the get-go, and they made clearly false allegations and accusations against him. Tried to deny him the ability to fund his own defense. And that leads us to the person who did help fund his defense, who is the current highest profile target of politically motivated lawfare by the Biden administration, and that is Roger Ver, colloquially known as Bitcoin Jesus, who is being targeted for a criminal case where he faces 109 years in federal prison for made-up, phony charges by a politically motivated, corrupt, and now we have evidence, a Department of Justice high-profile tax division official, according to the motion to dismiss filed by Roger Ver's legal team, detailed how the U.S. government deliberately lied and fabricated information to the grand jury to get the indictment, lied and fabricated information to the judge to illegally, unlawfully, and unconstitutionally seize attorney-client privileged communications. But what's most striking is, after they seize those communications, they then lie about what the communications said in both the indictment and in their paperwork filed to the Spanish court under a penalty of perjury. They claimed that Roger Ver had withheld information from his tax lawyers and accountants and had not acted in reliance on their information. It turns out the attorney-client communications that they unlawfully seized proved just the opposite. Roger Ver gave all the information to his tax attorneys and accountants, and he complied precisely with their instructions. This, for those that don't know, in the tax arena, it's called a reliance defense. That you're not allowed, we don't want to imprison people for disagreement about tax laws, or for the complexity of the tax laws, or for debt, simply owing money to the government. You have to have fraudulent intent, or it's called willfulness in the criminal tax arena. That means if you in good faith believed your position was right about what was reportable, what was disclosable, what was due and owed, you can't go to prison. You might owe money, but you can't go to prison. Disagreement with the IRS is not a crime. In the same way, if you fully comply and disclose information to your accountant or tax professional and comply with their advice, you can't go to prison. It's called the reliance defense. They knew he had a perfect reliance defense. So they lied to the judges in the United States, and then they lied to Spanish courts. In fact, there are Spanish court officials now looking at bringing a criminal investigation and potential prosecution of one of the highest-ranking Justice Department tax division officials. And so the question becomes, why is it we have to rely on foreign governments to enforce constitutional rights and liberties in America?
That's insane.
The Roger Ver case is a classic case that needs Trump's intervention and rectifying and remedying all the debacles and disasters of this Department of Injustice under the Biden and Obama regimes. And I think that's the third aspect. So, Office of Civil Rights, go after people that are violating people's civil rights and weaponized lawfare. Justice Department, look at everything related to COVID and immigration and who needs to be prosecuted. There's substantial evidence of massive conspiracies involving government officials, NGOs, and powerful people that were just given the Medal of Freedom this week.
I think the traitor...
The one and only Nazi collaborator, George Soros, who was kicked out of Hungary for his intentions of using immigration to destabilize that country and all of Europe, which just follow what's happening with the grooming gangs scandal that the British media has been suppressing for almost a decade.
It's not happy news, Robert. It's not happy news. It doesn't promote positivity, so it's got...
I think your sarcastic version is probably the best reaction and response to that proposal.
Stop it. Thank you.
In other words, use all positive language to explain how ridiculous and absurd it is with, the appropriate droll of sarcasm. And to transition into that topic we have multiple. We got the Trump sentencing, which is one of the top vote getters over at vivabarneslaw.locals.com. We got the Vegas, New Orleans terror incidents. That was the second highest voter beyond no particular favorite. The big Amos Miller win in Pennsylvania. We discussed the John Eastman documentary, Professor Eastman, great guy. Great to see that presentation. Great to see Trump connected and involved and invested in that personally, that he would make a personal appearance and the rest there at Mar-a-Lago.
I forgot to. I'm going to publish it after this. MSNBC melting down over Trump appearing like he didn't invite press. He didn't provide a transcript, which goes to show that he knows what he's doing is wrong. Like, you guys are effing mentally unhinged. Sorry. Okay.
Oh, completely beyond all pale. The Musk X social credit score, as some people are interpreting it. The Giuliani contempt proceedings, you got to see him there. I guess he's still in good spirits despite the insanity of everything related to that case. AI promoting more fake news, fake reviews, fake information, fake intel, leading to an FTC contempt order of to restrain their bad actions. The discrimination is okay, if, according to the courts, as long as they say you have no standing. Their favorite pretext to allow illegal activities to continue unabated. The utter disaster of our jails in America, exposed again in the Atlanta jail, where they were trying to lock up President Trump previously, and what an utter disaster that jail is. Many of whom, by the way, are there, have been convicted of no crime, and yet are horribly abused, maltreated, malnourished.
We've talked about it, but it's gonna. We'll refresh everybody's memory when we get into it, because it's horrific. Like, if you think, oh, they're criminals, they get what they deserve. Set aside the fact that many of them are not convicted. Nobody deserves that. Period. You're not a humane society if you believe in torture. Period.
The places where Obama and Biden administration went AWOL was trying to federalize state law enforcement through the misuse of the Office of Civil Rights Enforcement to impose politically motivated agendas. Where they were not wrong, and Trump's administration also continued to investigate this, was the problem with our jails. Our jails are just in horrendous shape across the country, but Atlanta was one of the more egregious examples. Then we've got big tech trying to hide behind the First Amendment to claim that they can avoid laws meant to protect children from abuse and targeting, laws meant to protect parental consent and notification of the use of certain services by big tech, and trying to hide behind the First Amendment to claim that they can ignore labor laws, and then also trying to evade the various aspects of other laws. One area where they succeeded, where they probably deserved success, was in challenging the net neutrality rules that the Biden administration tried to impose, that the Obama administration previously tried to impose, and that was successfully killed in court, which was a good indicator. But so we got a robust.
We got good stuff. We'll start with the one I was going to reply to your tweet earlier today, but there's no way to even have a back and forth with someone you like without people thinking you're fighting. So I said, we'll do it live. Elon Musk, I legit thought it was a joke. I'd been caught up with some other things in travel, and I was like, oh, social credit score on Twitter. And like, I didn't really know what was going on. Then I went into Elon's own Grok on Twitter, and I say, ask for an explanation. And they say, yeah, we're gonna be promoting positivity, literally referencing user regret minutes or regretted user minutes, because there's too much negativity on Twitter. Like, it's a legit thing. So Elon is apparently, it has not yet been rolled out. So everybody thinking you're gaming the algorithm, it's not yet in force, but he's going to, and I can understand the underlying rationale, try to promote, or deter the rage bait phenomenon that is social media. Okay. People are going nuts in a way that I think is totally unjustified. And I agree with you, Robert. Like, first of all, I will give Elon Musk the benefit of the doubt in everything that he does. It doesn't mean I'm not going to make fun of him when I think he's doing something stupid. When he refused to bring back Alex Jones, and he's touting free speech and comparing it, or even like prioritizing it over Rumble, I think you can't exactly say that, because you still haven't brought back Alex Jones, and it was on improper reasons. He thought that Alex Jones was it had to do with children. He said he's profiting off the death of children. He'll never allow anybody to do that, but yet Piers Morgan is still on Twitter. And I said, you're wrong for that, period. But he still does good. He was integral in the election, integral in facilitating free speech. And so he's making a mistake now, and I think it's a bona fide mistake, but he doesn't become evil just because of it. And you put out a tweet, it's like, I'll give him the benefit of the doubt, and we'll see where it goes, but he's not evil for wanting to tinker with an algorithm, because there's an algorithm there now, so that rage bait is not what makes money on Twitter. I think it's stupid, destined to fail. YouTube was better when what people wanted to watch would pop up based on popularity. And whether or not people respond to rage more than joy, that might be the nature of the internet. But the bottom line is, in as much as Elon hadn't been aware of the rape gangs in the UK, it's probably because it was suppressed, and it could have been suppressed because they didn't want to discriminate or demonize against the Muslim Pakistani men who were perpetrating this, or someone said, "Oh, it's negativity, and we don't want to promote that." I think it's stupid. Still like Elon Musk. I'm not sure I like Neuralink for human control, but I do like it for giving movement back to paralyzed people. What is your take on it, Robert?
Yeah, I was someone who started off as a skeptic of Elon Musk. You can go back and watch the Hush Hush episodes. I did a sequence of them. I didn't think he'd follow through on his purchase of Twitter. I didn't like some of the sort of transhumanist ramifications of some of his ideas over time, and didn't trust people out of the big tech space. But he's proven himself, his bona fides, over the last year. He was willing to risk imprisonment, risk forfeiture of his businesses, risk billions and almost all of his wealth, risk imprisonment, all to speak out on behalf of President Trump and speak out against what is happening here and around the world on issues like immigration and other aspects. He also restored Twitter to a much more free speech-oriented zone than it had been in the better part of a decade. And ultimately restored accounts like Alex Jones's accounts, like President Trump's accounts, like a range of other accounts. And Twitter has increasingly become a primary means of breaking through the mainstream media's narrative and their monopoly on that narrative in a wide range of topics. I mean, look no further than the fact the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom is going to have to respond tomorrow on grooming gangs that he was complicit in covering up because Elon Musk has made it a priority for 24 hours. So it doesn't mean you have to agree with Elon Musk on everything. It doesn't mean you have to, defer to him or just accept his judgment on anything. But it means that all this hyper criticism, that all of a sudden people out of the gate, they're eager to turn on Elon. First was the immigration issue. People went kind of crazy on that, I thought.
Well, they went crazy because Elon's position on that actually hasn't changed. So it sort of displayed a lack of understanding of what his traditional position had been.
A good number of them forgot what President Trump's position was. That it's always been a strong pro-legal immigration position, but with modifications to limit abuse. And excuse me. And then on top of that, so he comes out with this proposal, and some people panic. They're like, "Oh, this is a social credit score. This is the Chinese system being reimposed." And it's like, if you look at what he's aiming for, that's not it. Now, I think I agree with you that current structure of this as being proposed is too broad. I get what he's trying to get at. He's trying to reduce the reputation of Twitter, especially now, for toxicity. And it's people who are just nasty. It's rage baiting, as you put it. And it's people who are nasty solely for the purpose of being nasty, who go around and stalk people on Twitter and just attack them left and right and make life miserable. The redheaded libertarian has talked about dealing with this insanity in a wide range of topics. I'm looking at a libel lawsuit currently on behalf of the Chase Hughes, who's been wrongfully defamed by someone who, there's a whole social media world that you build your notoriety by engaging in libelous behavior.
Hold on, let's dive down that rabbit hole just a bit. I don't think I know about this. What's the deal with Chase?
So there's somebody that's basically targeted him, that's made up all kinds of stories to try to cost him as much money in order to boost his own presence, in order to create, there's a bunch of people that's all they do. You can see it in the sort of what I can, like the Rekieta case fallout. Which people chose to engage in clickbait behavior.
Most of them,
in my view, mislead people about the law, and turn on an old ally and friend solely because clickbait works with this group of haters. It's all they do is they go from person to person to person to figure out somebody to hate that they just troll and attack. And it's led to a lot of people not wanting to use Twitter. And so there was a period of time where I just quit using it in large part because or quit reading. I liked replies because it would provide feedback. But you get so much garbage in there that you had to filter through all the garbage to find some gems. And the biggest thing it did.
Speaking of gems, there's one right there.
Members that followed that wanted to be part of the conversation, not being able to be part of the conversation, because all of a sudden they get into this sort of nasty side discussion because there's this nasty trolls coming in to just make everybody's life miserable because their life is miserable. He wants to take that part. He wants to reduce that part of Twitter. He's not out.
Well, I should be getting to the top of those things rather soon.
During this whole period, I'll give an example.
And then
is defending him right now is Alex Jones. And Elon has actually responded and discussed the issues with Alex Jones. If his goal was censorship, like people were like, oh, there's a conspiracy, BlackRock is funding something, so now it's a good, people jump to conclusions that there really isn't a good foundation for it. I mean, is Elon Musk, after risking his actual life over the last year, suddenly just decided to betray every principle he had and was really a secret traitor all along?
No, but
that's kind of insane.
Some people might say that he's trying to prioritize the ad dollar over the subscription dollar, and he thinks so for whatever he loses in the blue checkmark paid subscriptions, he'll make back from advertisers who are now.
Well, he'll make more off advertisers in the long run. Be my expectation.
He never would have done what he did over the last year. True. Because he lost billions of dollars by doing it, and he was risking all of his entire wealth and fortune in corporations and legacy. And future. That's where it's like these explanations don't suffice. And it's people who kind of.
I'll leave it there for now. I don't need the gem.
Andrew Torbo, who's jumping all over this. You know why almost nobody uses Gab? Because it's filled with racist and bigots and haters and nasty, disgusting people. That's reality. Like Andrew Torbo. No better example than Andrew Torbo himself. He earned that. I mean, I even helped him out, helped people out connected to Gab early on, and got rewarded with monthly emails talking about the Jews in one way, shape, or form. It's like, no, thank you. I don't want the Fuentes Groyper crowd bombarding my conversation. And that's what Musk is trying to solve, and it's a problem that some people on the right have refused to acknowledge. Now, I get the sensitivity. If you're on the right, you're accustomed, or you're just on the popular side or the dissident side, you're accustomed to being screwed over and censored for the last decade.
My leg, a kitty.
Anything that even smacks of it.
There we go. It's okay. I just had to get my foot out of the way there. It's all going numb because of how you're sleeping.
Developing any algorithm because he recognized that with YouTube, the algorithm was the primary mechanism they used to suppress and censor speech, and he was worried about that same phenomenon happening. However, it turns out from a consumer user perspective, they love the algorithm. They want the algorithm. They need the algorithm. And so I'll give an example, like what he's done with the algorithm in terms of recommended. My recommended feed is much better than my For You feed. It's I'll get some crap mixed in there, but about 80-90%, it's far better than any user experience I've had before on Twitter. So and his Grok has an absolutely accurate representation of me, which is like one of the few public places. Wikipedia's try to defame me. There's people who go in and edit the Wikipedia account to lie about me like every other month. You have to send somebody in there to correct things on a repeated basis. Wikipedia would be the more appropriate name. The Grok, precisely right, the Grok AI. So I get people's concerns. They're right to express criticism and dissent, but I would be more constructive in that criticism and dissent. I would say, I see what you're trying to get at. Here's a better way to go about it. Here's things to avoid in trying to do it. And that's what I think that's ultimately what Pavlovsky at Rumble concluded. Okay, we really need to have the algorithm because users, customers want it. Well, they've tried to restrict the toxicity. They knew that one issue was if your site became known as the place to go and watch the Klan rallies and the neo-Nazis and the haters and the crazies and the Islamist radicals and whoever else is just undesirable to be exposed to these days, that Rumble would die. Yes, it would be the purest free speech zone, but it'd be a dead one. Even free speech places and locations and venues have certain limitations on what you can do to a certain degree. And so it's like our locals page. I think we blocked like maybe 3 people in the history of the locals page in 5 years, but there are reasons for it. There are people that will go in and make the entire user experience miserable. They'll go in and they'll attack people. They'll go in the unnecessarily in crude ways, whatever.
Oh, I see what you got there.
Ask me as all you want, but you can't lie on
in some of the comments. I'm like
exactly correct. I mean, doesn't that expose the point? Those are the people we don't want to be exposed to all the Islamist.
What?
We don't want to be exposed to all. So if you're going to have a place that has, it's like inviting anybody to a get together. If there's somebody that's disturbing everything and unsettling everything and making everyone else's life miserable, you're not entitled to that. You're entitled to that from government restrictions. You're not entitled to that from to go into Twitter and do the same, go into X and do the same.
Oh, there we go.
I think he has a sincere concern that's an understated issue. Like the number one thing I finally ask is they say it's too toxic. So that's what he's trying to reduce. He's trying to not only improve the customer user experience, he's trying to increase the number of people who use X, which ultimately would make X more influential around the world. And he's not going after Alex Jones. He's not going after dissident speech. He's promoted dissident speech. He's restored dissident speech. Now, here's the irony. If there's anybody who doesn't fit the positivity label on his Twitter feed,
it's Elon.
I'm afraid that this post needs to be de-boosted because it has a little bit more too negative tone, Elon.
Yeah, let me bring up the one that was brought in our locals community. Well, it's the one where Elon said he's done it twice now. Take a step back and F your own face. I mean, he did the meme once and he wrote it down.
That's the definition of negativity. I mean, 2/3 of his posts have negative language. He violates his own rules, these new proposed rules in his own stuff. But I think it's the right idea that to highlight, to get the tone of the conversation better. That's what he's trying to do. He's trying to make X sound. If you listen to Robert Kennedy speak, it's almost never personal. You know, even when he talks about Fauci, he's like, he did this, this, and this, and this needs to be investigated. But you don't get like nasty rhetoric, nasty language very often at all from him. He avoids it tremendous because he knows it's counterproductive in the court of public opinion. Now, that doesn't mean there's never a place for it. There clearly is sometimes a place for it. I'm not always on the cheery, positive side of the equation. The depiction of things.
I don't know that I've ever heard you swear, or seen you swear, I should say.
Oh yeah, well, not because we have kids and religious folks that follow, but in other contexts, I might use more straight. I might have about a lot of some insurance lawyers and anti-labor lawyers that I've dealt with. That I've had some choice phraseology that might have been adult language time, as they say.
I'm predicting this. I think Elon is going to
modify it. Just make it about positive tone.
Yeah.
Don't make negative statements about here's what shouldn't be there. Content provisions about people in authority. That's what tone. Make it about tone. Make it about personal attacks. Don't have a provision like it currently is proposed to do that says if it's somebody in power, then that's somehow uniquely bad and negative. If it's an institution of influence, that's
Thinking I should add the 8-bit universe stuff I have. Make it its own category.
I hope he doesn't go through with it at all. If what is popular is the joke, it all started with the H-1B stuff where people were making a lot of Indian jokes, and I think then he took that personally. He got personally offended by that. He says like, "What people are making jokes about how dirty India is, and they're extremely popular. We got to deboost this thing." If people want it,
I think he's legitimately concerned that there's a part of the right that their motivation on issues like immigration and others comes across as bigoted.
Yeah,
it's not 80-90% of it. Most of the people have legitimate. Again, the biggest group that has moved toward Trump in this immigration-driven political era since 2016 are Mexican Americans and the sons and daughters and Cuban Americans and Venezuelan Americans and Puerto Rican Americans. They are the sons and daughters of immigrants. So the idea that this is somehow this is racist is nuts, is garbage. That doesn't mean there aren't the Fuentes of the world. That doesn't mean, it's like all you got to do is scratch a little bit at some of these people and the bigotry just starts flowing out.
Yeah,
it's like the anti-Israel people. It's like, can't somebody have a Thomas Massey position of questioning Israel on a principled ground or a Rand Paul issue without, it's all these other people. It's like, like Candace Owens. Okay, I'll take you more seriously if next day I turn around, I don't see another obsession with Jews coming in. It's just, she's pretending and she's not. It's like, come on. Stalin was a Jew. Come on. This is insane propaganda, insane bigoted theories that she's out there propagating. And it's like, I'm sorry, I can't take someone.
Turn your earbuds off.
Oh,
sorry.
Yeah, you didn't mute yourself before that.
I have to turn off Bluetooth. How do I turn off Bluetooth? You can still hear me, right?
Oh yeah, I definitely can hear you.
Okay, sorry. Now I hope I'm not coming through. How do I find the freaking Bluetooth?
Search.
This mic? Hold on. Okay, we're still good. Okay, sorry, Robert. Please, I forget what you were saying now. All that I was going to say, hold on, I was going to interrupt you anyhow, and I'm going to say, look, first of all, it doesn't bother me. I think all that ends up happening when you say, well, now we got to suppress that is it becomes the meme. The whole thing about the Indian jokes and the dirty jokes of India, it was a meme of the week, and then people move on. The Jews, it's first of all, it becomes a meme.
Well, and I think this is come up with some real objective metrics that people can actually follow, right? I mean, like Rumble, I thought.
Let's get a bunch of these in here, and then I can expand the world. For 26 right now, and I think when I get to 50, then I add.
And the goal was to give Elon and others a roadmap. Here's the roadmap if you want to
The
reduce
next.
the toxicity and limit things like harassment and stalking and making people's lives miserable because you decided to post something online. There's objective metrics you can use borrowed from existing legal traditions over the last century plus that avoids the problem of being like Britain, who Elon makes fun of routinely, for people. I get what he's concerned with here, but that should not translate into that issue. You should send it for Rumble. There's ways in which you can phrase it.
I say he could borrow it, but if he borrows too much of it, we'll have to send him an. And I hate it when people misrepresent. Like, they act like not just assholes. You're allowed to act like an asshole. They do things that violate the terms of service. Like, whether you agree with the terms of service or not, they're there. And when you do something that violates it, then you complain that you're getting punished. She didn't get punished for disagreeing with Elon. From what I am from X. And so
that's what she did. She disclosed, and no one's going to convince this in order to get attention.
Oh, yeah.
Controversy to get attention and divisiveness to get attention. I've not been a fan of hers at any point, and still not. And so this was part of my reasoning for it. So I get and so it was misrepresented what was happening in that space.
Yeah, like, and some of the groypers. I saw all of the accounts that got banned, and I'm not sure if it had anything to do with that. What Greg Bolden reported on didn't get picked up much, but
They're the biggest harassers and stalkers on the entire internet.
Well, I'll be 22.
Groypers are the worst. They go into other people's
So almost double my space.
chats by attacking people left and right. And in fact, what happens is most.
And then that means I will probably.
So that's why I've never supported the idea that you have the right to ruin other people's parties.
Yeah, but I would say to Elon, the solution for that, let people. Block was a good function, although letting people see when they're blocked sort of denies the purpose of that. Have words that you don't want to see. You can go and curate your own experience, but don't tell me.
Yeah, there's much better rules than the ones they're proposing. And there definitely should be nothing in there that says that because of who you're talking about in terms of institutional influence or prominence somehow increases your negativity rating.
The idea of no one is ever going to sell me negativity rating and tell me it's not social credit score. So, everybody, by the way, speaking of social credit score, get your butts on over to Rumble because we're going to end this on YouTube right now. And what I was going to say was the entire stream will be on podcast. It is everywhere now. I've managed to get it up on whatever the blue thing, the green one, Spotify. And I'll post clips, and that's it. But we're going to go.
Look at that. Nice. Oh, yeah, now we got bad spawns. Yeah.
Let's end with this before we go over there. Not everything is
advice that we gave out that not to go. There are a bunch of people like, Rumble's collapsing, its stock's not going anywhere, business is going to fail, the technology is slow to pick up the YouTube. And we kept saying that there's a lot of reasons to believe in Rumble. To believe that Rumble has, I had confidence in the people like Chris Pavlovsky and others, space, for full disclosure, other than for a brief period of time for a very modest fee. Very, very modest fee, Chris, just a little reminder on that. Rumble is now, they needed this election to go a certain way, or the Harris administration would have cracked down and tried to kill Rumble. But they were instrumental in that outcome at promoting independent free speech. They've allowed a wide range of free speech there and just try to limit the more extreme disruptive behavior and to make the user experience as positive as possible with maximum speech as possible. I think they've reached the best balance of anybody in the social media space.
Well, absolutely. And
The crows in there just scooping up all the zombie flesh.
Take a look. I would say wipe off your privates.
I'm sure and I'll get a few letters and emails. Say, hey Barnes, when did the Mossad buy you off?
Hey, I saw one. No, I see Barnes.
Wait, is that Jew check really helping you?
Because remember, Robert, you don't have to be a Jew to be Jewish, and people are accusing Elon of being Jew. But the bottom line,
goy, whatever the reference.
I hate that word. I never use that word.
In the Torah people use.
Yeah, they call me
like,
Shabbos.
okay, whatever. Shabbat goy, you're a Shabbat. I was like, I don't even know what that means, pal.
I'm just gonna say hold on. It would be only to say if anybody thinks that the comments are particularly bad on Rumble, go everywhere. It's the internet, and if it bothers you that much,
And by the way, these are communities that are curated by their operators, not by locals. Information at locals is not given to anybody else. It's controlled by the owner of the account, the local's account. Why are developing communities in the country? And why is that? It's because we regulate it. So when somebody gets out of hand, they either get timed out or they get blocked. Maybe they get a refund, maybe they don't. Depends on how bad their behavior was. But it's very few that do. 2 or 3 crazies ruin it for the 10,000, 100,000 plus people that are part of the community at different times. And so we have 500 to 1,000 posts every day, and you go through there, and it's an enjoyable experience. Like, what you don't have is a bunch of personal attacks, a bunch of massive nastiness. You get a few here and there, and people lose their heads now and then. And then a few people be dumb enough to post either their Fed posting or they're just really dumb. And I delete their posts for their own benefit. And they're just dumb.
That is part of my theory about Gab. It's not to give Torva benefit of the doubt, but I will. I think, in as much as Torva, he gets frustrated because his site doesn't grow and it turns into what it is. And I'm convinced that there are saboteurs in there just spewing shit to make it totally unbearable.
Of course, exactly. Restrict beyond free speech, but the claim that they don't is not correct. But I believe in pure free speech as it applies to the government's ability to harass or punish you. I do not believe that the social media companies have to have the same free speech standards as the government, but I want as much free speech as possible without them sacrificing their business or the community to achieve it. And that's the difference.
The stuff that we can't talk about, the stuff that every video I put out about the January 6th pipe bomb, about the Vegas, about New Orleans gets demonetized. I even got an email from the YouTube community saying, people have expressed concern. We're going to get on over to Rumble in a second, so everyone get there now. But let me read a bunch of these chats before we get too far in, because I think I missed a bunch. V6 Neon, a fresh message from Tommy Robinson from behind bars. I don't know about the guy. Frogmusk audio is only on a phone. I'm going to check that afterwards. Good evening from Batshit Bonkers Britain. Phone message from Tommy Robinson. Okay, I'm going to see if I can bring that up maybe later in the show. Cheryl Gage, so did Trump come to the front and speak? He did. I posted that video in its entirety. Also, someone on the Twitterverse was trying to pretend that Trump, he celebrated everybody on that panel. And it's in our locals community, but I'm sure I posted it to Twitter as well. Constitutional Department of Crime that hasn't been charged. I thought pardons were for convicted criminals. No, you can preempt the pardons. We've talked about that. R.W. Parker. And it's also how Biden is going to get away with giving preemptive pardons to the people he just gave medals of honor to. Randy Edwards says, it's not illegal to claim that you do not owe money. It is illegal to claim you never had the money. And then King of Biltong, congrats, Bars, for your Miller case. We're going to talk about that once everyone's over on Rumble. Impressive at Viva announcing Trump. If I may ask, the very successful Rumble is to shill by Biltong. You can and you shall. BiltongUSA.com. It's like prosciutto made with beef. It's freaking delicious. I wanted some period, but I didn't have any left. But we got a lot of it. Should all laws on the books be enforced without discretion? Yes, no. The answer is no, they should not. Would this lead to pulled over for not having registration, Barnes?
No, I didn't.
I don't know where it was, but I know that I said, finally, I agree with Ice-T, and then everyone's like, we have rules on the books. It's like, yeah, too many of them. But we'll get there. Okay, so V6 Beyond, please note the petition calling for the fresh general election in the UK. Wow, it's going to be raised. So two-tier Keir Starmer is getting it with both barrels.
I'll note that we did predict that right after the election, when they won in a landslide. Said it was a very misleading result. And he'll be underwater politically in 6 months, and he was underwater politically in 3 months.
Well, he's an actual fascist piece of shit. It doesn't get worse than Keir Starmer. He's worse than Trudeau, I think. Except, he's equally as ugly. Novel idea since social media.
Positive phrase to call him a happy Hitler?
No, he hurts smell you've ever smelled. Novel idea since social media has basically scammed users on this for years. I choose who I follow, see posts from those people, return to chronological timeline, get rid of bogus algorithms. Yeah. So the irony is Rumble didn't have an algorithm for the longest time, and I was getting bombarded with I want algorithms, but I don't want videos automatically playing. And then we got Bulldozer who says, rightly so, the road to hell is paved in good intentions, Barnes. The intent may be pure, but free speech is under constant. And then if I get to the bottom here, because there were more, but I think I see them on the side. Okay, Biltong. Biltong, congrats on the Millis case. I did that already. Should all laws on the books be enforced? I got that one too. What's going on? Crazy thought, a pardon is just a piece of paper with the president's signature. How to get it to the recipient without controversy? Do it at a public event. It's hidden in the Medal of Freedom. Is it under? Yeah, we're good. We've lowered it on YouTube. So everyone who's on YouTube, it's going to go to a green screen. Come on in now.
Okay, so I got build on the other side of this.
Okay, Robert. Okay, first of all, I said yesterday at the
Excuse me.
people, I'm not a VIP. I was the moderator. I was just graciously offered it and absolutely accepted. I said the pardon. Oh, that's right. I said they decorate the criminals so they can then turn them into heroes. They've decorated criminals, Robert. First of all, the Medal of Honor. It's now as terrorists. There is no such thing as an implicit pardon, right? Like there has to be a document of the pardon, so it's not like it could be easily given with the Medal of Honor.
Yeah, I presume so.
I think the same thing. They're decorating.
Okay, well, I need water.
They're decorating murderers and the worst people on earth.
Yeah, I mean, they were revealing how reliant they were on these outside operators who were engaged in such troublesome.
Let's kind of see what we have around here.
Simplicity and culpability of the Biden administration in the last 4 years of mass illegal immigration into this country, and even though it helped cost them the election, they're still doubling down on it. And to give, I mean, what is George Soros?
Ooh, might have a pig in here soon.
Nothing that I know of. He's mostly been a very negative figure. I mean, this is a guy who just go and watch his 60 Minutes interview from years ago, where he has no problem with helping Nazis, even though he himself is Jewish. He had no problem helping Nazis, his so-called godfather, steal and take Jewish property during empathy, lack of shame, lack of guilt, lack of concern. This tells you who that guy is. He's a lot like Bill Gates, who will go around bragging about, hey, I'm going to unleash a bunch of vaccines for mosquitoes to infect a bunch of people without their informed consent. And I'll brag about it later at public conversations and discussions. I mean, these people are criminals. I mean, Hillary Clinton is one of the biggest criminals ever.
Well, I'm not going crazy. They are starting to look like the same person. They look like that old villain out of Star Wars.
Yeah, they basically look like the Emperor, and that's well deserved. I mean, it's just the
Yep.
physical manifestation.
You will just has a look.
Reveals just how much some of those high-profile figures require some legal zero much of the world.
Okay.
Zero confidence in the American legal system.
Build here.
Is the trust and confidence in the impartiality and integrity of the American legal system. In 5 years, the Biden administration has utterly destroyed that and wrecked it and ruined it. And that requires, to restore that confidence, may require, as Matt Gaetz and others have said, complete reform, restructuring, or maybe the abolition of some of our institutions. Medals of freedom deserve, to be behind bars. And, that's George Soros for certain. There's nobody's been more responsible for destructive destabilization of the Western world than George Soros. Bill Gates, nobody more responsible.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
And other human rights violations that took place during COVID than Bill Gates. And so these are
5,
two
6,
people
7,
that
8,
instead
9,
of getting
10,
Medal of
11,
Honor,
12,
need to be given, put behind metal bar.
13.
And so we'll see whether they have the courage to do that in the new Justice Department. There's talk that people are encouraging President Trump to leave in the existing holdovers on the National Security Council. That should never happen. That was the #1 source of problems in his first administration.
Do 8.
That's where Vindman was. That's where all the saboteurs were. That's where all the coup plotters were. That's where all the leakers were. That's where the bogus impeachment efforts originated from. There needs to be a purge, a complete cleaning of the house. Every U.S. attorney needs to be fired. Every person that you can fire needs to be fired, and everybody you can't fire you need to find some way to reduce their negative plan at any level that some people are encouraging him to do that he did in his first term. His second term will be sabotaged from within from the get-go.
Yeah. I was going to say it's my original thought on this. They're using these medals like shields, and they're going to say, how can you possibly try to prosecute these people? They won medals of honor. George Soros, who prides himself on destabilizing societies with progressive district attorneys who have done nothing. I mean, I guess they got to reward their men.
NGOs that help organize and orchestrate with funding from the U.S. government, with complicity in how the technology was rigged by the U.S. government, as J.D. Vance has talked about. in terms of how immigrants got into the country, and in terms of European involvement, CEOs that engaged in mass criminality. And you just had 158 Democrats say that we shouldn't even deport illegals that commit sex crimes here in the United States. That's how nuts their position is. But that's how dangerous George Soros is, because that has originated from him. He has enabled it. It's the biggest human trafficking operation in the
I'll
history
put a
of the
door
world.
on this
It's
side.
organized and
1,
orchestrated and
2,
funded by George
3,
Soros
4,
and his NGOs.
5.
Without him, it wouldn't have happened. Not
1,
in
2,
Europe, not in the
3,
United
4.
States, in the history of the world. And he shouldn't be given medals of honor. He should be given medal bars. That he stays behind for the rest of his natural-born days, and his son should be similarly investigated for his similar destructive and criminal lawless behavior. It is a crime to aid and abet the illegal entry of illegal immigrants into the United States. The Supreme Court established that certain forms of so-called advocacy cross the line when they actually facilitate the illegal entering into the country. George Soros is the #1 funder of illegals entering into the United States and around Europe. And it's done devastating damage to those cultures and to those countries. And so, like, it's kind of like the immigration debate. My friend George Gammon and some others on the libertarian side were talking about you want to always hire whoever's going to be most productive to hire. But that fails to include non-economic cost. So what if the cost of giving that person a job is that now they have a vote that's going to later destroy your government and society? What if it means they have cultural values that are completely contrary to your culture, that are going to lead to all kinds of conflict and disturbance and the destruction of civilization? That there are things to value beyond that I think that was Vivek and Elon Musk's mistake in that debate. But the difference is they're advocating all for various forms of when immigration should be legal. They all oppose illegal immigration. And there's no better illustration of that, of supporting illegal immigration, than George Soros. I mean, he literally calls all of his societies and his core principles open society. What does he mean by that? Open borders. He means the destruction of any national identity. Listen to his comment, probably more responsible to George Soros than anyone else, who's been at it since the late 1980s in creating the problems in Ukraine that led to the conflict with Russia. So, I mean, this man is literally a global Bond-level villain. And the only person comparable to him, especially after what happened in 2020, is Bill Gates.
Mm-hmm.
And these are the people that warrant criminal investigation if we're going to have I mean, it's deeply ironic. The Democrats and people in the UK and other places saying, we don't want foreign billionaires influencing our politics. Well, George Soros was born in Hungary. There's no bigger billionaire influencer of politics other than George Soros than Bill Gates. And so there needs, just like we need pardons for the Ross Ulbrichts and the Ed Snowdens and the Julian Assanges and the J6 defendants and and Steve Bannon, Peter Navarro and Roger Ver, Bitcoin Jesus. We need criminal indictments of people like Anthony Fauci, people like Deborah Birx, people like, I mean, just look at what she confessed to in her book, routine repeated lying to the President of the United States in order to influence public policy that led to the deaths of tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands or maybe millions of people around the world, depending on how you estimate her influence and impact, and people like George Soros and Bill Gates. So the wrong people are getting the Medal of Freedom and the wrong people are being put behind bars.
Yeah, I had to correct. It was Medal of Freedom, not Medal of Honor. And speaking of people who should get put behind bars, and it'll be the segue into New Orleans, I guess. Although not really, because the guy isn't, the perpetrator is not yet, he's an American citizen, but what's his face? Mayorkas also, but that may or may not happen.
Yeah, I mean, almost everybody throughout the Department of Homeland Security. There were criminal actors at so many high-ranking appointed positions. By the scale of weaponized lawfare and the scale of illegal immigration, it was so extraordinary in the Biden administration that there has to be consequences, or the moment they get back to power, they will repeat it and repeat it times 10.
Well, which is, I mean, it illustrates a level of incompetence at the state level, federal level, in terms of immigration, where this guy was Shamsuddin Jabbar, born in Texas, raised in Texas, served in the military.
Wasn't he second generation?
I'm sure. I believe he was born Christian. He converted to Islam, but I don't know which in his family, how that came about, because it's widely. Although according to some, he might have been radicalized years ago, and military decided to do nothing about it because these are allegations and these are unproven, but what's known is what he did.
Now, to be honest, even though it's politically incorrect to say, someone in the U.S. military that converts to Islam is someone you got to pay special attention to. I know that people don't want to, but that's just the nature of the political controversy today. It's like identifying as a communist. Even though it's an ideological orientation, the reality is someone who converts to Islam in the U.S. military, you should pay more attention to, just because the nature of the situation is what it is. But what happened is they went out of their way to do the opposite. Because he was Islamic, he was not treated with the same degree of scrutiny or criticism of his conduct and behavior.
Yay, I have
A
string.
native-born American Christian would be.
Well, I have heard conflicting reports on whether or not, because it was Jack Posobiec who put up the tweet, hearing from his COC, which is Chief of Command, that they didn't investigate because they didn't want to be Islamophobic. I've heard others. I listened. Look, it looks like what it looks like, and it's exactly what happened in the UK, where they did not publicize these rape gangs because they were 99% predominantly Muslim Pakistani men, and they didn't want to have blowback at a social level.
Where cultural conflict matters, and where, to be blunt about it, I mean, there's beliefs associated. I mean, imagine with all the things they've dated, they are true of certain Islamic movements around the world, and yet they focused all their attention on Christians, giving them undue scrutiny, while ignoring warning signs and signals concerning others. I mean, this was a guy who apparently made statements that were highly problematic. I mean, there are a bunch of bad behaviors that they went to great lengths to suppress. He travels to Egypt. You're telling me this guy's in the U.S. military, suddenly, converts to Texas, but apparently goes back to his days in the military, according to what we know so far, travels to Egypt, the foundation of the Muslim Brotherhood, then go usual pattern. I don't think it was a discount airline traveling straight from Toronto to Cairo. It made more sense to go from Texas.
Well, no, but I didn't actually know that Ontario bit. It might make sense considering the demographics of certain places in Ontario.
Bingo. That's my point. You're telling me all our algorithms, all our mass spying didn't pick that up? Or maybe this wasn't quite really connected to, or are connected to the U.S. military, connected to these incidents. Now so in New Orleans, he's going around planting bombs everywhere, which they didn't pick up on New Year's Eve. It's like, how is it? It's biggest areas in the country for New Year's celebration. I was almost there this year.
No, but it's wildly surveilled, and they can pull up the videos within minutes after. If you don't actually pick up in your real-time thought police, forget thought policing. You got it on video.
You're telling me that the places he was going to service everybody wasn't being monitored? I'm not going to believe that for a second. These radical imams that are president of the United States saying crazy, wild things. By the way, I mean, they
now I start to die a lot.
Islamic scripture to justify sex slavery, to justify rape, to justify murder, because there was a part of Islamic culture that its religious
Man, look at all the mobs.
used as excuses at the time for militaristic operations of the various Islamic and caliphate leaders of the time. And so you've got this ideology that part of the religion is tainted by a war belief system that excused and apologized for morally horrific behavior.
I can just wait.
All of these things when they did their horrors throughout Syria and Iraq. People forget it was the Islamic State of Iraq and Syria, and now they've got that in part. Even though ISIS itself is not in control, you have the new leaders of Syria meeting with the feminist Green Party idiot from Germany who was behind the Ukraine war and was cheerleading couldn't wait to meet the new Syrian leaders for freedom and democracy, in between when they're chopping women's heads off and other behavior and purging Christians. They won't shake her hand. And in Syria, you wouldn't know they met with her because they went through and eliminated her from all photographs and visual evidence. This is who's in control of Syria, thanks to the U.S. government, by the way.
But this, I didn't know about the Ontario part. That actually confirms a great many other things, that this was most certainly not a lone wolf, and consisting of Pakistani immigrants, where apparently the neighbors don't speak any English, or at least maybe they were trying to avoid talking to the reporters, and New Orleans doesn't. They had that idiot Kirkpatrick, I forget what her position is, she's not a mayor, a police chief, superintendent. Idiot doesn't understand that they have temporary measures to put on the sidewalk that would have minimized the damage.
Oh yeah, it would have prevented him from having his car assault. So most of the people that got hurt wouldn't have got hurt. In fact, probably all of them wouldn't have got hurt. And she was unaware. I mean, I've been in New Orleans many times. I've seen those multiple times. I mean, they really block from any car travel on the sidewalk.
I don't think it
else.
did the death counter thing.
It's designed to be that way for obvious reasons. I mean, they don't want drunks and other people going down there, not just terror events. But it's interesting they targeted New Orleans and Vegas, two of our more visited areas. This is the second Vegas terror incident we'll get inadequate explanations for. And the Vegas one is
Okay.
New Orleans one doesn't pretending they had nobody watching and monitoring. It makes you wonder whether really he's acting at their behalf or behest.
Well, yeah, but Robert, and you say that, and people say this.
Okay, this is not showing it.
How in the crime scene contaminate? Like, I've never done criminal law, but I've watched Law and Order. I haven't watched too much of it. That's a contaminated lawsuit.
Oh, okay, there we go. It's on the side.
You'll never know if he acted alone or if someone dragged in the DNA of somebody else. How the hell does the FBI do that and it not be an active
manner rather than exposing the truth? And look at Vegas. We get a similar dynamic where the person who supposedly does it doesn't appear to have any incentive to do it. The note he leaves behind doesn't make much sense that he purportedly leaves behind. Somehow the note is in good condition and his ID is in good condition, but his body is burnt so bad they have no idea who.
His military ID or his passport was in the bed of the truck and not even in the car, which all of it managed to survive the blast nonetheless.
It perfectly intact. It's like, come on now. I mean, at some point you got to see what's credible and what isn't, what's most likely and what's most unlikely. And then you have so he doesn't. The other thing is basic stuff. It's like, okay, supposedly he was doing this he didn't want to hurt anybody, just draw attention to something. It's a weird way to do it. He's a Trump supporter that blows up something after Trump. The bomb goes off, which, how did that happen? And slow-mo reviews of the video from the vehicle seems to suggest that the person who was in there didn't shoot himself and died from the explosion. They suggest either extraordinary derelictions of duty and complete reckless negligence by an utterly inept and incompetent national security apparatus, including the Federal Bureau of Investigation and the Department of Justice, or culpability and complicity because they wanted it to happen in order to justify and rationalize further restrictive security and invasive privacy measures to violate our core constitution.
I just make this a temporary one anyways.
In my view, as in terms of what we know right now.
That's my only conclusion as well, is that they know it's a let it happen so that people can beg for more digital surveillance, more constant video surveillance, despite all the video surveillance that they have. Oh yeah, we're still surveilling New Orleans. We got the video everywhere. We just get to it after.
Whether he was already dead before.
Oh, do we have any sand over here?
Was that not a subtle attack on Elon Musk?
Interesting. So I proposed
that. The fuck?
Locals community said no.
There's no way that should have killed me from that distance away.
Goes from 0 to 60 in 2 seconds. It's heavy.
What's the odds that 2 electric vehicles get
from the same app?
One of them is a Cybertruck in front of the Trump.
And from the same app, Turo, of 2 men who have. Did you
same ID tracking? Right. That's part of the reason why you might use Turo. You might use Turo because.
Okay, there's sand over there.
Turo. Without the same degree of ID requirements that a rental car company would provide. Just a little FYI.
Interesting. It says they found his ID was found inside. I thought one of them was found in the bed of the truck, but it doesn't matter.
Whatever it was or anywhere else.
Well, let's grow this a little more. See if we can get ourselves some sand for glass.
Throw it somewhere. And then how does the whole
shit, yeah, right.
His body get torched to a crisp. They can't even recognize anything on it other than magically tattoos. It's like, hold on a second. Body's burned to a crisp, but we can see the tattoo.
I don't, but the more you say it out loud, the more idiotic it all seems. I don't necessarily believe that he had information.
Email.
That's what's confusing about it.
He was outing the fact that the drones are likely either U.S. or Chinese in origin because they were the only ones that had the technology to perform the way they were performing. And then we've got like these respiratory viruses that are taking off at an unusual rate. And in the drone story, it's like it seems like somebody's up to try to destabilize things. That's what it looks like, and it's showing up at various levels. U.S. government culpability is evident either in neglect.
To find a message that I got where in reply someone said that I took a screenshot of it. He had a patent. He and another person owned a patent. It had to do with detection of.
The Cybertruck reportedly had automated driving. I don't know if that's accurate or not.
That's
but
valet.
Theoretically, if it did, you could have a dead person in that vehicle and something.
Yes, except guy was,
okay.
which is what that
Whoever
was
driving. It was. So the question becomes, who was that? I mean, because to me, the best patsy setup.
No,
if you
not
had a
quite.
guy in that vehicle,
But
it was being driven automatically.
and if it's not actually, there's a theory that Livelsberger is still alive, and this was a corpse that doesn't match the DNA of his kid. And the way the FBI is describing it is, the DNA of the corpse doesn't match the kid, to suggest maybe he flipped out after finding out he wasn't the kid's dad, or maybe it's not the kid's dad.
But there's not a lot of evidence of this sudden. This is a Green Beret, and he suddenly decided to do a symbolic. Hey, everybody pay attention. I'm going to blow myself up in front of the Trump. I mean, his life history is not consistent with that behavior. And then you have to wonder whether the guy, if that guy was a real Islamist, or was he a plant or asset of his own type in New Orleans? Because of how is it these guys always end up with U.S. military connections of different kinds, right? Whether you're going back to Oswald and other patsies, I mean, they fit a certain pattern. So there needs to be a meaningful investigation of that. Also, how does Ukraine keep popping up connected to so many of these cases? Whether you're talking about the attempted Trump assassination, the second one, or you're talking about the Vegas guy, he was connected to a lot of the Ukrainian activities. I mean, Ukraine probably the leading top terror country over the last year, along with the U.S. in terms of, there's name a terrorist incident against infrastructure that was more destructive than blowing up Nord Stream. Too. I mean, they're really. I mean, I don't know of one in the last year, and that was U.S. Ukraine sponsored, depending on who you believe. But it's something is AWOL and amiss.
It is
in this behavior.
Yeah, I mean, the Vegas one is just because it was less devastating in terms of human impact. The New Orleans one does not make it's so effing criminal what the FBI is doing there, that there's no other explanation. But speaking of FBI criminality, I said it, like it's the line from The Big Short that they're not confessing, they're bragging. The FBI now, bungling the New Orleans investigation, and I think it's so in your face. Hey, let's have a walkthrough with a journalist.
Person in charge of law enforcement in the city not know the essential safety tool that would have prevented it from happening. It's like, how does that even happen? Now, New Orleans has gone nuts with diversity, equity, inclusion, garbage. The rest of the state is normal. The city of New Orleans, as much as I love it, its politics has gone insane, like a lot of urban centers around the country, whether it's about Austin, Texas, or you're talking about Seattle, Washington, San Francisco, or Portland, or New York City, or the District of Columbia. I mean, these places have become, utterly nuts in parts of it. But it's like, how does that happen? Like, one of my things is when I look at, when we do all the hush-hush videos, things to look for as possible false flags. One of the signs is unusual and unexplained security lapses.
To the Jan 6. Let me just read a bunch of the chats over here on Rumble, and then we're going to get to all of the locals after. Why is there not a huge call for Kemp and Hochul to pardon Trump so loud that they have something that they have to acknowledge it?
Oh, in Georgia, they have a separate pardon committee. Everything has to go through.
Okay.
The governor doesn't control it.
In fact, the president this month, he still has criminal trials, is ridiculous.
But he should. But it's because, Ratburger. And, if I had been there at Mar-a-Lago, I would have had a nice rant about Ratburger.
Oh, well, it's funny when Rat Face Burger did come up in the documentary, everyone started booing in the crowd. It was hilarious. And Dershowitz got, everyone loves him. But in the documentary, he says, I think 2020 was okay, but I think you should be allowed to ask questions about it. When he said that in the documentary, everyone's like, boo! And then I saw him laughing in the front. What did I just do? Did I just kick out the
Isn't that amazing? One of the great civil rights leftist lawyers in the history of the United States now can only find a comfortable setting discussing basic core liberties that the left used to celebrate at places like Mar-a-Lago with Trump supporters.
I made
how
the
much
joke.
has the world changed in a decade?
I made the joke. It didn't go over badly. It just didn't get the laugh I thought. But he's gone from Dem to MAGA within 2 years. It's not allowing me to share the screen again. I'll just read them. This fucking thing I have to refresh. Viva and Barnes, this is from Tiffanel, says they need to kill herds of cattle and millions of chicken due to 97 cases of bird flu, to triple check the cost of eggs, beef. They're idiots. It's by design. It's not an accident. Eric 4x4 is the award in the U.S. military. Sorry, I corrected that. KM Good 329. Hello, God bless 2025. Can a pardon override treasonous actions and activities, or can any of these people still be prosecuted for crimes against them? A pardon, they cannot be prosecuted, regardless of what the pardon is for.
Right. Well, no. You're pardoned based on the specific crime.
Oh,
So
sorry, based on the scope of the pardon itself, but if it's for everything and anything from the
well, arguably state crimes. The
Okay.
assumption right now is you cannot be pardoned for state crimes. There are some legal arguments that say certain state crimes you should be able to be pardoned for.
Be careful with that questionable legal opinions, Robert. You might end up in jail. Bada bing, bada boom. The Democrat Party is literally the Soprano crime family on steroids. Never believe a single word a Democrat says. Never believe anything the federal government says. That's from Seek You Find Q. Awesome Diesel says Bill Gates is still at it. Recently had private talks with Prime Minister of Australia. Total effing chaos says Lex Friedman just did an interview with Zelensky in Ukraine. It's been published on YouTube, and he's doing Putin next. Good for him. I'd like to listen to it. Ricada Law.
I think Lex made a controversial decision to dub it. Apparently, Zelensky discloses throughout when he's speaking, actually speaking live to Friedman, that basically he doesn't know much Ukrainian, and then he speaks Russian like most Ukrainians do.
Really?
And that would have been very embarrassing to have shown over a 3-hour interview. I think I'm not buying that had nothing to do with his being dubbed. Right? You couldn't put. I mean, it's easy. YouTube automatically does stuff of putting, translating it for you on screen. It's kind of interesting that the Lex handled it that way.
Ricada Law for Prez says, why is there not a huge call for Kemp to pardon Trump? Oh, did that come through twice? I guess that came through twice.
Their injustices is the January 6 cases.
Oh, well, okay, so the January 6th pipe bomb, FBI is looking for, they've now released new information, new video, because they can't find the pipe bomber. It's a laughable joke of a cover-up of rubbing in your face that they found everyone and anything under the sun and locked people up for 4 years with no trial, but they can't find the pipe bomber despite the fact that he's wearing shoes, of which there were only 25,000 pairs sold over 3 years. And if you assume
that apparently they had either through geofencing or other technologies located a phone that was at those precise locations that's connected to the individual, and suddenly the investigation stops. Which means in all likelihood, somebody let them know that person is a protected person.
There's no question about it. There's absolutely none. The Jan 6 cases, other than the movement to pardon them, of which I'm going to be a very vocal proponent, what's the latest?
So I think Trump should pardon all of them. My original inclination was anybody that was not violent. But the reason why I've gone to all of them is because the procedures were so different. They were selectively prosecuted. There was abuse of the grand jury, abuse of the venue, abuse of the
come on! I'm in the fucking house.
jury, hiding discovery,
cocksuckers.
Counsel, denial of bail. There's so many core constitutional rights and liberties throughout our criminal process that have been eviscerated in every single January 6th prosecution that the only constitutionally conscientious thing to do is to mass pardon all of them. They chose not to prosecute a single one of them in their hometown. Not a single one. That by itself to me was abuse. 2, District of Columbia shouldn't even exist as a jurisdiction. But it is the most partisan, most prejudiced, most corrupt jurisdiction in the country as related to these sets of cases. You could not get an impartial grand jury. You could not get an impartial trial jury. You could not get an impartial judge out of the District of Columbia. They all thought of themselves as victims themselves of the alleged criminal conduct. And so for that reason, every principle of due process that governs our trials, every principle of impartial juries, impartial grand juries, impartial jurists, to have a venue that is from your community, that these principles that are embedded in our U.S. Constitution that were completely ignored. Can you criminally prosecute someone in the location the crime was committed? Yes. However, you're supposed to consider whether they can get a fair trial in that procedure. That goes all the way back to the
Apparently poison doesn't bother zombies.
TV show, The Fugitive. Based on the true underlying story of that case, where someone was railroaded in an unjust verdict. Well, you can't trust any of the verdicts out of D.C. You can't trust any of the prosecutions. We know the prosecutors were political, partisan, prejudiced, and corrupt themselves. So there was no aspect of the criminal adjudicative process, whether you're talking about the Justice Department, whether you're talking about the grand jury, the jury, or the judge, or the Court of Appeals, that you can have any confidence that they gave a constitutionally conscientious trial to these individuals. And based on that, Trump should just skip all the nonsense, pardon all of them. Day one. End of the story. Now, I think he should add names to that list so that it's not easy for the media to pigeonhole it as Trump pardoning his friends or Trump pardoning his allies. Include all the other victims of lawfare. Include people that have even been critics. Like one of the members of the locals board had a great recommendation. Remember that Black Panther Party group that got prosecuted on those bogus Russian influence grounds?
Yeah, I've got to get the name.
He should pardon every single one of them. Pardon Ross Ulbricht. Pardon Ed Snowden. Pardon Julian Assange. Pardon the Roger Ver Bitcoin Jesus. All these prominent political cases, many of whom don't involve high-profile. Ed Snowden's not been a Trump supporter. Julian Assange was not a Trump supporter. I don't. To my knowledge, Roger Ver was not politically engaged one way or the other in the campaign. But all of these people were victims of lawless behavior by a corrupt, politically motivated Department of Justice. And so I'm for as many pardons as possible. And for those that question it, it's because any constitutionally violative criminal prosecution worries me far more than whatever the defendant is accused of doing. Because what the defendant is accused of doing is unlikely to be replicated or repeated by the government against us. By contrast, when the government is able to violate constitutional principles of any defendant, it puts all of our liberties at risk.
I'll add one thing and then ask you a question. Also, people are going to say, well, they're guilty. And it's like, well, if you had to break the law and frame a guilty person, congrats, you screwed it up. You don't get two kicks at the can of justice.
Because the risk is, again, okay, that guilty person gets to walk free. That's a bad thing. It's not as bad as the government getting to violate all of our rights and liberties, because that is more dangerous, more risky. And that's why I think the president should say to assert constitutional grounds that any case that tainted or violated the Constitution, that person will be granted a pardon or commutation, or the Justice Department will step in and dismiss the cases. Or
there, now they can't get me.
No, seek a new trial, or seek a trial for those who have still been held for 4 years without trial. And
let's pardon all the J6 guys. It's garbage. It was hogwash. It wasn't day one. Get it over with early, but throw in some big names so the media can't be hyper focused on just those names, and maybe throw in a few lower level Democratic names, depending on the circumstances. I don't think at this stage adding Joe Biden, or I think adding Hunter he originally planned on doing, and Joe just decided to jump the gun and make sure that that happened before he left. Now I do think on the Joe Biden pardons. Like right now, the odds are that he won't issue a preemptive pardon in some betting markets. I think it's a guarantee he's going to issue preemptive pardons. And the number one person on there I would list is Liz Cheney. He's absolutely going to pardon Liz Cheney. He was friends with Dick Cheney all the way back, friends with Liz Cheney all the way back. They are going to reward her for all of her scummy actions and her family's long history of criminal human rights violations and lawless behavior, in my opinion. Going back decades, and the system will absolutely pardon her. And I think there'll be other names on that list they'll try to preemptively pardon. It wouldn't surprise me to see him add Anthony Fauci to the list. So don't be surprised if Anthony Fauci suddenly, but there will be preemptive pardons by the Biden administration.
Yeah, I'm. Why do you tell me this? Now I'd have to go and put a bet on that, Robert. I don't want to do that. I was looking at it. I thought I was sharing the screen. I'm looking at it. It's at 41% on Kalshi now.
And I think it should be more like 75 or 80.
Well, it was at 70% at one point. I'm wondering what changed. Maybe it's just the time frame, the window within which he can still do it. I was going to say one thing about the pardons. Oh yeah, if they can pardon pedophiles.
By the way, he may have issued pardons we don't yet know about. There's no immediate obligation to publish those pardons.
Oh, so they could stand undisclosed until they prosecute. Say, whoop, diplomatic immunity.
Yeah, exactly.
I was going to say, if he can pardon pedophiles and Chinese spies. Trump can pardon
rapists, murderers. I mean, he definitely green-lit. He gave political cover to whomever Trump wants to pardon, because he literally went through and commute. Well, I think he just reduced it to life imprisonment, but of some of the nastiest, sickest criminals in the entire world. Remember, by the way, the Guantanamo deal went through. What I said would happen. I said, see, once they do those deals, they know that they can try to politically cover themselves by trying to revoke the deal, but courts ultimately almost always enforce that deal. And so now those guys get to walk too. So, I mean, he's pardoned like some of the worst people in the world.
give attention to the troll, because this is the problem. I gave you the benefit of the doubt with the last stupid comment, and now wow, Viva just said he wants trials for some
No.
Are you effing? I mean, the thing is, you have to be either deaf or deliberately trying to be in it. So congrats for your 30 seconds of attention.
There's some people that misunderstand and just get caught up in things that.
No, it is to deliberately put out disinformation so that people who don't pay attention, it doesn't matter. That deal, the one of
when people are saying like, because they say don't pardon any Democrat. I'll give you a Democrat Trump should pardon Mayor Eric Adams. That's a completely garbage case by the Southern District.
But he pardoned Blagojevich and doesn't get credit for it. He pardoned. I can't share the screen now. He pardoned Michael Harris, who was the founder of Death Row. Michael Harris, the founder of Death Row Records, pardoned him. He was on stage last night. He was. I think he was either one of the sponsors. He spoke. 33 years in jail. He gets a pardon. Another one who's gone from Dem to MAGA, but the media will just totally ignore that and run with their foregone conclusions that whatever Trump does is going to be the worst thing on earth, and Biden.
Speaking of the only thing that may be as egregious as the January 6 cases
is the New York case,
trying to schedule to sentence President Trump
before
on Friday.
Well, so. Robert, I highlight when I make predictions that are good. I also highlight when I make predictions that are bad. I predicted that Merchan was going to vacate the verdict and blame the Supreme Court.
I mean, I thought for sure that'd be but it just shows you how confident they are that they will face no consequence for their completely rogue, wayward, corrupt actions. The example I give to people is from the founding of the country. And it was Justice Samuel Chase of the Supreme Court of the United States. Back then, the Supreme Court justices rode circuit. That's where Circuit Court of Appeals originates.
I wanted to ask you that question, by the way, before I forget. How many circuits are there, and what's the division of them, or what's the geographic?
They assign different states at different times because they've divided them and subdivided them in different ways over the decades. But you have the Court of Federal Claims. We have an unlucky 13, is the short answer. There are 11 circuits. Plus the DC
do I want to go like that?
Plus the DC Court Circuit.
Okay.
So
I don't think I want to. I think I just want to keep going.
13. And, I avoid travel on Friday the 13th. I mean, I got those superstitions. Ask the Templars and Masons of old why the 13th of October especially, but the 13th of any time has a bad omen attached to it. But having 13 circuits is we need a perfect 12, right? 12 houses of the zodiac, 12 disciples of Christ, so on and so forth. 12, good number historically. In
13 best. Robert, are you sufficiently superstitious that you would not fly on a Boeing 737-800?
Well, I'd avoid flying on a Boeing. Period. I mean, I would definitely avoid whistleblowing on them. That basically that puts your level of risk of living long up to the level of Clinton death curse. I mean,
it's funny, but it's not funny. The whistleblower who waits his entire life to blow the whistle on, DEI corruption within Boeing, after blowing the whistle in deposition, decides to take his own life. Make it make sense. Going back. So we're not talking about New York nipple judge here. That's Arthur Engoron, the man who boasts about all the tools he has to carry out his political prejudices. This is Judge Merchan, who we covered the decision. I think I was up in the cottage when we did it. I then did a separate video breaking down the decision because it was so flipping egregious. Goes through the decision and says basically all of the evidence adduced in the New York hush money trial did not violate the immunity evidence rule issued by SCOTUS because it was all evidence of purely personal acts and therefore not presidential conduct, even though it was purely presidential communications between his chief of staff, whatever. So he says, okay, fine. It all passes. But even if it doesn't pass, even if it were violating the rule issued by SCOTUS, it's a no big, no harm. It's so harmless given the preponderance of the guilt of Trump. I mean, it's Nancy Pelosi reasoning. So the judge does not vacate the verdict, does not say, I can't do anything. I would have sentenced him to 5 years in jail, but I can't because of SCOTUS. He says, no, it's all good. Rush, and I get to sentence you now. Did he bump up the date for the sentencing to make it pre-inauguration?
I don't know when it was. It was originally scheduled for a month ago or so. So I don't know if he moved it up precisely because they moved it back initially.
Well, that's it. I don't know if he was supposed to be after.
I think he did it for the 10th because he didn't want to do it after the president had been inaugurated because there was a risk a federal court or somebody else would step in and say you no longer have any power to continue this case.
Oh, someone said here, I don't want to get into religious discussion because it never ends well, but 12 apostles plus Jesus, Robert.
Point. That's an interesting point.
So whether or not I read somewhere that he was bumping it up so he can get the conviction before the inauguration.
Well,
and
he
then,
definitely wants that because he doesn't want a court to step in and say, "This is now the president." Right now, he's the president-elect.
Yeah.
Once he's the president, then there's extraordinary argument that states have no power to issue any kind
Well,
of.
But no, sure, but they so then either the sentencing would be suspended until he's no longer president, or he issues the sentence now and then suspends it while he's
Well, he already
president.
predicted what he's going to do. He's not insane enough to try to literally order him to Rikers Island pending inauguration. But I mean, he was showing indicators that maybe he would by aspects of what he ruled in that decision. But instead, he basically concluded what the prosecutor doesn't want that to happen already. Prosecutor said, just release him, basically. Just end it. No probation, no nothing. Why is that? They want the conviction to withstand as much scrutiny as possible. They know they have a New York appellate court system that is hopelessly corrupt, as in partisan and political,
hell just happened?
as was revealed in their decision this past week to affirm that ridiculous initial verdict in the civil assault case. We'll see if Viva will be back here in a second. Are you there? There you are. Now I can't hear you. You're on mute.
Yeah, there we go now. But well, at least the good news now is I can go back to sharing my screen. I had to refresh anyhow, but I didn't do it on purpose. I didn't do that on purpose. I don't know what happened.
But the goal is simple. They know if they do any kind of sentence, any kind of conviction, any kind of probation, anything but unrestricted discharge, that gives the right of courts to intervene quicker and faster and more assertively against the verdict. As long as he gives them, hey, you're just totally discharged, the only thing you have on you is the label of convict, then it will go through the normal appellate process in New York, which will take substantial time. 12, 18 months is very commonplace. And they know with the New York appellate courts, they have a bunch of politically prejudiced courts when it comes to Trump. They've covered up ridiculous and absurd things so far. So the hope is that allows the label convicted felon to stick around on Trump for as long as possible with the most favorable to the prosecutor appellate review in that time period. So I think that political self-interest is why, not because of any conscientious concern for interfering in an election or interfering with the president taking power, they want to stick the label on him, but don't want to actually try to imprison him at any level, a suspended sentence or otherwise, because that would run the risk of a federal court stepping in and saying, "Hold on, you can't interfere with the presidency once it starts."
Well, but I'm sorry. So did I understand though that depending on the nature of the what's the word I'm looking for? Not the fine, but the sentence, that it could slow down or hinder the appeals process?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
So because what is he has immediate imminent harm if his presidency is being interrupted in any level, which any criminal sentence would do. That would trigger an immediate constitutional crisis. And so that's why they'll likely avoid it. And because they know that they can have even though it was the ludicrous Second Circuit Court of Appeals that affirmed that ridiculous Judge Kaplan case, they know that, it's still more likely than not, or more likely that a federal court will intervene than a state court will intervene, and the Supreme Court itself would likely intervene if they were to try to issue any kind of sentence on Trump. And so that's why they'll likely avoid it. By having no imminent harm to the presidency, just the label felon conviction, that's not imperative enough for the Supreme Court to intervene on an emergency basis, or for a federal court to intervene. Instead, that will go up through the regular, and that's, like I said, usually 12, 18-month process. Can go 2 years if you go up to the Court of Appeals, which is the Supreme Court of New York, where Trump has found more favorable review, as reflected in the dealing with the ridiculous Letitia James case involving the nipple judge. But the lower courts have been ridiculous. And Good Logic brought that challenge to the violations of everyone's speech rights in the gag order on President Trump, and the New York higher courts failed to do anything about it. It's just embarrassing. That's why people who are connected to the New York courts and the D.C. courts need to face personal consequence. Samuel Chase, going back to him, Supreme Court Justice, writing circuit. As part of those duties at the time of our founding, Supreme Court justices actually presided over jury trials. What happened was Chase was using his control over trials to punish his party's political opponents. It was weaponized lawfare right at the very beginning of the country. You know, John Adams was part of the Alien and Sedition Acts, which were patently unconstitutional attacks on core press and speech freedoms. And it was part of those cases. And what happened is when Jefferson got in, not only overturned those cases and overturned verdicts related to those cases, Congress realized, hey, the judicial branch doesn't understand its limited role. It's not to be political or partisan. It's to be the exact opposite of that. And so they said what Chase was doing was a violation of his constitutional oath. So they impeached him. They impeached a Supreme Court justice, very first person ever impeached in American history. And he dodged a verdict. I think he deserved to dodge a guilty verdict. But the mere act of the Supreme Court justice going through that let all the judges know, hold on a second, we better be careful about being overtly political and partisan with how we use our judicial power. These judges have forgotten that. And that's why there's got to be judges that are put under investigation and meaningfully either civil or impeachment or criminal cases pursued against them. Because what these judges did was interfere in election. What they did was politically weaponize their power in violation of their constitutional oath. They have not engaged in good behavior, which is the constitutional requirement for federal judges, often for state judges, but you can't trust New York State legislature to do anything. That's what the federal civil rights are for. Federal civil rights are for rogue states violating people's civil rights and civil liberties, especially rogue state court judges. Yeah. And number one that should be put in that box is
okay.
To educate everybody. You can't do this. You can't.
Yeah, that's the one I want to use.
On your case. This is utter outrage and utter embarrassment to the rule of law in America. There is no bigger disgrace to the rule of law in America than Judge Mershon. I mean, he has some worthy competition, like that D.C. judge, but you know he's proven himself uniquely incapable of upholding his constitutional oath and duty. And unless people see, oh, there's actually consequences. If you're Anthony Fauci, there's consequences. If you're Mayorkas, there's consequences. If you're Soros or Gates, there's consequences. If you're a rogue state judge, there's consequences. If you're Fani Willis, who routinely violated President Trump's constitutional rights along with others, just look at what Eastman pointed out. He pointed out that the federal Justice Department engaged in routine, repeated, and regular violation of.
And then as they open up the world, the mobs will spawn, will spread out.
Imagine how cocky you have to be, how arrogant you have to be, to go after a constitutional professor of law and violate his constitutional rights. This shows they think they're above the law, that they have no sense of limits or restraints or restrictions, and they need to face consequence, or this country will not succeed in the next century.
Well, from your mouth to God's ears. But I guess we can go from the bad judges to a good one, Robert, because you had. Look, it's not. It's nice to sing your praises, and you had what I know is a monumental and highly personal victory last week. It's interim in a sense because Amos Miller still has bigger issues or more issues. The Amos Miller, the Amish farmer who has been prosecuted and persecuted by the corrupt state of Pennsylvania.
They got a new kitty toy coming.
Or they tried to forbid him from selling his raw milk and other farm products outside of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. You succeeded at the lower level in limiting what the state can do. They say, okay, fine, you can't sell it within the state because we control our borders for state commerce, but you can't prevent it from selling elsewhere because it violates the Commerce Clause of the Constitution. One day this is all going to come in very handy, hopefully. And the state appealed the decision, and you got an affirmation from the Court of Appeal of Pennsylvania saying that there was nothing wrong with what the judge did, limiting the order so that if the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania wants to restrict the business, they can only do it within their proper borders. They're not the federal agency of America. And you got a smashing victory that's going to allow Amos, the Amish farmer, to stay in business. First of all, does it feel good? Were you scared? Because I know that you were scared. I don't know that you were scared. I presume you were nervous.
Well, I mean, from the beginning of this case, when I took over years ago, Amos Miller was in federal court at that time. Unbeknownst to anyone, the state of Pennsylvania was behind the federal government's targeting and harassment of Amos Miller. They had instigated the entire proceeding, and basically were the key reasons why he had been targeted. For those that don't know the backstory, Amos Miller is a fifth-generation Amish farmer from Lancaster County Pennsylvania the heart of dairy country in America and in the world. He uses the techniques that his father, grandfather, great-grandfather, and great-great-grandfather before him utilized, and his only adjustments have been to keep up to speed with using the most organic methods, having the best animal sources, having the best animal husbandry, doing things and making things that people need for their well-being, for their health. Hundreds of people so testified. And so when we took over, he was facing contempt charges, being jailed in federal prison. He and his wife facing a bankrupting verdict of fines and sanctions and penalties. And we were able to get the U.S. government to compromise and basically dismiss all of those charges and proceedings and radically limit the scope of their preliminary injunction. Now, as I've mentioned to people in Trump world, there's probably no better step Trump could make to show people his commitment to food freedom, his commitment to small farmers in America, and his commitment to protection of the Amish. For those that don't know, the Amish history from Germany and Switzerland, distinct Anabaptist-rooted religious group that was prosecuted and persecuted because of their dissident religious beliefs, which included not serving in the military and not seeking public attention. They believed acts of modesty require certain limitations on their clothing, limitations on their conduct, limitations on any photographic or visual representation of them, limitation of their appearances on camera, all of those things, not drawing attention to themselves, etc. And the Pennsylvania in particular, but American society writ large, promised the Amish that their way of life and lifestyle would be protected to bring them here. They're great farmers, exceptional and extraordinary carpenters, and some of the kindest, best-hearted human beings you'll ever meet in your life. If you want to watch a cinematic version that accurately captures the spirit of the Amish, I recommend Witness, the Harrison Ford movie from, I believe, the mid-1980s.
Oh yeah, it was actually surprisingly violent. Gave me nightmares as a kid. Kid hides in the bathroom while someone gets their throat slit at the sink in a bathroom. It terrified me.
It's how the Amish rally to defend themselves, but continue to maintain their values. So Amos Miller, what Amos Miller's great quote-unquote crime was making Amish food in the best possible modern contemporary organic food treatment mechanisms available to people that were not Amish. So he was one of the most prominent small farmers and Amish farmers anywhere in the world, making Amish food available to people around the country. And tens of thousands of Americans have, over a quarter of a century, consumed tens of millions of food products from Amos Miller. And during that time period, as was later admitted at trial, as the Commonwealth Court of Pennsylvania recognized in its published opinion that is precedential by its decision in Pennsylvania and persuasive around the country, it was clear that the government failed to present any evidence, any competent, capable, reliable, trustworthy evidence that Amos Miller's food had ever harmed anybody. So all the media publications that like to libel and lie about Amos better pay attention to that court decision. Because if you keep going out there and repeating these libels that these state agencies and federal agencies have claimed about him, but were unable to prove in court, just be on alert.
And I did notice it was last week. I haven't seen the comment come up tonight. No, Robert. Someone died from his contaminated Listeria milk.
Utterly false. And it was complete. And we proved it was utterly false at the hearing. He has the best. Name anybody in any business that has produced tens of millions of products consumed by tens of thousands of Americans that has over a quarter century that has literally zero customer complaints from anybody anytime.
What's really wild about it is that people don't appreciate the amount of contamination, E. coli bacteria from Brussels sprouts, broccoli, from like main chains, and that 25 people died. They got to recall them. And you simply don't have. I know that's because I know the history now.
Amos never had any food recall ever. Never had any customer complaint ever. And yet, the state of Pennsylvania, first through the federal government and then on its own accord, set about destroying him, trying to do everything possible to destroy him. Destroy him in the court of public opinion. Destroy him with his public reputation. Destroy him with his reputation with the Amish, in his own community, with his own people, and try to literally shut him down seized food from his own farm, from his own refrigerator, for his own family. That's the scope of what they claim. And they claim the legal power to go into any kitchen, anywhere in the state, and seize any food anytime they wanted, that you could only eat what the government told you you could eat, and that you don't have your own choice over what goes into your own body. So this was a perilous precedent that could have crushed small farms and wrecked food freedom and given the state effective control over our bodies for food and medicine when you throw in the vaccine mix.
Well, the problem is you still have the state level issue, but at the very least, in the interim, Amos can sell beyond the state because the state cannot regulate what is transported and sold into other states.
Yeah, what they did is in January of this past year, they went in and raided, stole a bunch of his stuff, lied to the court, got an injunction that prevented him from doing anything for about 2 months. We have a full evidentiary hearing on an expedited basis in late February. The court ultimately concludes, issues different opinions, but ultimately agrees with us that the permit requirement for raw milk production to sell within the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania is only within the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. And that means it only applies to Pennsylvania customers, like all of the public policy behind the law, like all the legislative history behind the law, like the law itself is plainly written to be. And the state was relying on a regulation, not something passed by the state legislature, but a regulation to try to rewrite what happened. This is the classic example of what happens in food freedom context and other legal contexts across the legal landscape, which is, so what happens is the state of Pennsylvania starts harassing raw milk producers, particularly in Amish country, back about 2 decades ago. That leads to such public outrage that the legislature requires the Department of Agriculture of Pennsylvania to license and permit raw milk production. What does the state of Pennsylvania do? The Department of Agriculture, through its regulations, through the kind of abuse that led to the overturning of the Chevron doctrine, of delegating authority to these low IQ lard asses that dominate the Pennsylvania Department of Agriculture. Just take a look at any of them. Ooh, you don't want to eat what they're eating. You don't want to look like they do. You don't want to feel like they do. You don't want to talk like they do. You compare the Amish to, you line up the people, the Pennsylvania Department of Agriculture, and you line up the Amish, and you ask any rational person, which diet do you think you want to be on? Which food do you think you want to be eating? You want to be eating whatever they're eating at the Pennsylvania Department of Agriculture? Or do you want to be eating what the Amish are eating? If you want to live a long, healthy, happy life, you want to eat what the Amish are eating, not what any of the low IQ lard asses at the PDA are doing. But they pass their own rules, and here's what they do. They say, they interpret the requirement that they permit raw milk to actually be a prohibition on 95% of the products made with raw milk. It was an utterly asinine and absurd interpretation of, and they knew it was in direct contradiction to what the state of Pennsylvania legislature was trying to do. So they try to drastically expand and rewrite the law through their regulations. And my point is that even these regulations are ambiguous and ambivalent because they conflict with other provisions. And so we argue that they have, and then of course, there's the federal constitutional issue. We have an interstate commerce clause that's meant to regulate what states can do. Namely, the states cannot try to restrict or burden interstate commerce. We have an entire Food and Drug Administration and U.S. Department of Agriculture that's supposed to be governing the interstate commerce component. Every state can't be coming up with its own rules governing interstate commerce and us have any uniform principles anymore. And then you also have the right to travel. In my view, you have a fundamental right to decide what goes into your body when it concerns traditional foods that have been available and accessible and part of our customs and traditions since the founding of this country. Indeed, there's nobody that better celebrates and represents the founding generation of this country than the Amish do today. You want the closest example to what life was like in the best version of that during the founding era? There's no better example of that than the Amish. And so they went in, so we got that, but that didn't stop them. They went to the court, they went back to the trial court over and over and over again, demanded he reverse his verdict. To his credit, he refused. Then they went to the Court of Appeals, Commonwealth Court of Pennsylvania, demanded they overturn it over and over and over again. And we've won at every single stage, but most people that had watched the oral arguments that were only available live but there was huge public demand.
Available live and then turned off afterwards because I missed my window to see it, not just live, but even to hear it on the government's website because they don't want people snipping, clipping, and sharing.
Well, imagine taking thousands of hours of legal time spent by my firm over the last several years, and you got 7.5 minutes to persuade 3 judges who appear to be hostile to your client's legal position. That's not an easy task. But what made it a lot easier were the hundreds and hundreds of people that showed up outside of the Lancaster County trial court when the hearing was held. That let the powers that be know that there are a lot of people who care about this. And there were everyone, to the last one, was on the side of Amos Miller. There was nobody outside the Pennsylvania Department of Agriculture who showed up at that hearing who had one bad word to say about Amos Miller. You had hundreds of people, ordinary people, out in the freezing cold, get out there to surround the courthouse to make the point that they cared about Amos. Not only that, a bunch of the Amish showed up. And the Pennsylvania Department of Agriculture, through the local corrupt Lancaster press, had lied and libeled Amos for so many years, and they know they can get away with it because Amish tradition,
God damn
you
it.
don't sue, you don't seek public attention, you don't talk to the court of public opinion. So they knew they could get away with lying and libeling him and violating his rights routinely and regularly because of that. And so, but those people all showed up. A bunch of Amish showed up. Not only that, a bunch of Amish took the time to travel all across the state, all the way over to Pittsburgh, where the hearing was held. I mean, I don't know whether the government thought Pittsburgh would be too distant for anybody to show up. Well, surprise, surprise, they didn't even have enough seats to seat people. There were Amish who lined the entire walls, and ordinary, everyday people who came out to sit through there. And so everybody knew, oh, hold on, this isn't your typical case. This is not a case we can get away with violating somebody's rights without folks noticing. But the key fact that I think helped persuade them was, aside from the constitutional concerns, aside from the questionable interpretation of the statutes, the dubious regulatory enforcement mechanisms, the selective targeting of someone who had the best food safety record of any farm or any food producer in the state of Pennsylvania, finding somebody else who distributed that much food to that many people and had zero customer complaints in 25 years. And I think the judge in the center who came in skeptical on the oral argument, and she was like, well, there's no dispute that he caused sickness, right? And I was like, there's no dispute that he didn't cause sickness. I was like, they had years. They had been tracking him and spying on him and following him for more than a decade. And yet they couldn't produce one single witness to testify against him that had actually produced his food that was a customer. Not one. They had to get some low IQ, lard-ass quasi-experts to get up there and testify. Best expert who testified? Our expert. Someone that the Trump administration should put in a key position of power in the FDA if they really care about food freedom, as was a key part of their election platform. Indeed, if you want to know what else helped, is ordinary people like Scott Pressler got out and organized on this issue. People connected to the Trump campaign organized on this issue. Robert Kennedy publicly advocated for Amos Miller repeatedly in the court of public opinion, as did Children's Health Defense, the organization he founded. Thomas Massie, great congressman. I don't care any criticism people have of Massie. He's one of the best congressmen we've ever had. One of the most conscientious congressmen we've ever had. One of the biggest farm freedom advocates we've ever had. Some people have asked, why was he anti-Johnson but pro-McCarthy? It's very simple. He had an agreement with McCarthy to make sure he could get through food bills that would have helped small farmers throughout the country, and Johnson didn't deliver on that. That's what that's about. I mean, Johnson's utterly untrustworthy and unreliable. I pray it works out fine, but I have no confidence in him. We'll see. Maybe President Trump can convert him into something other than what he's been to date. But Thomas Massie, took political risk and exposure by speaking out for him. And ordinary, everyday people rallied to his defense again and again and again and again. Not only showing up at courthouses, not only in the court of public opinion, but in raising funds for him and continuing to support his farm, which you can do at AmosMillerOrganicFarm.com. Like, I didn't even realize, I just made a big food order because I didn't realize some of the stuff he's added. He's got some great stuff on sale. He's got all these great little pies. You can get homemade ice cream. You can get Amos's own version of potato chips, which is fantastic. You can get baked goods right from the bake. Muffins, rhubarb muffins are outlandishly good. Almond chocolate chip cookies that are outlandishly good. Sinfully good, you'd almost say. But it's Amish, so it's all okay. So the milk.
The pumpkin pie is amazing. I had raw bison milk or water buffalo.
Yeah. It was water buffalo milk is great. You can get camel milk. That's good. I mean, all of it's like. I joked that it was so good you'd think I was on cocaine, and then the Pennsylvania government said it was worse than cocaine. That's how nuts these people are. So so there was a lot of pressure, a lot of risk. We donated a lot of time. Almost all of my time spent on the case has never been. He's not in a position to compensate it, but there was enough funds raised to keep him afloat and to support the underlying cost of associate time, clerk time, travel costs, other costs, so that I wasn't too badly out of pocket in the case, and we could survive. The law firm could survive and still dedicate the large amount of time we did to his case. There was, they committed perjury repeatedly. They lied about him repeatedly. They lied about him in court. They lied about him in the press. Public officials lied about him. Half the Pennsylvania officials were a bunch of pansies. And what changed the ballgame was Robert Kennedy and Thomas Massey. All of a sudden, people that were in political positions of influence were like, hold on a second. Robert Kennedy's bringing attention to this issue, giving it credibility and independent review, and it's one of the most popular tweets he's ever had. The Thomas Massey, one of the top members of the Agriculture Committee in Congress, is bringing attention to this issue. Hold on a second. We're getting publications on the right and the left bringing attention to this issue. So maybe we've misread it. Maybe we've misgauged it. And you know what? It probably didn't hurt any. The political empowerment for the court to make the right legal decision that not only did Trump win.
There we go. We got a nice little main floor now.
But in the process, why did Pennsylvania not have one of those, oh, hold on a second, we got to have 3 more weeks to count ballot, 2020 type situation? Is because the margin was too big to be within what I call the margin of fraud. There weren't enough ballots that they could cook up to make it look close enough.
I just need more string.
So they can get enough ballots to harvest, to dump at the last minute, to be able to influence it. Why did that happen in Pennsylvania? Well,
And you make a better.
Independent third-party political reports. The Amish had the highest level of voter registration and voter participation in the history of the state and in the country. And what led this otherwise apolitical group that likes to stay out of politics to get so engaged? Well, you can quote Food Safety News, which, by the way, hates me and hates my advocacy in the case. They said, ever since we got involved and the public got connected, the Amish opinion completely reversed, rallied to him, and became deeply concerned that there was an ongoing attempt to destroy their way of life. And that's what motivated them to turn out at record levels. Again, credit to Scott Presler and other people that helped organize that vote, helped activate that vote. But it's thanks to ordinary people out there, because they created so much attention that they talked to their friends, they talked to their neighbors, they talked to their family members, they talked to other farmers they meet, they would talk to Amish they would meet. And they would bring up Amos Miller, and their opinion of it was that what was happening to him was outrageous. And slowly but surely, the Amish started figuring out what was really happening was not what the local Lancaster press was lying about. And they realized they've been lying about Amos. They went in and stole all his food. They're saying he can't feed his own family, that he can't feed his own community, that he's got to lay everybody off. They want to shut him down permanently. And it turns out there's no evidence his food has ever harmed anybody, according to the very people who consume that food. And the government's been lying about him. That all of a sudden the Amish woke up. And in my view, the Trump administration, the new Republican Attorney General of Pennsylvania, who partially owes his election to those Amish votes, should recognize that we need to honor our promise to the Amish and keep food freedom alive in America by giving us what has been our right from the beginning of the country, which the state court, Commonwealth Court of Pennsylvania, recognized as a legitimate constitutional question.
I wonder if we can look at what the world border is.
Critics out there in the so-called agriculture media were saying, oh, Barnes is just making up this constitution. There's no basis for this.
Yet.
Well, now you've had every single judge who's reviewed the case say there's serious constitutional questions of what they're doing to Amos Miller. Mm-hmm. And they decided to not only write it in a published opinion, they decided to make it precedential. And what does that mean? It means it's binding throughout the state of Pennsylvania. It means it's persuasive authority throughout the entire country. One of the big things they established was the judge was the judge who I thought might, if we won, would write the opinion, because she had been very conscientious, very thorough, very diligent, one of the best judges I've ever been in front of. I wasn't sure I was going to prevail, but
No, it's not gonna. That's not gonna give me a.
investigating every aspect of the law, understanding this, and investigating every.
Not gonna give me a.
You know, you get a lot of courts that
Tell me what it
you
is.
can tell they didn't.
Okay, I wonder if it says in my console in here.
This judge went through and was detailed about every single aspect. I mean, just nailed it to a T. Pointed out all the things the state didn't even prove at the level that the state couldn't get to prove, which suggested the state would never be able.
It looks like somebody might be trying to join.
One of the big things she established is precedent for everybody. Aside from the constitutional constraints on state action in the agricultural context,
Or
aside
something.
from making sure any ambiguity in food law goes to the benefit of the farmer, not the state. But the other big precedent that's universal now is she emphasized what another court had emphasized before, but wasn't as big an opinion as this one will be. I mean, it's already like you can search Amos Miller in this.
Okay, no, that's old.
I mean, that's how big this case is going to be, and I say that as someone who's had precedents that have been cited by hundreds of courts down the road, so I have some experience in knowing which cases are likely to be consequential and which ones are not. And what they said was, you can't get an injunction against a farmer unless you can prove extraordinary irreparable injury, because it's automatic irreparable injury to take away somebody's farm. And that is something that has not been as consistently and clearly established as it should have been in American law. But now it is. That protects every single farmer in Pennsylvania.
Okay, so it's currently 86 blocks.
To protect every single
So I have to, because I added one, so I have to reset it.
It was a massive ruling, but it is mostly thanks to, Amos would say it's thanks to the prayers. As Reuben King told me after we got the Amish farmer they tried to put in prison for 3 years because he sold some guns to his neighbors. They tried to pretend he was the arms dealer. No, the arms dealer was the Lord of War you shipped to Russia in exchange for a WNBA player. That's an arms dealer. Amish farmer selling long rifles to his neighbor. It ain't nothing like that. These people pretended to be neighbors that weren't. They were undercover ATF people. But I'll never forget. We got the judge who was going to sentence him to 3 years in prison. Again, big Amish turnout. The U.S. Marshal, who's in charge of the courthouse, is fans of this show. Other people, so that people knew about the case. And I think it led to more conscientious attention than otherwise happens in some of these cases. And Reuben King only got 3 years probation instead, so he wasn't put in prison in a place where he might not have survived. The Amish don't have a good history of what happens to them in those places because of their independent belief structure and their refusal to engage in any form of even retaliatory violence. And so but the net effect of it was people were paying attention in ways. And how did that happen? It happened because ordinary, everyday people out there in the audience continue to talk about it, continue to contribute to it, continue to help out with the legal defense, continue to support Amos Miller. And the same reason they couldn't crush Alex Jones, because his audience refused to abandon him like they thought it would happen. Because the American people rallied to Amos Miller is still allowed to make his food available to people who need it to survive. As people testified to in court, that said their health of them or their loved ones depends on the unique food products that Amos Miller is able to produce, and at the high quality he's able to produce it. So it's a reminder to everybody. It's thanks to ordinary, everyday people being engaged in the court of public opinion that Amos Miller is going
I'll make
to
this one a
continue the
food
tradition
chest.
His father, his grandfather, and his great-grandfather before him to sustain the values and virtues and lifestyle of the Amish, and to protect all of our rights to decide what goes into our body when it involves traditional foods that we've been eating directly from farmers for centuries.
Robert, I'll read the chat, and I think we're going to bring the party on over to Rumble after this, to locals, I should say. Doing God's work, Barnes. Thank you from Sad Wings Raging. My goodness, I now see what Jake Lang looks like. Looks like a candle or something. Then we got removes vote in gun rights and cannot go to Canada. That is imminent harm and affects presidential ability to negotiate and travel, says Hands 1PK. That's interesting. Being a convicted felon, he might have. Well, he won't have travel restrictions. First of all, Canada doesn't say no to felons, people. I'll tell you that much. Let me get back here to see this. Jesus was first. Judas was the 13th, says Tarkina53, who I know.
That's a good point. See, it's another example of 13 being dangerous.
And then we got Ham Sturgis, says Barnes. Are you aware of any Black Lives Matter Antifa protesters who were unfairly prosecuted that could also be pardoned to further balance the apolitical nature of the pardon effort? BLM, no. Even from the January 17 inauguration disruption in 2017, there were only a handful of people.
Yeah, they let everybody walk.
Pretty much.
The people on the left that have been prosecutors in the Native American community, African American community, farm community, but they were other kinds of dissidents. They didn't. The BLM was a politically protected operation.
As a vet, my military ID has always been in my wallet. Everything about it smells, says M. Nemorith. Tioga 101 says, can the DC courts be taken down and eliminated We've talked about that.
Absolutely, yes. There's no reason why any DC court should exist.
And Eric Hunley, America's Untold
Guess
Stories,
has to be
also
green
texted me and
first.
said, Dave, it's not the Medal of Honor. That's military. It's the Medal of Freedom Civilian Award.
That's right. The Hunley's got that military background.
Yep. You think Cheney gets a preemptive pardon?
Yes. Oh yes, no question.
Bunch of effing scumbags is what they are. What about his brother?
I can't imagine he's really going to let his brother have any risk. Not that he's really worried. They never went towards his brother or sister, but that wouldn't surprise me to see him add those.
Because his brother has never really faced any scrutiny. His brother's issue was that he gave money returned.
Well, his brother was the coordinator of it. Hunter became the bag man, but the original coordinator of the operations was his brother and sister. I mean, he was really running the show, but the brother and sister were the main people until he had Hunter take over.
We got a couple of stories left that we'll do over on the Rumble side, on the local side. Now, I can never figure out.
Oh, how come that didn't all come down?
Some of the locals tipped questions here. I don't know if the Rumble prefers that be our after party thing, or that I do it here. But while we're here, everyone, if you're so inclined, move your butts on over from Rumble to vivabarneslaw.locals.com and contemplate becoming a supporter. If you
Apparently that one lagged out.
All of this will be available, including the after party, on podcast. I'll just read a few here. We got Ganthet in the House says, is a Speaker of the House required to certify the election? Been some articles in the media about Trump not being president if there wasn't the Speaker. I heard the same stories that if what's his face, Johnson they didn't agree on a Speaker, they could have to delay certification. My question to that, if you know the answer offhand, from what I understand, they can delay certification, but what would be the term then of the president? Does it end on January 20th, 4 years from now, if they delayed certification, or does it all get shifted 4 years?
Well, I mean, at least Johnson's interpretation was that they're required to do it, and so the question would have been if the House, under its own internal rules, couldn't meet until it voted for a Speaker, couldn't it change the rules so that it could meet its obligation to certify? So that's how I take that. I don't think there's any. There's storms in D.C., but the Johnson, the Speaker of the House, said there's no chance that there won't be certification. And as we predicted, Democrats are not going to go forward with a certification challenge. The very first thing Hassam Jeffries said when he got up as minority leader was, we recognize President Trump was elected president of the United States by the American people.
I think you confused Hassan Piker with Hakeem Jeffries.
Oh, I did, yeah. I combined the scenes, yeah.
Yeah, I still think they're going to maybe try for an impeachment after Merchan sentences and says, oh, now he's an actual felon. Now he's an actual high crime and other high crimes or misdemeanors.
I don't think there's enough for dissident Republicans left anymore to allow that to go forward.
From your mouth to God's ears, Robert. Okay, and another one over here on locals. Susie C says, with a $20 tip, RB, you always put things in perspective. Amos Wynn reminds me we are winning and God is with us. That is beautiful. We got Rocky Roads Cola in the house. HNY, gentlemen. What does that mean? HNY. Happy New Year, gentlemen. Viva, great job moderating yesterday. Robert, congrats on Amos Miller. Viva, Robert. I have something that would be a wonderful addition to Rumble that perfectly comports with free speech and competition of ideas. Would either of you be opposed to discussing this next week? No. And also what we're going to get into this week, we're going back to the supporters interview. We're going to do one a week. I'm doing it. That's my New Year's That is my New Year's resolution. Bada bing, bada boom, done.
We said people would stick by Rumble. Well, if you did, you made a lot of money over the last couple of weeks.
Look, everybody can get greedy, and you can say I could have made more, could have bought earlier, could have sold later, whatever. It doesn't. The bottom line, Chris is doing what I jokingly suggested Elon do in terms of allowing crypto transactions on the platform. I said, hey, you're doing Doge, use Doge. I own a little Doge now. But Chris is doing it. They've teamed up. They got a strategic investment from Tether, which in theory has a cryptocurrency that's tethered to the US dollar. They're going to allow crypto transactions to support your content creators on Rumble. It's revolutionary. So Touch wood. I mean, it's settled down because it went from $5 to 9 to 17, and then it leveled out after people took their profits. But it's a long game to play. So,
well, when you're getting near billion-dollar investments from companies like Tether, you're not going anywhere anytime soon. And that doesn't even get to the coming verdicts against Google, both the DOJ action and the very robust Rumble action. And one of the Rumble antitrust lawyers that was working with Rumble is now going to be in the Trump administration. So we can look forward to more continuous, meaningful restrictions of these various monopolies that have been interfering with and undermining American way of life. Now we've got we got some AI, we got some big tech, we got some standing, we got some Atlanta cases that we can cover. You can pick which one you want to do first, along with Giuliani, how he's holding up.
Let's do here before we go over the Atlanta case, because while we're talking about judicial corruption, we've talked about the lamentable state of prisons this is in Fulton County in particular. There was it's interesting. The feds got involved in civil rights violations at the state level in terms of the atrocious conditions in the court. I never saw the actual video of the prisoner or the inmate who died and was eaten alive by bed bugs. I don't think I want to see it, but that was in Georgia.
Eaten alive by bed bugs?
Yes, that was the Atlanta jail. It was Fulton County jail.
So they've come to an agreement. The state for the Fulton County is going to have better conditions for its inmates, which will involve not housing uncontrollable violent offenders and gang members with mentally impaired 17-year-olds, where there's rampant sexual abuse, physical abuse, violence, murder. They're going to keep better track of that. They're going to try to have beds for the sick people. I mean, it's so atrocious, Robert. You read the details, but I mean, tell us what little step forward of justice this is.
Well, I mean, what's happened is systemically the jails in America have become third world institutions. And what I mean by that is, first of all, remember, many of the people in jail have been convicted of nothing. They've merely been charged. Secondly, often the people that are in jail are there because of political reasons or there because of financial limitations on their ability to secure bail, because their bail was placed too high. And so, like, for example, I have a case in Seattle where my client was jailed for almost 6 months, and the underlying allegations all concern mask mandate issues and vaccine mandate. That's what I'm saying that Seattle is. Well, murderers, rapists, others were being allowed to get no bail in Seattle. It gives you an idea how nuts it's been. So you've often got young people, vulnerable people, mentally ill people, disabled people, other people that end up jailed simply because they've been accused of a crime, not because they've been convicted of any. And what's happening is I've got a lot of lawsuits against the Silverdale facility in my hometown, Chattanooga, Tennessee, because as the local politicians made it clear, they wanted to make the jail a living hell. Their public statement was, it's not Silverdale Hotel, it's Silverdale Hell. And that's what they made it to. Often innocent, vulnerable people who were there for either very minor charges or charges they were openly innocent of, found not guilty of, were being unbelievably abused. One is a complete lack of adequate mental health care. Second, complete lack of adequate medical care. Third, you talk about bad diets. I mean, try to look at what the food there is on prisons. I mean, right beneath it is food on hospitals and in airports, on airplanes. But completely inadequate nutritional components. But that's not all. In addition, often they were placed in positions where they didn't even have beds. I mean, the kid who died had like 1,000 bed bugs, bites all over his body, and had never been treated, died inside the jail, only accused of a crime. They would stick vulnerable populations with extremely violent populations. They would stick informants in jail cells with the gangs they were informing on. They would, basically they put people in there to be abused.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, knowing that was the likely consequence. The 8th Amendment to the U.S. Constitution that prohibits cruel and unusual punishment, and the due process clause of the Constitution under the 5th and 14th Amendments as applicable to the federal and state governments respectively, requires that that when you have someone in your control in custody, you have to provide adequate medical care and you have to protect them from known dangers. One way they try to get around this is pretending they don't know dangers. Golly gee, we had no idea that putting 10 gang members in with the person who informed against them might lead to problems. No idea. We had no idea that putting in a vulnerable 17-year-old with an abusive violent person with a history of maybe sexual crimes or other crimes might lead to something bad. That's how horrendous the treatment has been. And because these are people that are outcast in society, nobody cares about poor, disabled, mentally ill kids just accused of a crime. That's just practical reality. They don't have a big political. They don't got a PAC organized for them. Ain't no lobbyist for them. So I've been taking cases for years against the utterly horrendous treatment of our inmates. And most of them, by the way, are not like violent gangbangers or anybody else. That's not who I'm suing on behalf of. I'm suing on behalf of people either wrongfully accused or accused of very minor issues, nonviolent issues, etc. Not sexual crimes or anything like that. They become the victims of those crimes. And in Atlanta, they've documented what we talked about in the Owen Schroyer case that they used repeatedly against him in the federal system, Bureau of Prisons. Because this is endemic to our entire prison system. It's worse in some locations, like Atlanta, like Chattanooga with Silverdale, like some certain facilities around the country, like the whole entire California state prison system that has been under independent monitoring now for decades, effectively, because of all the horrendous abuse and mistreatment and maltreatment that took place there. They've designed the prison systems to create more criminals. That's what they've been doing, right? What happens when you take some young, vulnerable person and they get horrendously abused? Their only way of defending themselves, their only way of survival, becomes criminal affiliation and association. We have a prison system that just doesn't make sense fundamentally. Who comes up with the idea that let's take a bunch of criminals and let's have them work together?
No, but and you take mentally ill people who are schizophrenic or whatever, misbehaving, and then lock them in solitary as though that's going to do anything except
That's the
exacerbate.
experiment. They showed deliberate, selective. They use solitary as a political tool and to get rid of people who are just complainers. So if somebody was mentally ill, stick them in solitary. Someone's physically ill, stick them in solitary. Someone says, hey, by the way, I'm at risk for this. Oh, stick them in solitary. And it's not a coincidence that your Owen Schroyers of the world and the Bureau of Prisons ended up there. Imagine Atlanta, which is 10 times worse, what they were doing. So it was a good consent decree. I'm glad the Justice Department brought it. There's pending cases against multiple jails, but we got to figure out a way to handle.
Okay, there's some sand there.
Much better than we handle them currently, because we
Try and get to it in the daylight.
Between the violent and the non-violent, between those that are drug users versus drug sellers, between those that are mentally ill and those
Thirsty kitty, I need a drink. I have a train station down there.
To outside society versus those that are not. And so I think we have to reevaluate and reassess a lot of these things as these lawsuits continue to detail horrendous.
When are you gonna tame a crow?
Like
Where's that book?
World conditions of many of our jails and prisons. And remember, they wanted to put Donald Trump there.
It's simply inexcusable. Even if they're guilty of the most heinous stuff on earth, it's set aside that many of them haven't even been convicted. It's atrocious. But why does it, like, if we're operating on the basis that the feds are,
passing up we found fields and damaging crop growth.
Protects their political constituencies. So they're doing it.
Scared away.
They're concerned with it. Are disproportionately in the disadvantaged public defender, African American, Latino communities, disproportionately, and so they see it as a way.
Tossing some pumpkin seeds.
But it's the right thing.
No, it's
okay.
You read it, and there's no excuse in a civilized country for that to happen. Which one was the other one? AI. There was the AI.
Oh, yeah, we got a bunch of big tech ones, plus Rudy Giuliani, and when you can't sue when the government's discriminating against.
Well, let's do when you can't. Let's do this one. This is a white military veteran who was denied. I forget the exact details. Small business loan, and he had
a loan designed for people that are disadvantaged, like he was as a disabled veteran.
And so it was disadvantaged or of certain minority groups.
What it was is, if you were of a minority race, you were automatically considered disadvantaged.
How fucking? I'm sorry. How racist is that?
Completely.
It was.
Imagine with
nice.
Kamala Harris, the descendant of multiple generations of professional managerial class people, the descendant of slave owners. Is she more disadvantaged than a disabled veteran trying to start a business? No. And yet that's what the federal court concluded. The federal court concluded he had no. This is why I've been saying this for years now. Standing is one of the most pernicious, nasty doctrines that exist, that was made up and invented by judges so they could cover up illegal behavior of the government. And that is what happened here. They said, oh, you can't sue. You don't have standing. But hold on a second. He applied for the loan, was denied the loan. That's called injury. That's called damages. That's supposed to be a case or controversy. Again, the word standing doesn't exist in the Constitution. Someday I'm going to get to say that in front of the Supreme Court of the United States. And I'll say it to Justice Thomas as well as Justice Sotomayor. That both of you are wrong. Word standing ain't in there. So quit sticking it in there. Is this a case? Absolutely. Is it a controversy? Absolutely. And what's the language of the Constitution? Case or controversy. Makes it obligatory if it arises under federal law, as this claim did, because it was contesting federal law, and yet they claim he doesn't have standing. It's preposterous. They are going to abuse the heck out of the standing doctrine to cover up illicit criminal behavior by the government until and unless we undo the standing doctrine entirely.
And the rationale for the standing is they said, look, you're not of the race. You're not financially disadvantaged because you had and he had got another small business.
But he didn't get that. They said he wasn't disadvantaged enough to fit the definition of disadvantage to have standing. It's like this is. I've been saying for a long time. They've taken whether or not you have stated a cause of action. They've been confusing that with standing because standing allows them to not deal with a meaningful.
Yeah, you make fence posts for that.
Framework, and it's good. It's somebody who suffered no standing. Was originally intended for people who suffered no injury and have no connection to the case at all, right? This is clearly an injury. So, I mean, I'm not a fan of standing, period. You should look at, is it a case or is it a controversy? That has nothing to do with standing, prudential or otherwise. That has to do with, did they state a claim or not? Classic, what they call Rule 11, Rule 12. No, Rule 12 is the normal rule, the federal rules. And there's analogous versions in different states. It's not always the same number. But basically, did you state a claim? He clearly did. I applied for the loan. I was denied the loan. If I had been black, I would have got the loan. That's racial discrimination. And the SBA, the fact they had to resort to standing tells you the federal court knows it's against the law what the administration is doing, what this Small Business Administration is doing. So I hope the new head of the Small Business Administration corrects and remedies this and undoes it. Now, because Stephen Miller is integral to a lot of these legal suits trying to unravel all of these racially discriminatory, prejudicial systems that our federal government had imposed, I am hopeful and optimistic that the Trump administration corrects this. But what we need to correct is the impermissible doctrine of standing that is eviscerating the judicial obligation to review cases and controversies that concern illegal behavior by our government.
Yeah, I'll go with the two-prong approach here. Also, banish these racist loan policy. They had the same thing in Canada. Like,
if somebody's disadvantaged, now maybe because you've been African American or Latino or something, maybe you suffered racial discrimination. But that should be an individualized assessment. That's what the disadvantage principle should be. It should not be you're automatically presumed to be disadvantaged because of the color of your skin. That should never be the standard, or because of your ancestry. You should be actually disadvantaged. Wisconsin Law School, for example, changed its right when I got in. Over my application, over what met the standard of disadvantage, because they had a program targeting. They wanted to include and increase the number of disadvantaged people in the law school. Now, a lot of the people pushing it had a racial objective with it, and as Henry Louis Gates, African American history professor from African American Studies professor from Harvard, pointed out, if you looked at black students in the Ivy League, you wouldn't say they were straight out of Brooklyn for the movie. They were straight out of Brookline, one of the wealthiest areas in the country. That's Henry Louis Gates saying. Yep. That's who disproportionately, it's the upper middle class within the African, like my Latino friend, my roommate at Yale, a great guy. He's now a dean at Yale University, a student dean at Yale University. He was Puerto Rican. He talked about, he goes to the Puerto Rican group, and he's like, these are all the old Spanish royals. I mean, his dad was old school blue collar. He came from the working class section. Brilliant guy, brilliant lawyer, sweetheart of a human being. Our politics are different, but still sweetheart of a human being. That doesn't change. And everybody I knew that was working class in roots has never suddenly, decided to block me or ban me or whatever because of political disagreements over the last decade. It's only been the upper middle class people I knew that did that. That were friends, even family. That's another story for another day. But the essence. I mean, he was like, I go there. It's all. These are people that come from the European elites. Yeah, they were in Puerto Rico. They were the people that ran the country, that enslaved the rest of us. so that's who affirmative action really protects. It protects the upper middle class of the African American Latino communities. That's why they
Why are you
want
burning? It's raining.
disadvantage to be a factor. They don't want traditional bases of disadvantage to be a factor.
Is it not raining in a particular location?
African American dean who fought for a true disadvantage ground, and he fought for me getting a full scholarship on those grounds. Because to him, based on race or anything else, did you suffer disadvantage? Now, can you suffer disadvantage from racial discrimination? Absolutely, but that should be the grounds, the specific individual facts known to you, not or particular to you, not your skin color, because that's not a barometer at all automatically of disadvantage.
All right, that's fantastic. I mean, it's enraging. It's fantastic. What do we do? What do we have left here before we head on over to Viva Barnes Law?
We got net neutrality, big tech, Giuliani, and AI.
Okay, Giuliani. I don't know that I'm fully up to speed with the latest of his contempt. What is the Giuliani? He was defaulted into a liability version, a defamation case, a ridiculous order of 148 million to the two poll workers that he allegedly defamed. What's the contempt part? Has he not turned over documents that they ordered him to turn? He doesn't have.
So this is he's someone who could have used Barnes Law's freedom planning about 5 years ago.
Oh gosh, they're going after. They're taking his rings. They're taking his cars. I heard him talking about how he has to live now. He's living off his expenses are being paid from a corporate a company bank account. He has nothing now. They've seized everything, including stuff that his children say that he bequeathed to them.
Oh yeah, they're trying to steal his family heirloom. They're trying, special gifts like the World Series ring that he had, that he gifted to his son. I mean, first of all, the whole case was asinine and absurd, and a conscientious court never would have allowed it to go forward. Mm-hmm. But we don't have that in too many of our state and federal courts across the country.
This is in New York, is it not?
I thought it was in Georgia. This particular case is being heard because they brought it in Georgia, and they must have got lucky with the draw of the whatever judge they got. Because the whole, 148 million. How did these two people suffer 148 million in damages? How?
Federal judge.
Laughably absurd.
No,
people who die often only get $1 million in damages. People who have their lives destroyed are lucky to get 100,000 in damages. 148 million? You got to be kidding me. So it's an absurd case. It represented judicial abuse of power, violations of free speech and legal advocacy that a conscientious court would have dismissed a long time ago. So now he finds himself in a position, and this is why I've always recommended freedom planning to people. The way I characterize it is, imagine you're Jewish or any kind of other dissident group in Berlin in 1929, and you see the Nazis are coming to power at some level. That'd probably be a good time to start doing some freedom planning. Some people did; they got out of Dodge. Some people didn't, and they never came back again. So that's true anywhere you are.
They got a free shower.
Look at people that got caught in different places during the pandemic. Where all of a sudden they couldn't even move from their own home. So there are ways to do freedom planning so that if there's a rogue creditor after you, you are in a position to where you have assets protected, you have your way of life protected, you have your travel rights protected, you have your other rights protected in ways that cannot be easily breached by rogue creditors, rogue courts, rogue governments alike. Unfortunately, it's quite clear Rudy never did it.
We have our answer, Robert. A jury on Friday ordered Giuliani to pay $148 million to two former Georgia electrical workers who said he destroyed their reputations. The judge, Beryl A. Howell of the Federal District Court in Washington, had already ruled that Giuliani defamed the two workers. So this is in D.C. They sued in D.C.
Then wasn't there another case that was ultimately in Georgia?
I'm going to have to double check.
My understanding is the collection actions. So what can happen is a court can order you, after a judgment, can order you to sit for a deposition to basically give up all your assets.
Disclose your assets. What do they call? I forget what they call it in Canada. It's I think it's an examination on assets, so they can know exactly where to get them.
There are smart people that know ways that you. So he was vulnerable to these kind of rogue actions, and the nature of what took place at the. So what they're trying to do is the property and to enforce the judgment that he has turned over. He has said he's turned over everything he's legally obligated to, that he has legal possession and custody of. That he's not turning over things that he doesn't have control or custody of. He's not going to, because he can't functionally. That he's not turning over things that he's given to other people that belong to them legally. And he's not going to give over things that he has a legal right to object to. And this includes he had chosen to move from New York to Florida and made Florida his primary residence. Well, there's certain states, Florida, so they're claiming that he has no. I love this claim. They've already seized his New York apartment. They're claiming they have a right to seize his Georgia apartment. And it's like, and so why are they doing that? They want to pretend his primary residence is in New York because New York doesn't have anywhere near the same homestead exemptions as Florida. So that's why they want to pretend his primary residence was there, so they can steal both of his homes from it. And so that apparently is going to go to an actual full trial. And then they were asking him, tell us who your doctors are. Tell us who your lawyers are. The federal courts have gotten completely out of control in this regard. I'm dealing with in the vaccine mandate cases involving the company 3M, that I like to call 3MFers, that is their real name. They are demanding, and courts are for counseling records for a decade. Tell me how that has any relevance. Well, these same corporate defendants are refusing to provide basic witnesses for basic discovery and basic testimony. These hypocritical judges have gotten so fat with them that need to face impeachment proceedings, civil cases, ethics investigations, criminal cases, you name it. Ethics investigations, criminal cases, you name it, in their conduct. Lost any sense of restraint that they are supposed to respect and recognize. And there's no better example of the egregious abuse of the system than what has occurred with Rudy Giuliani.
Yeah, it was the default was in D.C. I'm wondering if they took collection proceedings in Georgia and then alleged something.
That may have been how it proceeded.
Yeah, no, it's amazing. I mean, he looks okay. He looks okay.
Yeah, it looks like his spirits are up despite all this insanity. But they actually demanded that he disclose all his doctors and lawyers as part of his collection effort. All right, Robert, we're going to bring the party on over to Rumble now, but we got a lot of big tech cases to deal with: net neutrality, AI corruption, and big tech's new excuses for targeting your child with addictive and harmful materials without your consent or knowledge, as well as they're refusing to apply labor law protections. They're pretending both is just acts of free speech.
And KDK over here, I'm not sure what this means, but I'm going to have to screen grab it and look into it afterwards. It says, find batshit bonkers rant. That's Katie Hopkins from the UK. Okay, I'll screen grab that. Okay, so everyone get your butts on over to Locals if you're so inclined. And if you're not, I will see you all tomorrow. And you'll get the rest on podcast. But we're going to do the Locals tip reads. We're going to do the Locals after party and cover a few more stories. It's going to be fantastic. I'm going to do this and bring it on over here. People, see you on the Locals. Boo.
Well, see if there's anything else. Kind of catch up on. Not really seeing anything.
And Happy New Year. Tonight we'll have a full report on how probably not find what we all see. And we'll also give you reassurances on how there's absolutely no downsides to having wide open borders. All that and more coming up tonight. It's 2025 and we're ringing in the new year with truck bombings in Las Vegas and mass casualties in New Orleans. In the early morning hours in New Orleans, a man drove a truck into a crowded area in the French Quarter, killing many people. The crowd went into panic. Following that, the attacker opened fire. Tension in the crowd was put at ease as the sound of gunfire made it seem like everything in New Orleans was back to normal. But it wasn't. Was this a terrorist attack? Luckily, the FBI immediately stepped in with a very informed answer on that. No, this was not a terrorist attack. Take a look.
Kirkpatrick said we'll be taking over the investigative lead for this event. This is not a terrorist event.
Not a terrorist event. Didn't think it was. And that's great detective work by Agent Nosering of the FBI, because a lesser trained individual would have been misled by the ISIS flag that the FBI photographed that was flying on the definitely not a terrorist truck. And that was after authorities immediately covered the flag once they reached the scene so no one could see.
New Orleans was impacted by a terrorist attack.
Nope, Mayor, that is not. As the untrained layperson can fall to the inaccurate suspicion that an ISIS flag being flown by someone executing a mass killing could have ties to ISIS flag isn't related to terrorism.
Just look at it.
The car is not perfect.
Just look at it. Just look at it.
Yeah, well.
What the heck is that?
Meanwhile, in Las Vegas, the legacy media headline is that a Tesla truck catches fire outside of a Trump hotel. This one from the AP is probably most accurate. One person dies when Tesla truck catches fire and explodes outside of Trump's Las Vegas hotel. That sounds like these Tesla trucks are pretty defective, and therefore this also isn't terrorism, according to us. But unfortunately, law enforcement is treating this defective Tesla incident as a terrorist incident. The only casualty of this attack was the man driving the Cybertruck who had the back loaded with explosives, which turns out didn't do as much damage as he likely planned, as the blast was pretty well contained due to the strength of the Cybertruck. They're bulletproof. Not the best vehicle to set explosives off in. The Las Vegas bomber, who we think is clearly the victim of a defective Cybertruck because we want you to turn on Elon, has a military background and very coincidentally served at the same military base as the New Orleans non-terrorist. This just in! Right Angle News is now reporting that Trump assassin Ryan Ralph visited 100 times prior to attempting to take Trump's life. Given that the would-be Trump assassin visited the same military base that these two served at 100 times, the Cybertruck exploded outside of Trump's hotel, and the Cybertruck was made by Trump's right-hand man Elon, we definitely don't see any connection of coordinated terrorist activity. Right, FBI?
This is not a terrorist.
Makes me want to have more banana. Following the New Orleans and Las Vegas incidences, Sean Ryan put out this tweet. I told you this was coming. Congress will continue to see the reality of the consequences of what open borders and funding terrorism does. Remember, terrorist organizations that Bin Laden's sons lead are saying 50 to 60,000 Americans will die, and we are funding it. Well, Agent Sarah Adams said would be happening as we enter 2025.
Back to the interesting point. You said that you guys think that they've sent at least 15.
They have a 2025 multi-coordinated, multi-city plot to avenge the death of Osama bin Laden.
Sounds like a significant terrorist threat to America that might be starting to unfold now. If you happen to not believe the FBI, Al-Qaeda and ISIS terrorism in the U.S.
Terrorism from white supremacy is the most Al-Qaeda white supremacists.
Feels pretty reassuring that ISIS and Al-Qaeda are not considered amongst the most lethal threats to the U.S. They're the problem. And for God's sakes, please ignore both the ISIS flags and the 1,500 Al-Qaeda members that have somehow managed to get into our country. Hopefully we can protect them from all the white supremacy we are currently laying in the bed that we've made. Good night.
I think you're a billionaire. You have a multi-billion-dollar asset, and it's your health.
Have you ever considered how everything amazing in life depends on your health?
I don't need to watch all of this stuff.
My roommate sees her lose this shit. He's like, dude. You know who that is? I was like, yeah, I have a right arm. I know who that is.
Matt Rife just had meetup to an unexpected twist. This is one story you won't want to miss.
Like, you've never been to the last page on Pornhub, ever. Right? If you have, you're disgusting. Like, that shit is so deep. Like, Google doesn't go that deep. And what's crazy about it to me is just the fact that, like it's in the palm of your hand all day, but it's so accessible. And, like, you've never met any of these people? That's not weird to you? They're among us. Like, you've never been in Whole Foods and been like, you look so familiar. Like, how nothing. And I just love because there's so much. Like, people have to get innovative about it, man. Like, there's so many good categories. Dude, okay. There was one I came across a couple weeks ago. Not literally. Poor choice of words. So it was a couple weeks ago. I get home after like a mildly long day, and I'm doing that, and you know, you've been like seeing it, and like I finally fucking find one. Like I don't recognize the fucking thumbnail for it, so I'm like, all right, click on it. And let me just start this with like, I don't know how to cook at all. Not a fucking clue. Wouldn't even attempt it. Like, I know nothing about cooking. So the video starts off as this dude, he's got like the camera, like very like POV angle, right? Let's not be fucking children. You know what that means. It's his point of view the entire time. And the video starts out with his POV, but like, this wasn't it. You know what I mean? Like, he's fucking these eggs up for like 5 to 6 minutes, and I'm just like, fuck, how long is he gonna go? So for like 5 to 6 minutes, he's fucking these eggs up, and then like his stepdaughter like comes around the corner of the kitchen and is like, Ron, I really need my permission slip, son. So she just starts sucking his dick because how else do you get to the zoo? And so between her sucking his dick and him fucking up these eggs, he cooked them the whole time. I had to watch to be like, is it an omelet? Like, how long is he gonna fucking go?
Those eggs were done by then.
I was just so impressed. Like I'd always wished I could meet like a porn star. Like every guy kind of like fantasizes about like which one he would want to like, you know, hook up with in real life. But like, you don't always want to meet your heroes, bro. I don't think it's gonna happen. My roommate and I, we were walking to get lunch, right, in North Hollywood, like 2 blocks from my house. And as we were going into the restaurant, coming out of the restaurant, this beautiful girl, right? We both turn, we see her, we recognize her. It's Lisa Ann, who, ladies, she's like the #1 porn star in the world. Guys, you know who the fuck I'm talking about. My roommate sees her, loses his shit. He's like, dude, you know who that is? I was like, yeah, I have a right arm. I know who that is. He's like totally fangirling out. He's like, will you take a picture for me? I was like, come on, don't be that dude. He's like, please. Fine, whatever. Hands me his phone, runs over to her, asks for a picture. She's very polite, you know, yeah, of course. Puts her arm around his waist, they're posing. I got the camera. 1, 2, 3, take the picture. He's like, you want one? I was like, of course. So I go over. My roommate has the camera. She puts her arm around my waist. We're posing. My roommate has the camera. He's counting down 1, 2, 3. And on 3, as he flashes the camera, she leans in and kisses me right on the cheek. And my roommate loses shit. He's like, oh! It's like the coolest shit ever! But like, I've seen her work. So I'm like,
For some reason, therapy sessions can take a strange turn. But what happens when a therapist turns psychic?
There is a picture? Is it a nude? It's a chair. I thought it was of your uncle. Is that the reason you go to therapy? Just find some way to listen to you. What is your dream, Rebecca? What are you chasing?
So I'm a licensed therapist.
Oh, how am I doing? Should I lay down? You're a licensed therapist now. Okay, so what's you want to give me a book that you published? Do you have it with you right now? Can I have it? Oh, shit. Hold on. It could suck. Let me see this real quick. Let me see this. It's called Cut the Shit. I like that. Straight to the point. Okay. Rebecca Nelson. No pictures. Who's got a dream? Is anybody an artist? No. That's very cool. There is a picture? Is it a nude? Just tuck one away secretly in a chapter. Your uncle's in here? Why your uncle?
My uncle is
Is that the reason you go to therapy? You are a therapist, of course. Fucking uncle in here. I gotta see. Oh, wait. That guy? Shadow figure? What is that? That's not the one, right? That's not it? He's still in here? Is it this one? It's a chair. I thought it was of your uncle. Do I want the story? How long is it? Is it like 10 seconds? Oh, man. I'm very sorry to hear that. What made you want to become a therapist? Troubled childhood. That actually, let me rewind a little bit. We didn't get to the actual dream. What is your dream?
To be a public speaker and a coach that gets cash instead of using health insurance.
To be a public speaker and to be and to make cash instead of just health insurance. Did I hear that correctly? This is why I'm a fucking therapist. Right up top. I've had multiple therapists, and there is nothing worse. By the way, if you need to go to therapy, sorry to fuck up your business, get a friend. Just have a friend. Just find somebody to listen to you, because there's, as much as I do appreciate what you do, there's nothing worse than being like, wow, maybe he did touch me. And then you're like, how do you want to settle this right now? The time limit on a therapy session is fucking brutal, because it's right at the breakthrough every time. Is there a specific field of therapy that you do? I know there's different categories.
Like spiritual coaching.
Spiritual coaching? You got crystals in your car, don't you? Okay, did you say you're also a medium and clairvoyant?
Yeah.
Like you could speak to the dead?
One of my clients' wives.
One of your clients' wives. Oh, God, I bet she was mad. Till death do we part, bitch. Like, why you gotta bring me up now? How did he feel about this? He cried? Yeah, he thought he was free. How long ago was it? 2 months ago? Okay. And how? Not everybody's open to it? What if I'm open to it? Sound like you trying to fuck. Hold on a second. Hold on. Let me put on my uncle glasses. Let's see real quick. Yeah. Let's get to the root of this trauma. God damn, dude. The fuck? Oh, here, you need these. Man, thank you for letting me touch them. Sorry about that. I know this is a comedy show, but if you're serious about it, I've always wanted to do something like that. I just never believed if it's a real thing. And I'm a firm believer in ghosts, demons, angels. I believe in all that stuff. But like as far as talking to a specific deceased person, I've always been a little bit skeptical. Is that I'm not fucking with you right now. And if everybody else just be calm and patient, is that really something you could do?
Do it.
Really?
Cut the shit.
For real? You think so? Would you actually try? The energy's different in here? All right. Whoever's a dickhead, leave. Whoever who you would talk to on the other side? Or it's just whoever's like surrounding me, I guess. You could do either? Oh, man, it's either going to be sad or very funny, but you know, I pray to my grandpa before every single show. Just because, I mean, he came to like every show ever, so this wouldn't be the most like ridiculous environment I want to do, or if you're open to it, I'm down. Totally your call. I'm not going to force you to do it. I'm not going to put you on the spot.
Grandpa said to get a real job.
My grandpa said to get a real, that's so some shit he would say. Are you fucking, hey, it's going pretty fucking well, dog. Oh, man. That's so some shit he would say too. God, do you? Is it staticky? Like what do you feel from this? You got a go-get demon in here, but you never really know. That was pretty good. That was pretty damn good. Does he say anything else?
He says he has something of his that you're holding on to.
I have something of his that I'm holding on to. I mean, a lot of it. I have a lot of the stuff from when he passed. I have his foreskin. Could that be it? I turned it into a pinky ring. It's pretty impressive. The chair. And this? This scared you?
It moved.
Oh, it moved. This moved by itself.
It was placed there in our garage.
By who?
By my uncle.
He put it there.
The only reason that I know that is because I went to BJ's later that day and some lady stopped me.
Hold on, you went to BJ's later that day?
The woman stopped me that I've never met
you said your uncle put a chair in your garage. Mistress this whole time. Wouldn't that be the way to find out too, like some spiritual, similar reoccurring dream that they've had like multiple times? You've had one?
Yeah.
What's your thing?
When I was younger, I used to dream of driving off Highway 1, which is on the coast.
You used to dream of driving off Highway 1? Have you ever been in a car accident of any kind?
Yeah.
You have?
But I was 17.
You were 17. That doesn't mean that trauma wouldn't stay with you though. Were you hurt in that accident?
A little bit. I got
A little bit.
rear-ended into a ditch.
Rear-ended into a ditch. How romantic. Shut up. Get it or don't, okay? Laugh or stay silent. Don't groan, all right? Like, you might have a little bit of PTSD from that. You absolutely refuse to drive that road anymore?
I sleep when he drives it.
You sleep when he drives it. Who's he? That's not...
My husband.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, I didn't want to...
Might talk to him.
He didn't want to come tonight because I might talk to him? Well, the alternative... All right. Let's get to this ditch. You can be my mother? Or you're going to be our kid's mother. Just kidding. I'm going to wait till you're pregnant. I'm going to drive you off that cliff. I'm kidding. I was dark. I know that one was dark. I know. Hey, guys, I don't have anything prepared, okay? It's whatever comes. Hopefully you. Hopefully. Let's make this a reoccurring dream, shall we? Let's hope your teeth fall out. You're playing a thrash metal show on Saturday. All right, is this a dream or just a promo plug? Which one is it? Like, is this something you've always wanted to do, or you need to sell tickets? Like, which one is it?
It's a free show.
It's a free show. Got it. Is this Friday? Saturday. Saturday, you guys know where. Yeah. Now, what qualifies as thrash metal? Like, what will be a comparison? Slayer? Okay, that's a pretty common one. That's at most Hot Topics. Okay. Now, what do you do in the band?
Guitar.
You put the guitar player. That's the devious one. I didn't say it. Immediately bailed on his own dream. He was like, it's gay. I know. No. Also, I love that it's the devious one, but how many people are in the band? There's 4 of us. Devious 4 was taken? Have you guys put out
all of them? Spotify.
Like Apple Music?
I think so, yeah.
Hold on. Devious. How do you spell it? Is it C-O-C-K? How is it? Devious one. Is there a song on there called I Murderer? That's right. Sounds like a children's album. Is that probably the best song?
It's one of them.
Go grab a drink.
Gotta pee, I'll be B.R.B. It's a bio break I've got to take. Maybe a drink, something from the sink, something cold, maybe fizzy. Gotta be, nothing's a fuzzy. Nature's call can't go unanswered. There is no voicemail to take. If B.R.B. it's a bio break I've got to take. Maybe it's food to get in the mood, or
somebody's trying to make an account with my email address.
whatever it is, Beck will return to his biz after his whiz from the bottle of fizz. That's what this is. It's a bio break. I've got to take. Maybe it's food to get in the mood, or a horse-bag attack to scratch the cat's back. Whatever it is, Beck will bio break. Gotta pee, 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 gotta pee. A drink, something from the sink, something cold, maybe fizzy. Gotta pee, nothing's ill to take. If Beck doesn't go, the stream becomes a I've got to take. Yeah. get in the mood, or a Mordthag attack to scratch the cat's back. Whatever it is, Beck will return to his biz after his whiz from the bottle of fizz. That's what this is. Gotta pee, gotta pee, gotta pee.
Also, didn't know any black people were here. Thank you. Thank you. Oh my God. You've had a wet dream before?
9th grade.
9th grade. Okay, this seems like the most accurate timing for a crush on a girl. Yeah.
She was a senior, I was in 9th grade.
She was a senior.
Woke up and I had some stuff down there.
Woke up and had some stuff down there in 9th grade. Pubes or cum? Like, which one was it? You had finished in your sleep. Did you ever tell the girl? No. Did you ever shoot your shot with her?
I did actually. So crazy thing is I ended up dating her in 10th grade.
You ended up dating her the next year. You were in 10th grade, so she would have graduated. Hello, police. Yeah, my boy Will has been victimized both awake and asleep. Yeah, they show up and arrest Will. Okay, this is good. Now we have a mayor. Hi. What was your situation?
Well, it's kind of just like, I guess, I'm a virgin, so it's kind of just
Hold on, my condolences.
Okay, I'm gonna make some food too.
You're a virgin? No. What? How old are you? 27. Oh my God. Okay, is it a religious reason? Gotcha. What's your religion? Jehovah's Witness. Really? I've never actually met one of y'all. Thanks for coming. I didn't invite you in, but I appreciate you being here. We waited to have sex until marriage is the rule. Gotcha. Okay. So walk me through this little loophole. How long did you date this guy for? 2 years. 2 years. Ooh, fuck. I'm thinking from his perspective. You with somebody for 2 years?
You're not getting any?
Did you break up with him? He used that card? She said he threatened. Did you tell him about this dream? No. Might have saved his life. Let me ask you this, though. Let's say God grants you a hall pass, right? Do you have a celebrity crush that you're like, in a dream scenario, you're like, this is who I would like to take my virginity? Shut up. Do it or else. Sorry. What's your name, ma'am? Alyssa, pleasure to meet you. What's your dream? What are you chasing? You want to be a doctor. Okay, very attainable. Okay, there's literally a school for it. That's incredibly admirable. You had your life saved by doctors, so you wanted to return the favor and help other people. Lyme disease. Fuck. You got bit by one of those scooters? We just got over bird flu, you know what I mean? I don't care how corny that was a good joke, dude. It's something family-oriented, you know what I mean? That's okay.
Oh, yeah, Matt Rife's good.
Research suggests
16.
that women with lower body counts are far more likely to remain in a marriage happily, whereas women with 7+ partners don't. What research? I would really love to know, because
Okay, well, since you asked, I've actually just done a quick Google search. You can see here, this is divorce chances after 5 years of marriage. But then all of a sudden you go to 2, it goes from something like 5% chance to 30% chance. But yes, please tell us more about your specific circumstances, like the dude was asking.
Because let me throw some facts down on you. I had less than 7 partners when I got married. And myself thinking, this can't possibly be it.
Yeah, I mean, hey, congratulations, right? Guys, every
Yeah.
single time, these women always bring up their personal situation as if it's somehow unique, or they think that it defies the rules or it defies the studies because they were different. Never mind the fact, by the way, that this woman is just digging herself a deeper grave here by saying, hey, I haven't been with a whole bunch of guys and I was still unhappy in my marriage. Thus, we have the modern woman, guys, 30 plus years of age. No dude wants to
some
date
sort of a
them, no
clothing
dude wants to
store.
marry them. But of course, guys, it's all about the very specific personal circumstances that they go through.
Zappos thing.
On, guys, it is Taylor the Fiend back again.
There's probably some marketing thing.
Inducing episode, and we are going to be covering women getting triggered.
Yeah, because there's no
essentially dudes don't want to have
unsubscribe or whatever.
Them, which is of course endlessly funny. Now we will return to that woman momentarily after we have covered this clip here today of a woman who has come to realizations, the sad realizations about her relationships, quote unquote, with men. Let's jump in.
To an extremely sad realization today that the reason why I allow people to hurt me so badly and the reason why I allow people to continuously come back and to see myself in these other people. Let me explain what I mean by that. It's really hard for me to...
No. Okay, so you might think that you're an angel.
Yeah.
And why a lot of guys don't want to date them. First of all, the reason why a lot of women do this, the reason why they do this is because the men are attractive. That's really what it boils down to. He's highly attractive. And so that's why they allow
doing some pot stickers, gotta let them
not give up any
boil, steam.
Bedroom fun, and then bounce. Right? That's why they do it. It's because the men are attractive. It has nothing to do with how pure of intentions you are. So that's reason number one there. The other one I totally forgot, guys. These videos are so mind-numbing. Let's continue.
Recognize that not everyone is as pure intentioned as I am. I don't lie. I don't view relationship on walking this earth being an authentic human being.
Okay, so here's my thing, guys. I don't think that authentic people sit there making TikTok videos about their relationships online for the validation of strangers. Now, I could be wrong, guys. There's probably some exception to the rule out there. But I am on a balance of probabilities type man, okay? When I see these women posting, they are... what was the word she used back here, guys? She just had always pure intentions, right? She's always got those pure intentions. I'm sorry, I don't buy it, I don't believe it. These women may not view the relationships as transactional.
Yeah, I'm gonna make a drink too, huh?
Going after the top percentage of men. And again, guys, women get real pissed about this when men don't give them commitment. But they are doing it for a reason. They are chasing these men because they're attractive, and then when the men don't give up the commitment, we have to insult the dudes. That's really what it comes down to. I have such pure intentions, but this man, he just came along and manipulated me and used me. Get the hell out of here. It only works so many times, guys. Let's continue.
This lifetime, maybe I'm just too naive. Maybe this is one of the lessons I'm supposed to learn in this lifetime, but I just automatically assume that everyone else is the same. And so, for example, if a man hurts me, right? This is like the most obvious example. If a guy hurts me and he comes back, I naturally want to give him another chance because I think to myself, oh, I've been able to change and grow.
No, it's because he was a chat.
And try to make a change and
no, false. Guys, the reason why these women allow these men back into their lives over and over again, only to bounce and give them no commitment whatsoever, no marriage, no ring, no relationship, no nothing. The reason why they allow this is because usually they just find the men attractive. They are highly attracted to the men for whatever particular reason. Maybe he's her physical type, or maybe she's, at that stage in her life where she's looking for provisioning, so... she's going to keep trying to get that relationship. Whatever the case may be, guys, there is a logical reason why women do this crap. They like to make these videos and try and convince people that it's all this esoteric nonsense.
You got a screwdriver and fix this pot. It's got a loose handle.
Now, me personally, guys, I don't have an issue with this, right? If you were to come out here and actually be honest, it's very interesting how they will lie to your face and call themselves authentic. Like, if you're letting dudes back into your life simply because you find them physically attractive, that's fine, just say that. But the reason they can't say that is because it makes them look bad. We can't even be honest in this capacity. I have no issue, guys, if the dating reality is absolutely brutal. I would rather just people be honest about it, since at least you could be honest on said videos. You see what I'm saying? But none of these women are honest, guys. And if they are, it's funny because either they're trying to make money, right? They're selling like some dating course or whatever for like $1,000, and they don't even, you know, they don't believe the things that they're saying. That's number one. Or number two, they come to these realizations.
Oh, that
where
well,
they're
I
in their
stirred it
40s
in.
or something, and maybe they've had a son or two or something like this, and they're like, now they want to give useful information, or you know, now they're like 40 and now they've realized. You see what I'm saying? But again, complete nonsense, guys. Complete nonsense.
For this amount of time, and I know try to make a change and
Just by the way, she hasn't lured men back into her life, by the way.
be consciously aware of my actions moving forward. So obviously Campbell is absolutely heartbroken, wondering why this person came back only to do the same thing they did before.
Because you let him do it the first time.
Your dad is not telling you this. Maybe he's not in the picture. But I'm just going to spell it out very clearly for you. Like, I'm keeping it real. This is why dudes do this. They come back into your life, they have their fun, and then they leave. And to have a relationship. Now, there's usually a variety of reasons for this. Usually, they don't view you as long-term relationship material. A lot of guys have no reason to commit to modern women, especially in terms of things like marriage and such, right? They just get screwed over for doing so. There's plenty of reasons why dudes don't do this, but at the end of the day, I don't know why your father isn't telling you this, but you know, the guy just doesn't want to commit to you. He just wants to have his fun, and he wants to leave.
Yep.
You know, and notice how, guys, I'm just
Pump and dump.
telling her the brutal truth of this. You know what I'm saying? Like, I could sit here and say, well, maybe you guys didn't connect on a spiritual level, and he had some healing to do, and it's not the right time. I could get on here and say nonsense like that, but it's just completely not the truth. The reason why men are doing this is because they're not interested. And a lot of modern women, quite frankly, are not worth the effort, guys. They're just TikTok ranting, weird people. I'll be honest. Now, not every girl has a TikTok, and there's crazy modern women out there. Let's not get it twisted.
Because God forbid, if it were me, I wouldn't do that. But the point being,
So she's easy.
100 times more being the way that I am and being so understanding and being so empathetic that.
Guys. What have I
So
said
she
about
basically
people
lets guys
calling
bump and
themselves
dump her.
kind and empathetic in videos? You can never believe it. And I do find it funny. I'm sorry, guys, but this woman being in shambles, struggling, I find it really funny because at the end of the day, you might tell a young man this, and he might go, oh, okay, I feel sorry for you because he doesn't know any better. He doesn't understand the situation. But particularly guys who have seen this crap enough, they understand what this is, and they feel no empathy for you whatsoever. I find it to be incredibly funny. And then, the real kicker is trying to label herself as though she's the kind and empathetic one. Now, I want to really stress this, guys. When this kind of stuff happens to a woman once, usually she's doing this to men at a ratio that's far higher, right? So
yeah,
she's getting ignored. Some dude doesn't want a relationship with her. He's leading her on, or maybe he's not. Maybe he's very clear. The women still chase them anyway. If she wanted that loving, caring relationship, she could check her old and have a relationship with her, but she doesn't want him because he's not interesting, right? He's too interested. Like, get the hell out of here. But yeah, she's kind and empathetic. Right.
Just hurting me in the end. Because I genuinely go into every interaction that I have with another human being, assuming that they are as pure intention.
Now, she might be.
Is not the case. If anything, I would say
She might actually be that way. I have met girls that are like that.
See and believe the best in people.
But,
yeah,
they kind of.
As though she's naive, she's just, wanting to see the good in people. But really, the translation is she just wants to have bedroom fun with Chad, and she can't get a relationship out of him.
Yeah.
That's really what it boils down to. And I'll say this, guys, a lot of people suck. Like, let's just
Yep.
keep it real. A lot of men out there, they suck. A lot of women out there, they suck. People are not...
Kind of weird looking.
This is why it's important, by the way, to have such a strong family unit so that they can... boundaries, self-respect.
Pot sticker's cool for a few minutes, because they're usually pretty hot.
And so on and so forth, guys. Like, a lot of people will treat, men and women alike, will treat you terribly if you allow them to treat you terribly. Like, there are people out there, guys, who, like, they will take every advantage they get, They will absolutely use you and throw you away. Now, in this case, by the way, the woman is also using the dude. She's hooking up with him. It takes two to tango, okay? She's actively making this decision. But you see my point, guys. Absolutely, people suck. And it's important to have self-respect and boundaries. This is why fathers are so important in family units, by the way, because typically they are the ones who install this. Or at least, traditionally, that's what they did as the disciplinarian of the children. But hey, we can thank modern-day womanism, court systems, etc. You don't need fathers anymore, guys. You have the government. Isn't that working out well for these ladies, quote-unquote ladies?
And I'm sitting here right now really beating myself up over the fact that I have been feeling really sad. Like, I just cannot wrap my head around the fact that the person that I was with did what he did. After saying everything he said and after how well he treated me, that he just did what he did to me.
By the way, I want you guys to really notice...
And what did he do?
Used here. This is not a boyfriend that she's describing. This is not a committed relationship. This is not a husband.
No.
She's using this language because she was kind to you. Yes, you guys may have had a few heart-to-hearts. At the end of the day, this doesn't matter. You didn't have a relationship with the guy, and that's...
Yeah, it was a pump and dump.
And it really is, guys. And a lot of these women, what they do is like they pull this shocked Pikachu face, like, oh my goodness, I can't believe he treated me this way again. But again, they just actively do this to themselves. You know, like they absolutely do. He did this terrible thing to me. And the thing is, a lot of the times these women are dating multiple different dudes at the same time, and then they wonder why the men don't want to commit to them. Right? Like, why would a guy come along, have a relationship with you, commit to you, when you're talking to multiple dudes at the same time? Now, you can call this rostered of time talking to you. That's what they call it, guys. Men will actively put you into try and hide this crap, but again, you know, eventually the dude will kind of figure it out and not be very happy with it. Let's keep going.
There are not windows.
Miss this person, which I should not miss this person. I should be absolutely disgusted and never want to think of him or see him again. But my brain is simply choosing to focus on the good parts and thinking about, well, when he comes back, like, he'll definitely be different. It's like, no.
And there it is. So this is number one, guys. This is what we call an alpha widow. That's these previous guys. And this is why you can't have a relationship with them, by the way. So imagine you're a new guy. Right? You come along, you think you've found this woman, she's great, everything seems to be going well, but in reality, you have these women who are just attached to the previous dudes that they were with. Mind you, these previous guys weren't even boyfriends, they weren't even marriages, and yet she's still attached to this previous guy. Not only that, but she has done this 50 plus times. Look, this is not even my words, guys. Like, people will come on my videos and they'll be like, Taylor, don't you think, you know, you're being a bit extreme saying that these women have been with 37 different men? This woman literally says right here, 50. 50. And I guarantee you she's lowballing this as well. You don't have to believe me, guys, but I'm telling you, so many of these women have been with so many damn dudes. And the thing is, their pair bonding ability is absolutely fried. Let me bring back up this chart momentarily that I'm going to be using when we go back and cover the first woman of today's video. Through all of this crap, okay, I just comment as I think. But this seems really damn realistic to me based on my personal observations. Right? You have 0 partners on the left-hand side. You
should almost find that chart. NSFG source. Chances of divorce after 5 years of marriage. What are there? A number of premarital sexual partners. Yeah, that's not saying that's women, though. Oh, okay. Yep. Women with 2 partners prior to marriage had the highest divorce rates. Okay, so this is from Family Studies. Oh, sounds like there's another. He get inside? Okay, this looks like they killed one of the... Okay, I got lots of food out here now. Oh, there's a spider. Let's go get the spider. Clay. I don't even know what that stuff's for. Oh, trader's in my house now. Don't be annoying. Here's another spider. I wonder if he's upstairs. See, this will all get cleared off eventually. Oh, there's a bee over here. Is there a couple of bees? There's a beehive over here? Oh, there is. Nice. We get honey. Oh, there's the other lead. Might just lower all of this down one more. I'm gonna try and find this graphic he's got here. Family studies. Let's do it by its whole quote. Marriage cohort. NSF. Yeah, I don't know where he's getting his graphic from. I don't see it.
You can see here, and it constitutes about 5% divorce rate. Mind you, this is a chart that is after 5 years of marriage. A lot of the times women are initiating divorces before 5 years is even up, so bear that in mind if you think that these statistics are somewhat reasonable, because they're still very damning. So, you know, 0 partners, roughly 5% chance of divorce in the 2000s. Again, this probably has gone up since then because women's entitlement has also gone up to 30% chance of divorce.
2002,
like, dudes understand this,
2013.
man. When they consider getting into relationships with you, they know that you innately, men understand that you don't have the ability to crab on with them. Like, you simply do not have the ability to connect and actually work through issues and try and solve them.
Well, stop, he won't. Have you not learned your lesson the first 50 times with all the other people? And it's just so frustrating. Like, I'm not saying that I don't wish I was a different way. Like, I really do like the way that I am, but it's just so annoying how I expect others to be like me, which isn't fair to them because I'm just projecting. I just wonder, like, what else I'm gonna have to do to finally learn this lesson because...
Okay, so let me answer this woman's question. What it will take for her to learn this lesson. I don't mean to be an a-hole when I say that, guys. I'm not even saying that as a joke. By the time women get to this point, it is simply too late. The pair bonding ability is absolutely fried. What's going to likely end up happening is this woman's going to continue doing this. She's going to go through all of these heartbreaks and so on and so on. As her biological clock starts telling her, hey, maybe it's time to have kids, maybe it's time to get married, and she's going to do this right up until the deadline, like many modern women do, and then they decide that, hey, I need to really start to get things moving. I need to have a kid now, I need to get married now. And so what they do is they
She'll
go
quote
ahead
unquote
and they
settle.
do this thing available for a relationship, and then they end up divorcing him and going back to these same behaviors. Now, not every single woman will do this, but it certainly is a very common trend, particularly for the women on TikTok and ever-increasing average modern-day daily women, essentially, right? That's the pattern of it, guys. It really is. I've made a flow sheet, guys. Imagine for a moment, have you guys ever done this thought experiment? Imagine for a moment this woman was actually a man, right? We just switched her gender immediately. She was just a fully grown adult man, same age and everything. You already know that these women, if they were men, would absolutely creep the hell out of women. These women would absolutely, behavior-wise, be the biggest creeps ever. And yet they're always on TikTok trying to give dudes advice on like how to approach them and stuff like this. Now maybe this woman's different, maybe really no idea. You know, because they're out here expecting relationships of dudes. Imagine if she was a dude expecting relationships from women and stuff like this. She'd be the type of woman who, as I get a hug, you feel me? Well, let's continue. Enough procrastinating, guys. Let's jump back into the first clip of today, and this is the woman.
Thing is, there's been studies done where, you know, they say if you were to give women the same sex drive as men, they'd be massive rapists.
In a marriage happily, whereas women with 7+ partners don't. What research? I would really love to know.
Wasn't being facetious and passive aggressive. What she would do is she would just Google it, okay? I just Googled it. It comes up in 2 seconds. It's a bunch of things referencing the exact same because it's unflattering. You see what I'm saying? Let's continue.
What research? I would really love to know, because let me throw some facts down on you. I had less than 7 partners when I got married. And through my entire marriage, I would find myself thinking, this can't possibly be it.
Guys, what is it with women and trying to disprove statistics and generalizations with their personal circumstances? And by the way, even when they say their personal circumstances, oftentimes it doesn't exclude them from the statistics anyway. Like, this woman could have been right. She's like, I've been with less than 7 guys. Okay, let's assume that she was with 4 to 5 guys, or maybe even 3. That still puts the divorce rate up significantly. That doesn't prove anything. But notice how she's constitute facts insofar as what the hell we're talking about. Crazy, man. I mean, I don't ride a motorbike. I'm just giving an example here. But let's just say someone says to me, hey, Taylor, did you know that if you ride a motorcycle, you are X amount of times more likely to be seriously injured in a crash? And I go, Well, I haven't heard of that study in riding a motorcycle every single day to work, and I haven't been in a single crash. People get into a crash if you ride a motorcycle. But like these people, they don't understand statistics. They cannot think about these things, right? And I'm not, you know, going to pull up a study every single time I can and all of this kind of stuff. I reference them occasionally, but I'm not someone who, I just respond to these videos with what I think, guys. But at least I can understand what statistics actually represent, and I don't think that putting in your person.
I cannot spend the rest of my life having schmags with this person, the quality of schmags that I'm having.
Yeah, I mean, he was probably thinking the same damn thing, wasn't he?
So I would actually venture to say that not having a high amount of partners previous to marriage.
Right? You can't miss what you haven't had. So if you have the best sex you've ever had, and as long as you don't have sex with another man, it's still the best sex you've ever had.
Being with a whole bunch of dudes, then she's more likely to stay. I don't know about that one. Don't know about. Yeah, guys. So here's what you do, right? You want to find the absolute queen who's never going to leave you. Go to some club. And, you know, go to the dance floor, find the woman who looks the most promiscuous, who has clearly been with the most amount of men. That right there, guys, that is your wife, and if she selects you, that is, right? If you're lucky enough to be selected by this highly promiscuous woman dancing on the club floor, then statistically speaking, according to
If
this
you want to
woman,
come out,
that is your wife right there. She's never going to leave you. Like, what is this logic, guys? Like, they just do it based on how they feel. I swear to you, it's not even based on any form of common sense. Like, I would accept common sense, guys. You don't even have to know the studies. You don't have to do the Googling like I did, even though it took 2 seconds and you said you were being interested in knowing. You know, if we could apply basic common sense, I think I would be happy. But we just can't do it, guys. We just absolutely can't do it.
I mean, did that dictate my entire choice? But was that definitely a part of it? I mean, I was unhappy in the marriage based on that, based on, like, I couldn't see myself with the quality of bedroom intimacy for the rest of my life. I wasn't going to do it.
And yet she still decided to marry him. Right? And this is the funny thing, guys, is women will go out here, they'll marry these guys, and then they'll divorce the dude because it's beneficial to them to do so. And then they highlight all of these issues that they could have seen from miles away. You see what I'm saying? Like, oh, that just wasn't there. I found him unattractive. Okay, if you find the dude unattractive, maybe don't marry the guy you find unattractive. You're doing both of you a disservice. I mean, you're doing less of you a disservice for you specifically.
Spiders.
You can just divorce him and take his crown, as these women know and often do. But you see my point, guys. They're like, oh, this man, you know, he was so unattractive, or his personality was terrible, and blah, blah, blah. It's like, okay, why did you marry him then? Why did you have 3 children with him, and so on? I don't know if this woman had 3 kids, but you see my point. It's like they don't see this, right? Because what they're doing is they're getting married for a reason, because getting married is a scam for men.
That's 8.
And every single time, or at least
4
most
more.
times these days, women view it as though they're settling, because they've been with a whole bunch of different dudes who look better and so on. And they're pissed because they, like this woman over here, by the way, couldn't lock them down. That's really what it boils down to. Can't lock down a man, gotta cry about it on TikTok.
Quality of bedroom intimacy for the rest of my life. I wasn't going to do it. So, you know, I would much rather be with someone who, if I'm going to be monogamous, in a monogamous relationship, I would much rather be with someone who's satisfied their curiosity and has had some really great adventures than someone who still is thinking there's a lot more to be seen out there.
Yeah, I mean, that's because you're a woman.
Yeah, you're a
applying
hoe.
Woman logic to men. What you find interesting in a man, you're applying that to what men should be interested in. Now, here's the thing, guys, right? Like, women are oftentimes attracted to the dudes who have more experience, right? Like, they say, I'll see comments like this all the time. Well, I want a guy with a low body count as well. And I say to that, okay, go out there, get with a dude who's been with no women. But you know what the women do? They don't do this. See what I'm saying? What they do is they will actively go out here. They will chase the players, man. They'll chase the bad boys. They will chase the dudes who have experience, who are smooth, who are attractive, who have done the thing 100 damn times. He knows exactly what to say and do. Everything's just a smooth experience. She doesn't want the guy who's shy and awkward and doesn't know what to do.
Oh yeah,
It's
lots
his
of fish
first
in there.
time and, you know, his hands are sweaty and so on because he hasn't had that experience before. Women go with dudes who have experience. Now, I'm just, and this woman reflects that, right? She's like, oh, well, I would go with a guy what men are interested in. You can be interested in whatever the hell you want to be interested in. This is a free market, guys. Men and women, you can have your own standards. But at the end of the day, the market reflects what you'll actually end up with. Guys, we're going to be leaving today's episode there. As always, don't forget to leave your thoughts and your comments. Make sure you guys take care of yourselves, and I'll be seeing you all in the next episode.
This has been a pretty popular video. A lot of people have been wanting me to watch this. Narc, who's been one of the most outspoken and the biggest prophet of Ashes of Creation, says that he's going to be saying it's his last Ashes of Creation video. Apparently the copium's run out.
Hey, what up, boys? So I make this video with quite a heavy heart, and it's not one that I thought I'd ever make. It seems my time covering Ashes of Creation has come to an end, and from this point onwards, I will be distancing myself from the alpha, its community, and the developers. I'm sure there are many questions as to why I'm doing this, so today I'm going to explain why and set expectations for this channel's future. Now, this all started about a year ago, when Intrepid Studios announced that they would be stopping their 250 pack sales temporarily in show live streams of the game's so-called development. I knew back then that miscommunication. What's he gonna do next? What's he gonna do? Is he gonna stop selling Alpha 2 keys and then reintroduce Alpha 2 keys again 2 months before the Alpha 2? Is that what he's gonna do next? Holy shit, just like he did with Alpha 1. Do you guys remember that? Lo and behold, just as I knew it would.
I don't think that's a problem. Is that a problem?
Yeah, it is.
Why is it a problem? So
Because it's what people are.
they start selling it.
It's the expectation of the people.
Pack sales came back not only in the form of a much lower price, but it also came in the form of 3
And that's the thing. It's that lower price.
Alpha release that had been promised to us these last 4 years under the price of $250. Leading into this, I had very little interaction with Stephen J. Sharif because I have no interest in actually talking to the man. This is why I didn't do interviews or accept any behind-the-scenes information because I simply do not care. My priority is making entertaining videos for you, and I didn't feel like doing an interview or having information really helped me in that regard. I loved seeing the game be developed from a normal person's point of view, and I take pride in the fact that I am just a normal guy looking in on this game's development. I think it gives a very relatable and unique perspective that no other content creator really has. My priority is making entertaining videos in a way that I find funny, poking at the
I think this happens with a lot of people who get really invested into something, is that once they get really invested into it, and then the thing that they're really invested to doesn't live up to the expectations that they have set for it, they then kind of like turn on it.
So I would disagree here. This is the expectation that developer.
It's a very common phenomenon that happens where people get like really emotionally invested into like a stream or into like a person or into a movie or a show or something, and then the show diverges from what they want it to be, and then it causes them to basically just like totally get angry, right? And I think that like especially with Narc, like he got very emotionally invested into Ashes of Creation, and I think in doing so he
successful format because it plays on the irony of a project that is charging $250 but has full control over the narrative despite how ridiculous everything seems, showing amazing showcases that completely blew our minds. More on this later. This is YouTube. I work for myself.
I'm not sure necessarily if it's like them controlling the narrative if he's making this video, right?
Oh yeah, no, they do control the narrative to an extent.
To talk about the positives, but
Sounds like this guy's quitting, kind of the same reason I did.
The problem is not Narc being emotionally invested, but Steven straight up lying to the community. Okay, we'll get to that then.
No way paid or obligated to praise the game disingenuous referral program. It kind of invalidates your opinions of the game and systems due to the real
valid point, because you could make this same point for YouTube. I think that if you want to use this point, that making content and promoting the game is popular, and then you have a chance.
Ponzi, or multi-level marketing scheme, it doesn't matter. What matters is that the content creators using it are receiving real-life benefits by utilizing it. They profit off your $250, so of course they are going to bend the truth to incentivize you to buy in, which leads me into the current state of things. Personally, I don't think Phase 1 was in an acceptable state to test the game. It was
I think that also his logic with that is accurate and it tracks. If you have a vested interest in something, then you would be more likely to expand on it and explain it in a way that's positive. Yeah, that's accurate. It's a bias. It is. He's right, but I think you could also extend that bias to making YouTube videos as well. So it's very hard to say that anybody with one of these creator codes is biased. I don't think that that's fair, because you could apply that to YouTube as well.
To us as a networking test. Yet, now that the Phase 2 has launched, no networking strides have been made, and there's so occasions it's coming. Initially, we were told it already exists.
Right now, dynamic gridding is in place. Right now, what we are doing is we are optimizing, fixing performance around that, and the current goal, which is on target, is that dynamic gridding will be online by the start of Alpha 2.
Then we found out that it's coming in late Phase 1, and then we're told that it's coming at the launch of Phase 2, yet here we are in Phase 2, and all they've done is delete 5 of their servers and claim they've doubled their server workers. They now claim that they have 6K players per server, yet 1.2 thousand kilometers squared, or 18 biomes, are supposed to host 8 to 10,000 players. So how can just one biome have 6,000? Unfortunately, the state of the networking makes the combat, arguably Ashes of Creation's main strength, completely unplayable, and thus causes the test to feel tedious and boring. But it's just an alpha.
Am I crazy for thinking that that actually makes it make sense? Because if everybody is consolidated into one zone, and then it creates lag with the combat, then wouldn't that make sense that it was actually designed for having everybody in all of the other zones? So basically, the assertion is that there's no way that there's that many people in the area, because if there was, how does that make sense? Because the game is intended for 8 to 12,000 to be in all zones, and it's only in one zone. But it would logically track that the combat would be dysfunctional, because there would be too
Well, no, because everything else should be dysfunctional too. But if it's only the combat that's dysfunctional,
that it's still a problem that the combat is dysfunctional. It would lag. Yeah, it would lag.
Right? I get that, guys. Trust me. I've been covering this game for 4 years. I'm well aware that it is an alpha. The state of the game is not what I'm concerned about. It is the seemingly deceptive communication that's going on between everyone in my community and the majority of the other content creators, all of which straight up quit making consistent content. Which leads me into the main point. Phase 2 is simply an unsuitable testing environment. Steven Sharif claims that this is a true alpha, yet they present the game in a way that is to be played like it's a launched product. We have to grind for 50 hours to even test anything, which doesn't make sense, and is...
This is a good point. If you want people to test the endgame, you should give them pre-made characters for endgame. I think that he's making a good point with this. And this is what Blizzard does. This is what a lot of developers do if they want people to test the endgame. But I think that they're probably not testing that right now, and that's really the reason. It's like, yeah, they're probably give higher experience rates or anything like that. And so, and I can see why they didn't do that also, but...
Well, because they're claiming people are getting their money's worth.
Where people start at level 1, and you're trying to calibrate the experience gains and everything, you're going to have people that are only going to be playing the low levels, primarily, right? And that's just what's going to happen.
why testers are dropping like flies, because we already did this and tested it all in phase 1. So why did they wipe us and add no additional systems for us to test? To me, the Vassal system or level 4 nodes would be one of the main reasons to wipe the servers, yet the Vassal system or level 4 nodes weren't even introduced this phase.
I think
And
it's
now
fair.
they even
It's fair for him to be demoralized for the server getting wiped and not wanting to re-level. I know I felt that way with like WoW betas, where like I leveled to maybe the max level in the alpha, and then the beta comes out, and I don't want to level to max level again because I just already did it. Or like I felt that way with like I think it was Wrath of the Lich King, the beta. I was like, okay, I'm gonna log onto this for like 1 day, and like I don't want to level to 80 because I'm just gonna wait for the game to come out. So they literally let people test the game for free after paying $500 for it instead of hiring people and paying them. Let me just finish. Let's focus on things like one at a time. You re-leveled in New World a few times. Fuck you. You're right. But the last time I got paid for it. Okay.
claim that they're not going to wipe at all. They are instead just going to introduce new servers. So what's going to happen to those old servers? They claimed prior to Phase 2's launch that at the launch of this phase, the desert was going to receive an expansion.
I am just going to be talking about what's going to
I do think that like there's an issue, and it seems very obvious that Steven generally talks about things and he shoots from the hip, and he just kind of discusses things as like casual conversation. And I think whenever you discuss things as casual conversation, you have people that are like hanging on to your every word, and they're waiting for you to say something that they agree with or disagree with. And what ends up happening is that you might say
rinse up my
something
beard.
that you might want to be true, but ends up not being true for whatever reason. And like you see a lot of like, because Steven is a salesman, I think he's a very good salesman, but there's a problem always with like dissonance, and this happens, by the way, this happens with like every video game. Like in a lot of games, there are things that are promised originally that end up not happening. This isn't something that's exclusive to Ashes of Creation. In No Man's Sky, yeah, right, and I think that's another example. And so like I think that's why the Sean guy from Hello Games got so much hate early on in No Man's Sky. Exactly, yeah. And I think that's fair to criticize the communication and the way that it's communicated, but just because something's communicated in a bad way doesn't necessarily mean that it was intended to be like misleading. So we'll listen to the rest of it.
And on December 20th, we're going to go through what systems are going to land. Come December 20th, let's talk a little bit about what we have coming up for December 20th, right? The desert as well. The desert is probably going to receive a little bit more love than the tropics will, given that its assets are obviously a bit more developed than the tropics location.
This prompted people to finally expect some remnants of the desert showcase that was shown in 2022. Yet what we received was this, an empty wasteland that could be generated in Unreal Engine 5 in seconds, with the Winstead and Miraleth nodes being copy-pasted onto them, slightly rotated. The state of the desert has obviously sent a lot of people into a confused frenzy, with Reddit...
That's fair. That's completely fair. Of course people are going to think that. Yeah, of course.
Posts popping up expressing this concern. This isn't just isolated to me, guys. This is what everyone in the community feels. However, these posts are now being locked by Steven Sharif himself, and people are being banned by Steven Sharif himself for simply stating their concerns. There was a beautifully written post about this, talking about how the project is not the open development that we were promised, and it's Steven's reply to this thread that made me reconsider covering this game. He states that the Desert Showcase in 2022 was not real, and in fact just a showcase using assets that exist, and actually it's pretty normal for developers to do this. This is simply not true.
No, it is true. It's called a vertical slice. So he showed a vertical slice of the desert of what it was supposed to be. There's even a term for it. Yeah, no, that is true. So both things I think are true. I think it's fair for players to feel like they were misled because they didn't understand the context of that, and the only frame of reference that they would have was that vertical slice, and they weren't really informed that it wouldn't be the same. And then it's also fair to say that Steven is right in saying that it's a normal thing that many video games do. Like, both things are true.
Developers that do this receive a lot of negative backlash, selling promises and pre-orders on a showcase that doesn't accurately represent the game. But in this case, it's not even a downscale of what was shown, it's just a straight-up lie. Back in 2022, when the Desert Showcase was being shown, they made it absolutely clear that this was the current state of the desert biome, boasting about their innovative tools to help them develop the world fast, and in no way, shape, or form alluded to this being just a concept.
You know, these are some of the foliage that environment's been creating
Yo,
as
look at
part
that.
of what's capable of creating an interesting desert biome, because many times in the games that probably we've played, the least interesting biome type tends to be a desert. And it's been always fun, as I've experienced in the MMOs I've played, is like, you know, how do they spruce up a desert? And one of the interesting things you're going to see in Alpha 2 is how the desert also adheres to seasons and has weather and has giant dust storms and clouds within which there are interesting creatures that might not normally be present unless for that particular weather. That's going to be very interesting as well. You saw a little bit of the sand tornado capabilities with the Dust Devil kicking up both in the weather presentation as well as a little bit in the desert reveal. And you also saw some ambient effects that live across the top of those dunes, where you're seeing winds of sand getting blown across in the distance. And you know, here's the key.
If you look at this here, I mean, are there because if you look in the background here, it's clear that it's a fucking desert in the background, right? Massive desert in the background, exactly what he's showing in this image. It's an oasis. Yeah, so, what my question is, like, are there oases in this desert? Is it all like this? Like, I don't know. You gotta find it. Yeah, it doesn't... Not yet? No? Okay.
No, here's the key point. Graphics don't make a game fun. Systems make games fun. But graphics make those systems far more enjoyable.
This, in fact, extends to all showcases in the last 4.
So I do think that it's really, and this is one of the things, like, so just so you guys can get, like, kind of my bird's eye view of this, I really support Ashes of Creation, and I like Steven a lot, and I don't think that he's a scammer at all. But I do think that there's a communication problem, and
I mean, his history is in multi-level marketing.
The game has been communicated thus far. You need to sit down and look at why are they unhappy that they've been communicated with this way.
No, Steven doesn't care. Because at the end of the day, it's his game, and if you don't like it, he'll thank you for your money.
If people feel like they're being misled, even if you technically didn't mislead them, or you explained it in a way that made sense to you, if a lot of people get the impression that it's one way, but it's actually something else, they're going to feel like they're being misled. And I think that's a huge problem. So it's a matter of just being able to understand where these people are coming from. And I do think that there is a degree of, like, every time that a game comes out, there's, like, the hype phase and then, like, the complaining phase. Sure. Stop sucking up, Mr. Payroll. You realize that I don't have a creator code, right? Do you know that? Like, I just, because I'm not sure, you know, I don't have an Ashes of Creation referral code. Like, I just want you to know that. I think it's a scam. I think it's poor communication. Yeah. I think so too. And so, anyway, I think that's what's happened. And it's not about being misleading. Steam says this is the current state. It's Steven saying this is the current state of the game. Well, it's pre-made assets that are not, in fact, in the game. Well, what I'm saying is that if you listen to the language that he used, he didn't actually say that. The way you diverge is so different from other heated topics. Well, yeah, because I understand this better. Like, I know the most about this. So I can get, so, okay, so then, so I'm not on the payroll. So what am I not, and also this isn't a heated topic, it's a fucking video game, number one. Like, what are we even talking about? You're gonna call me a fucking scammer, or like, like, get the fuck out of here. Like, how's it diverging? Yeah, it's just somebody, you're mad, like, yeah, I'm defending a scammer from, get the fuck out of here, it's so annoying. Yeah, it's...
And he blocks them.
I think you're being considerably forgiving here than you typically would be if this was Ubisoft or Blizzard doing the same thing. You'd be completely slamming them for it. You're absolutely right, I would be. And I think also it's fair to be frustrated about this, and it's okay. And I'll be honest, I have different standards based off of the size of the developer and also what the developer's past is. So, like, for example, Ubisoft has a history of scamming people. You know, like, Blizzard has a history of not scamming people, but, like, misleading them or making garbage. And so, like, Steven's never made a game before, and I don't think that there's that same history of behavior. And so all of that goes into it. Also, it's a smaller studio. They're not as established. And you have somebody speaking matter of fact. Like, this is my perspective, and maybe this perspective is wrong, and I think it's an opinion fundamentally. But my perspective is that I would rather somebody shoot from the hip and have honest communication with misfires than someone not have any communication at all. Because I think that what happens is that when people have, like, kind of just, like, off-the-cuff conversations with the community and they're talking about things, they will say things that are like kind of just like they didn't mean to say that, right? Or like, oops, I didn't mean to say that, but it's like kind of true, kind of not true. And it can mislead people. And I would rather have a person speak with freedom rather than watch every single word that they say, like Blizzard does. And Blizzard had this approach with Warcraft for a really long time, where every single type of communication that they would have would be extremely measured, and it created a very inauthentic feel for the game, and I think it was fundamentally harmful. Like PoE, yeah, like Chris says things about PoE, or like, you know, Jonathan says things about PoE, oh, sometimes it doesn't necessarily, like, happen the way people wanted it to. Like with Arch Nemesis is probably the best example I can think of off the top of my head.
Make me go down there and get him, huh?
I think actually the problems were like in the same league. And so it'd be crazy to judge small studios on the same standard as AAA. Yeah, exactly. He seems to speak in futures in the same way that Elon does. Yeah, well, a lot of people that are like salesmen or that like do business like talk like that. And I think it's a matter of managing expectations, because, and there's a counterpoint to this that I'll talk about as well, is that when people feel like they were misled, they were misled. And if enough people feel like they're being misled, you need to sit back and ask yourself, how am I communicating in a way that's causing people to come to the same conclusion? That doesn't necessarily mean that you're doing it wrong. It doesn't mean that you're a bad person. It doesn't mean you're a scammer. But it's very obvious that there's a degree of dissonance here that exists.
Years, and everything shown was not real. The story arcs that showed the world dynamically changing around the Tower of Carfin and Oakenbane Keep, it was not real. The beautiful environment and weather that was shown during the seasonal and commission showcases were not real. The amazing Freehold showcase that showed the farm animals, housing and crops were not real. It was all just a concept with a $250 price tag on it, with the promise that eventually these things will make it into the game. Maybe.
Yeah, I think so. You know, PoE and Ashes comparison's dumb because PoE is free and Ashes is paid. It's one thing to promise something just to buy your game and not deliver. I don't think that's a good argument, because number one, PoE 2 isn't. And they've said things about PoE 2, and, you know, like, maybe some things happen, maybe some things don't happen. So you do have to pay to get into PoE 2, number one. And you could say, well, this one costs more. I think that's true. And I do think that having a price tag on getting into an alpha for a game does definitely create a lot of problems. And I think that the issue is that when people spend money on something, regardless of what you add as a disclaimer, people will think that they deserve something for what they spent their money on. And this is like a big problem with like the $500 alpha that they did in like 2021 as well, is that people get this impression, and then after they get the impression, well, then that's it. You don't really have to pay. The amount of keys, free keys, is massive. People did pay, and they felt like they had to pay because maybe they didn't know about the free keys. All I'm saying is that, yes,
Well, all the free keys and shit came later.
250, 120, whatever it is, dollars from people, they're going to expect something out of that money. And it's easy to see that when they look at the freeholds and like the video showcases here, without the context of understanding what a vertical slice is, and without that context being very clearly defined, which I don't think that it was clearly defined, at least not enough to where, like, it's obvious that it was not clearly defined because everybody is misunderstanding it, right? Everybody has a different conclusion. So there's clearly a problem that happened. And I do think that it's a recipe for disaster, for sure.
How many of you chose to support the project based on the expectation that the showcases were what they had at the time you pledged, not what will come in 6 years from now? You cannot act like Chronicles of Aleria and not expect backlash from this. But the main thing that is causing me to step away isn't the state of the game. The main thing is that whenever stuff like this is brought up by me or any community member, the narrative is that it's just an alpha, and therefore it's okay. It's not okay. It wasn't okay for all previous Kickstarters to do this, so why is it okay for Ashes of Creation? For Stephen Sharif to sit there on Reddit and call me an uninformed content creator who can't...
Is it okay for the... I feel like with a lot of the... Let's be real. When we're talking about, like, scam Kickstarters... Ashes of Creation is in a completely different league than that. Like, if you look at Dreamworld or you look at Chronicles of Aleria, these games were...
Well, I think I save...
Like, it was not even remotely close. It was, yeah, it's not even like... This is not even like 1/100th. Feels like they put effort into it? Yeah, exactly. It's still in a league. It's definitely not what it was. I'll read the comment that Steven made. Give me 1 second. Okay, well, I'll let him play it.
There on Reddit and call me an uninformed content creator who casts illusions on people's fears and negativities when I've spent the last 4 years of my life doing the opposite is
This is the reason why it's bad to invest into one game like this. It's because people get emotionally invested into it. I'll read the rest of the comment here. The MMO genre is filled with jaded gamer who feel like beat dogs, and rightfully so, but here we are making this game with over 100k people participating in this alpha. We will continue to make the game in our vision. If the development process makes you think otherwise, I will repeat this. For your own mental health, step away. We will be here when you're ready to return. I think that's pretty fair. Am I crazy for thinking that's fair? It's passive-aggressive? Well, of course it's
very, very passive-aggressive.
It definitely is. That's not how you communicate to a customer.
Yeah, I would say that kind of comment's going to cost you customers.
I'm going to be honest, I don't think it's that big of a deal. And I think that it's not great to say that, but it's what I said earlier. It's that to say that, like, one content creator is, like, wrong about something, I don't think it's that big of a deal. Like, I've had people at Blizzard say I'm wrong or I'm stupid. I don't care. Yeah, even the president of Blizzard said that. He's like, oh yeah, of course Asmund doesn't like raiding because he sucks. Like, I'm like, okay, sure. Yeah, right? It's like, I would be like, that's fine with me. It's not just him. Yeah. You don't communicate that way to a customer paying premium price for an alpha?
Yeah.
I don't think that's a good way to look at things. And I just... I
mean, Steven's attitude is a bit of a turnoff, for sure.
At the same time, I don't like the idea that because somebody pays you money, you can be disrespectful or rude or entitled. I don't. And even though when you pay money, you are kind of entitled to something. That's why you paid the money. But I don't think that you're entitled to that type of treatment.
there on Reddit and call me an uninformed content creator who casts illusions on people's fears and negativities when I have spent the last 4 years of my life doing the opposite is absolutely disconnected from reality. I simply do not accept the bullshit that is being spewed, and nor do a very large portion of this community. But for him to also prey on mental health as a way to defame and dismiss these concerns whilst locking and banning people who express the same is nothing short of irony. You claim that open development isn't for us, but what I think you mean is that open development isn't for you, Stephen Sharif, because what you're selling is not open development. It's funding at any cost, and if anyone questions it, you ban them. So, from the bottom of my heart, I have to apologize to everyone who I convinced to help support this project these last 4 years, because I thought I was being shown the genuine state of the game, not 4 years of Unreal Engine fakery. Now, let's not...
I think this is way too much. Like, I feel like maybe like see what Steven's doing maybe in a few days, like see if he's willing to talk about it. Maybe talk to Narc too. I think this is just this is way too much. Like, yeah, I mean, because it's like at the end of the day, like I think everybody wants the game to be good. Nobody wants it to be a scam. And I don't think it's even in Steven's best interest for it to be a scam, to be totally honest. Like, look at the guys that made Black Myth Wukong. Fuck. Look at the guys that made My Side. The most successful, the easiest way to make a lot of money, not the easiest way. The way to make the most money is to make the best game. That's just the truth. So it's really in nobody's best interest for the game to be bad. It's not in Steven's best interest, it's not in Narc's best interest, it's not in my best interest. So it's unfortunate that things have become so extreme. And I can see how Narc feels insulted and he feels like he's been slighted. I understand that. I do. Steven commented on the video. No, I'll look at it. I'll look at what he said. But he isn't making the game to make money. He's making money to make the game. It's a fucking scam. Well, of course he's making money to make the game. Because how would he afford to make the game if he didn't make money? What do you think? Like, I mean, yeah, that's true. You're right. Because he said the game is funded? Yeah, he was... I think Steven's wrong. I think him putting $30 million into it, I think that it's going to cost way more than that. And I think that the best frame of reference for that is Star Citizen. If you look at Star Citizen, and you see the amount of money that Star Citizen has cost, and the fact that it's still not out yet, and then you look at the other developments of games, like, for example, Assassin's Creed Shadows, $30 million doesn't even crack the surface. They need more money to make this game.
Well, yeah, maybe he's got 100,000 people
so Steven basically has
that
to make the game,
have paid at least $250. I mean, he's made a fuck ton of money.
A very weak product, or seek investment, or actually there's a third option, which is what he's going with, which is try to get fan funding. That's the same with Star Citizen. And so, the minimum viable product? Yeah, I think so. And so, that's the way I see it. It's a little cash shop? Yeah. Star Citizen built a custom engine from scratch, though. I think the scale is completely different.
There's that, too.
Great. I agree with you. Let's say it's only $200 million. Star Citizen is not finished yet, and it's at $800 million.
Thought it 300.
That it's going to cost, like, is there anybody here who's actually disagreeing to think that an MMO is going to cost more than $30 to $50 million? Of course it's this is Ashes of Creation, in my opinion, is a $250 million endeavor at the very you are just barely, that is the minimum viable product. Think about Concord. 500, yeah, That's the bot. It's way too much. Yeah. No, I'm telling you, like shit's expensive now. Everything's expensive now.
Yeah.
Entirely agree. Their ambition's very high. I know that. But I'm just saying, like, that's the truth.
Get this twisted. I do not think Ashes of Creation is a scam. There is a lot of potential here. They've put a fuck ton of work into this game. I had a lot of fun playing Phase 1. However,
by the way, also keep in mind, Concord was completely mismanaged. Like, and I'm not saying that, like, so Black Myth Wukong, it was in China, so it's a different standard of living, and so it's a different cost of development. But Black Myth Wukong was developed for between, I think it was $60 and $90 million. So, you know, it's not like you have to spend $1 billion to make a good video game. But at the same time, that's, wow, still so expensive? Yeah, it's a lot of money, man. Which is like $200 million in the US? Yeah, exactly, right? And these are people, like, the standard of living in China is totally different.
the fun came from the interactions I had with players, not the actual game itself. The test itself was actually quite tedious and boring, but if the game continues its development...
See, the reason why I don't get into Ashes is partially what this guy's saying, but also the fact that, you know, they're constantly restarting, they're having tons of issues. It's still looking like an Alpha 1.
I think that we always, I think that everybody always should, and I think that's accurate. How efficient do you think developers are these days to use their funds? I think that it really depends. It super fucking depends. So, oh man, I'm just thinking about this. It's not the cost of the game, it's the cost of living in an expensive country, experiencing luxury life. Well, I think there's like a million different things going on. Yeah, it's a lot.
It isn't what they have or are doing, it is what they intend eventually. Now, to conclude the video, I just want to say that I'm obviously not going to stop making content, of course. I will continue, just not with Ashes of Creation. A lot of you have grown to genuinely enjoy my commentary and reliance on uploads, but I felt these last couple of years, Ashes of Creation has held me back. I don't feel like my intros and comedic skits fit the format of Ashes anymore.
My input as like a content creator is that it's best to transition off of something and like wean yourself off of it rather than hard switch. And so like what I did and like what XQC did and like what Chance did, Soda Poppin', is that as streamers, like you remember this a lot, like XQC would go live and play Overwatch for 8 hours and then he would play a variety game and like go down in viewers. And he did that for like 6 months to a year. And then eventually the variety games, he kept a lot of viewers. And then, you know, he played like Dark Souls 3 and like then he had a good amount of viewers. And then I remember the big one was Valorant. Valorant in 2020, like he went up to like 200k viewers, which was like obviously for drops and everything, but that really put him on the map. And then Chance did the same thing, is that he would play WoW and then he would play other games. That's what I did too. And so like that's why Queso's doing well. Well, in some cases, yeah, it is. And I just confirmed this. Steven actually just messaged me. He said 100% willing and able to discuss whenever you want. Okay, let's do that in the next few days. I'll follow up with Steven off stream, maybe talk with Narc, and see what the best way of doing this is. Because I do want to see this game be successful, and I want to make sure that like everybody understands what's going on. Yeah, so like he's watching, like he hears all the feedback. Yeah, because at the end of the day, I feel like this has gotten a bit personal, and it's unnecessary, and it's like who does this benefit, right? Who does this serve? I think almost nobody, right? Maybe talk to Thor too, see what he has to say. And yeah, I really see the problem with doing that. I think it's in everybody's best interest. So yeah. And anyway, so couples counseling, okay. Well, anyway, well, here's what I'm saying is.
Ooh, I got a little head.
Like for Narc, like going back to like the YouTube thing, I think that he
need that for the
away, but he shouldn't stop making content for Ashes entirely. He should try, he should try to just kind of move away from it casually. And I hope he knows, like, I'm, like, super busy and, like, I'm super antisocial. But, like, if he wants to reach out and talk about it or whatever, like, I'll do my best to try to like give them some insight from like what I've learned over the years. Anyway, we'll move on.
So I stopped them completely, only to bring them back a couple of months ago to the joy of the viewers. Sadly, this burst of confidence was once again stunted by Stephen Sharif feeling offended by my light-hearted jokes towards his game. So I slumped back into the boring format of trying to cover the news. Well, no longer am I going to be restrained by Ashes of Creation. I will continue to make videos, and if you watched exclusively for Ashes, then my advice to you is thusly: forget about the game for about 2 years and casually check in on Twitch or YouTube to see if there has been any progress.
But to be fair, that is also what Steven said. That is, and I think that he's right, and I think that Steven is right. Just, 6 years, 2 years, I don't know when. But this is the way that I looked at with Riot. Because, like, Mark Merrill tweeted, he talked about it, and, like, look, like, he knows he can DM me whenever he wants, if he wants any conversation about the Riot MMO, right? He knows that with S-Van and any but tips, all the other boys. But the reality is that, they had to post publicly that they basically were saying they were going back to the drawing board. And so, like, that's Riot. I'll be honest, though, Ashes Creation was terrible. Character models, movement, spells, they all look bad and outdated. Systems won't work very well. I probably, you know what, like, maybe after I finish, I don't know, like, there's a few other games I want to play. I might try to play Ashes and, like, get a little bit farther ahead in the game off stream, but it would be kind of sad to do that without being able to do it on stream for, like, the viewers. So I don't know, like, what the right approach is. Like PKing,
just
right?
put the game into the back of your mind, because there isn't going to be any significant progress for a while, and that's okay. I have a plan going forward in 2025, but one thing is for sure: I will no longer have my creativity held back trying to cater to a man who doesn't want to hear criticisms. I will extend my format beyond MMORPGs and start covering all sorts of games with the intros, jokes, and old format that you guys grew to love, because I only have one goal on YouTube, and that's to make entertaining videos that make people laugh. Now, obviously, changing the direction of the channel is going to be a long journey, and that means I'll be streaming full-time throughout 2025, and upload cadence on this channel will slow. I will be uploading highly edited videos, similar to my old format, on the games that we play on stream, so come join us over at Twitch.
Well, I'll leave the bees over there.
As we begin this new chapter, I cannot thank you enough for watching and supporting my videos throughout these last 4 years, and should you choose to stop watching for the time being, I hope to see you again in the future as I show up in your algorithm covering a game that actually exists.
So, I think that, I mean, this is what happens, I think, with a lot of people that get really, really invested into something, is that there's a point where it's very rare that something happens like the Lord of the Rings trilogy, like Elden Ring, Baldur's Gate 3, where a game comes out and it lives up to people's insane and unrealistic expectations.
Yeah, but I don't think this guy's expectations are insane or unrealistic.
This never happens, right? Masterpieces, yeah, like Harry Potter, that's another really great example, true. Like, yeah. And so, I have a lot of viewers, all these haters. Well, I think that people can be, I don't know, like, I'm trying to be as fair, and so, appreciate the amount of support and positivity. Yeah, if all streams are in Archiverse, this is something else. Steven apparently made a comment. I can't really see it on here. It's not showing. Maybe it's not at the bottom. People downvoted it. I'm not sure. But either way, people always hate. Van doesn't want to hear criticism. Is listening to feedback that's constructive. Sadly, Narc doesn't do any constructive criticism. Just saying something doesn't work is not enough. You need to report problems, bugs, and stuff the team needs to know. They will not come and watch your video to see what you have to say. Grow up, Narc. Well, it's very obvious that actually they did watch the video, and they did see what he had to say. And Steven was probably watching me right now. He talked about, like, they know what you're saying. Like, these developers, unless you're talking about, like, an Eastern developer, many of these people, they are watching and they're reading what people are saying. They 100% are. Now, I understand it must suck to get like negative feedback about your thing. Like, of course it sucks. And I don't think that they should ban people for talking about this stuff either. But I think it's like both things are true. Where I think that people are creating unrealistic expectations, but I do think that the way that the communication for the game has indulged those unrealistic expectations in a way that I think is partially valid. That's it. Even Blizzard, though? Yeah, no, I think that a lot of the Blizzard devs, yeah, I do. I think that they know what's going on in the community. I think they read about it. They see it all the time. And like you see that in like the leaked chats where like they're talking shit about like me or somebody else. Yeah, they watch the videos. They know. They know what's going on. Absolutely, they do. Narc never set expectations, high expectations, though. You think Narc didn't set high expectations? I think that he did. Personally, I think that he did. So... Maybe he might not think that, but that's
no. What Narc was saying is expectations were set by Steven, only to find out that those things didn't actually exist in the game. You know, he pointed out contradictions and stuff like that. That's what he did.
Conversation about it, and just look at what the complaints are, what the criticisms are, and understand where things are going and like what the time frame is.
Well, I don't know exactly where it would have ended, but I'm gonna guess. I'm gonna put it here though.
It's gotten very personal, and yeah, superb. Thank you very much to the 10 subs. I appreciate it. It's gotten very personal, and I don't really think that serves anybody's benefit at all. Do you think Lord of the Rings, Harry Potter have an expectation and an advantage of no expectations? I don't agree with that. I think that they had a huge expectation. I feel like Harry Potter, to be honest with you, I think Harry Potter is like it is a generational cinematic achievement. Just bar none. That's it. Like it really is. Like the problem is like a lot of Harry Potter fans are like cringe, but man, they really cooked with that. It was fucking amazing. And even the ending of that, like, the ending was good, right? I mean, like, maybe I kind of wish a couple of things happened differently. But overall, yeah, everyone knows Harry Potter, exactly. And then also Lord of the Rings, same thing, exactly. Snape was 10 out of 10. Yeah, I think that anybody who's, like, familiar with, like, the lore of the thing would probably think that's usually most people's favorite character. So it makes sense. But anyway, yeah, people grew up on Harry Potter. Yeah, I did. I remember, like, you know, like, watching the movies when I was a kid. I mean, for sure. So, anyway, that's generally it. Battle of Hogwarts should have been better. Yeah, sure, right? But, like, anyway, that's why they split the last book into 2 movies. But, yeah, that's generally the way that I see it. And I feel like Ashes of Creation definitely suffers from people having high expectations for it. But also, it's a matter of communication and what people are hoping for. And what I'll try
let's get rid of some
maybe
of this
try to play it myself
dirt.
and give like an actual like fair shake of it as much as I can. So, yeah, that's the best that I can do, right?
Yeah, I don't know. I think
I don't even know how to introduce.
I think the one guy there actually had a pretty decent take. I mean, his experience is pretty much on par with my impression of Ashes. That's why I stopped doing my live reactions and stuff like that, because it just wasn't adding up. You know, like there's just a few things that just really weren't sitting right. Oh yeah, I gotta go farther back. But I gotta move these guys. I'm gonna create a pen for them. I'm gonna come out here and level out some more. But yeah, no, there's just something about Ashes that it's just kind of grinding me the wrong way, you know, and it sucks. You know, if I can get my money back on it or on some of it, I would. I might see what the process is on selling the account. You know, now I do have a name reservation, which I think I can probably change. Yeah, because you have to pick what server it's on. And I know it's the name reservation will be worth the money, so... I'm gonna make a pen. It won't be up for too much longer here anyways, so... I got almost have enough cleared out over there. Make a pen for these guys. I mean, I could just kill them for their leather too. So I don't think I can tame them or anything. So they're technically tamed to the trader. Can you chill out there, kitty? Should make a shield. Well, the cat got up and moved, and it's nighttime, so I'll top off my drink one more time because it's almost done. Get my bowl back.
This is Carl Savant of the Frontier Troop, and you're listening to the best station for net neutrality. KCAM 94 FM.
There, drink something.
Gotta pee, I'll be it's a bio break. I've got to take. Maybe a drink, something from the sink, something cold, maybe fizzy. Gotta be, now things are fuzzy. Nature's call can't go unanswered. There is no voicemail to take. If back doesn't go, the stream becomes a lake. Gotta pee, I'll be it's a bio break. I've got to take. Maybe it's food to get in the mood, or a orthotic attack to scratch the cat's back. Whatever it is, Beck will return to his biz after his whiz from the bottle of fizz. That's what this is a bio break. Gotta pee, I'll be it's a bio break. I've got to take. Maybe it's food to get in the mood, or a orthotic attack to scratch the cat's back. Whatever it is, Beck will return to his biz after his whiz from the bottle of fizz. That's what this is a bio break. Gotta pee, gotta pee, gotta pee, gotta pee, gotta pee. Gotta pee, I'll be BRB. It's a bio break. I've got to take. Maybe a drink, something from the sink, something cold, maybe fizzy. Gotta pee, nothing's a fuzzy. Nature's call can't go unanswered. There is no voicemail to take. If Beck doesn't go, the stream becomes a lake. Gotta pee, I'll be BRB. It's a bio break. I've got to take. Maybe it's food to get in the mood, or a orthotic attack to scratch the cat's back. Whatever it is, Beck will return to his biz after his whiz from the bottle of fizz. That's what this is a bio break. Gotta pee, gotta pee, gotta pee, gotta pee, gotta pee.
You know, I bet if I was to try and, well, if I could get this AI to work for video making and get our commercials get our commercials like little videos and put them up on YouTube and whatever. Might be good. Oops. But I mean, yeah, should be logging off about now, but I'm so wide awake. So. I have my Monster Energy, so I'll be good for tomorrow. Yeah, you want to play now? Is that what you're trying to do? Just stand on the keyboard and try and make stuff happen. I'll have to cut down that tree. Get off my porch. Oh, you know what I need to check? I bet my kick stream's not labeled properly. Yep. There we go. Oh. You can't have a jelly bean. No, not for kitties. I don't know what you're trying to do, cat. Other than get into my jelly bean bag. Is it not that comfy? There. How would I do? How do I move it over here? That better?
Lush gardens on Vestium comes a new flavorful treat, ready for your family to eat. Dictators command attention at your table when you set out baked broiled mashed or get dips ready to eat tater tots. We know how important it is to have fresh produce full of rich vitamins and nutrients. Dictators will add variety to your table. Ask your grocer to order you a big bag of Dictators. We'll deliver directly to your door. Remember, the only thing about Dicks that shouldn't be hard is getting your hands on one Dictator.
Shit. Well, I guess I'll just kill him. I need leather. Leather for backpack anyways. It's not even gonna get me for animal cruelty.
Which one belongs to me? I know there is one out there. What is my destiny?
Whew. Oh, definitely not very far away from clearing out that bunch there. It's actually kind of nice. I'm just going to get them all coming to my party now. Ow! Fucker. Are you gonna drop down and get me? Uh-huh. No? Yeah, I'm pretty sure if you fall, you're dead, so. You want me, they just won't come down and get me. He will.
Goedenavond, dit is Obi-Wan Kenobi van de Descent Underground Gemeenschap en u luistert naar KFM Radio. Veel plezier!
Coming straight out of Incom! Take it back to 82! Way back when computers were the size of you! Movie about hacking, movie about gaming, the biggest nerd movie to ever need. Explain, bust it!
F to the L to the Y, N. Computer hacker, baby, yo, I'm gonna get in. Got my job ripped off, working harder 9 to 5. Now I'm in the game world, gotta fight to survive. Big glasses, bad hair, yeah, that's my running crew. But something even worse now is coming for you. Master Control, you call him MCP. His posse of red, they don't control, I'll delete. Throw it up and throw it down, time to get it going now. Stop this giant funnel with this other program.
It's strong, it's strong. Nerds, you know they trying to get Tron. Got him jumping up and down and sideways. But when he and Flynn ride, MCP be chasing them all day. All day. No time to restart. Just put your money in the arcade and let your frisbees fly. Cause on the game grid, you know we all say it's strong, it's strong, it's strong.
Wait a minute, let me put some quarters in it. Hold up, wait a minute, let me put some quarters in it.
Yeah, the big T.I.N. Rolling with Flynn and my homeboy Ren. Life cycles going left, right, that's right. Smashing all that meters into a flash of light. So what's up? You think you're better than me? You think you can take down the MCP? Well, step up. I'll bring you down to size. My name is Tron, son. You better recognize. Yeah, throwing frisbees, taking names. Pointy-eared sucker thinks he got more game. Program, please. This joke is just sad, and your boss is nothing more than an overgrown iPad. Oh, you know that's right. Just watch my boy Flynn as he jumps inside. You turn up blue, more like MC Shane. Now watch my discs all over y'all. Say my name. Come on. It's strong. It's strong. You know they trying to get Tron. Got him jumping up and down and sideways. But when he and Flynn ride, MCP be chasing them all day. All day. No time to restart. Just put your money in the arcade and let your frisbees fly. Cause on the game grid, you know we all say strong, it's strong, it's strong.
Heart goes out to those who get offended if we don't show how. Tron should have ended. Stop the MCP once and for all. No need to go inside just.
Oh, must be some more stuff over here. I got a couple of horses in here now. I have another carrot in here too, didn't I? Somebody's having some bad dreams. Oh no, 'cause I needed string, didn't I, for it? Yeah.
You have arrived. Welcome to KTAMRadio.com. Gamers to the core.
We're crazy. We're selling hydraulics. That's right. Hydraulics starting at $50. Are we that crazy? Yes, we are. You heard me right. Only $50. You might think I'm on crack. Oh, but I'm serious. So, you're a nerd. Well, now you can be a pimping guy with a hydrocycle. Order today and receive a free coffee mug that says, "Hey, I've got hydraulics. Do you?" Order now.
I don't even know where the fuck he came from. Honky tonk heart. Loud music. For the whole man.
KTM Radio. It's like a Castiffin bath for your ears.
Want the attention of spiders if I can get them. Oh, AutoMod held a message. should probably get. Yeah, I'll probably call it in about 9 minutes or so. Still haven't seen any spiders out here. Need some ender pearls too. They can make an experience book. Be handy. Whew, a new helmet. You know, if I could sleep in this chair all night with you curled up like that, I would, because you're so cute.
Let's light this candle. You're listening to KTM 94 FM.
Or to get up on top of that tree there and strip it down too.
Come on, Carl. You know you like that. It's better than Radio Disney.
All I hear is pop music. I don't hear no REO Speedwagon. They ain't got
Nope.
no Foreigner. They ain't got no Chicago.
Well, we haven't made enough money yet.
That's true.
I can't afford to play them yet.
KTM 94 FM, rocking the bay.
Wow, there's like 3 of them. I got one membrane. Probably like a chunk of wood or something up here that it didn't break. Something, I don't know. Because it's not even falling apart all on its own. There's a spider. That one's actually attached to a tree, so... This provides too much shade. Not connected to anything, so I don't know why it's there.
FM, KTAM Radio.
Screaming Sammy Sketch's Supersonic Surround Sound Stereo. The S8 is on sale for a limited time. This week only in Kings. Reach small enough to stitch into your hat or buy the special headband attachment for hands-free. All day used with quality lamb scrotum ear protectors for ultra softness and fidelity. The S8 in an invention of Screaming Sammy Sketch. Tune in to Sketchman Radio with the all-new Supersonic Surround Sound Stereo. Model S8. Satiate your desire to be better than everyone else when you listen to the Sketchman.
See if that spider's still over here. Probably not. No. I get some carrots. I could probably lure those pigs over. Uh-oh. Oh wow, fairly close to that village there. Oh, there's some sheep. Well, if I grab some wool, I might be able to lure one in. Yeah, real close to that village. I mean, it looks like I'm pretty close, but I'm still pretty far. Oh, corn. Okay, I should probably call it. It is that time of night. So, if there's anybody out there, no, thanks for watching. Definitely made more progress today than I made all week testing the server, but that's because, you know, testing does that. So, yeah, we are doing rather well. So, wherever you are out there in the verse, hope you have yourself a fantastic day, night, morning, evening, all that jazz. And we'll see you on the flip side. Ciao for now.